Welcome to Arabic Learning Studio, our general Arabic course, Walk and Talk Like a Native Speaker. If you are an absolute beginner with no previous knowledge of Arabic, then this is the course for you. Perhaps you are taking up Arabic after a break, or you are around Arabic community and you need to understand everyday conversations. Again, you will find this course very well suited to your own purposes. My name is Riham, a professional Arabic teacher. Over the past 5 years, I have taught students of different nationalities and ages how to read, speak, and understand Arabic in a simple and straightforward approach. My hands-on experience allows me to discover many interesting teaching strategies to deliver the program in a smooth way that will not only help you understand what you are learning, but also will give you confidence succeeding and speaking the language fluently. The Arabic you will learn here is the kind of language used in daily life social contexts. It is the Arabic seen in newspapers and magazines or heard on the radio and television broadcasts. The main emphasis is on understanding Arabic, but we also aim to give you a full idea of how the language works, so you can read and speak Arabic correctly and fluently, as we believe that both reading and listening are the main tools to perfect any language. Thus, you will find reading and listening sections incorporated into the course. This course is divided into sections addressing different aspects of the language, starting from alphabets in their oral and written forms, the different shapes of the letters according to their position in the word, then moving to short and long vowels and all other diacritical marks that are found all over the language. We will learn about definite and indefinite articles. We will have a look on colors, the days of the week, the months of the year, and the seasons. We will initiate simple communication skills like introducing yourself on others, greeting people, speaking about daily routine activities, and sports. As soon as you enroll, you will have access to all the course materials and exercises that will really challenge and test your knowledge. The course is fully compatible with iPhone, iPads, and all Android tablets, so you can access the course at your own convenience. With our 100% money-back guarantee, there is no reason to think twice. Sign up for the full course and begin your journey to the wonderful world of learning Arabic. My advice is not to go so fast in the course. However, I would recommend that you take your time and reflect on what you have learned before moving on to the new topic. I believe the course will be of great help to you, just as it has been to all of my students. Good luck! I hope you will enjoy learning Arabic. Thank you so much for your interest in this course. I hope you're excited as much as I am about getting started. Hello, my dear Arabic learner. Thank you for joining me. I'm really so happy to have you here. This is Riham, and here is your Arabic language course. It's time to make Arabic part of your daily life. Let's get started. In Lesson 1, we will have an introduction on the basic characteristics of Arabic. At first glance, Arabic seems to be a difficult language. However, like any other language, Arabic has a set of rules. And when you master these rules, you will be able to understand Arabic and speak it like a native speaker. We have some characteristics that make Arabic different from any other language that you have learned before. The Arabic script looks difficult, but that's because it is different. It is different from what we are used to. It's different from any other language that you have learned before. But the good news is, it is easy to master. All what you need to do is to get yourself familiar with the basic characteristics of Arabic. What makes it different? And here we have some important facts about the Arabic script. First of all, Arabic is written from left to right, and that's completely different from English, for example. And Arabic script is always joined. The letters are always joined, so there is no equivalent to the English text you are now reading, where you have letters having separate forms with the spaces between them. This is not the case in Arabic. All the Arabic letters have to appear in the script joined. Another thing is that in Arabic, we don't have capital letters. In English, for example, capital letters are used to indicate the beginning of a new sentence or the name of people, the name of places, the name of countries. However, this is not the case in Arabic. We don't have capital letters. Though we have just mentioned that the Arabic letters in the Arabic script have to be appearing joined, however, there are some few letters that do not join to the following letter in the same word. To make it more clear for you, let's categorize the Arabic letters or the Arabic alphabets into two categories, joiners and non-joiners. As for the joiners, and here we are speaking about the majority of the Arabic letters. So you find them in the same word, all are connected and all are joined. They are joined to the previous letter and they are joined to the following letter. However, with the non-joiners, and they are few letters as I have just mentioned, so in these letters, when it comes to these letters, they are joined only to the previous letter, but they are never joined to the following letter. I wanted to know that here I'm giving you an outline of the basic characteristics of Arabic, what makes it different. However, each and every point of what we have just mentioned will be explained in detail when we reach it and when we get more into the course. In Arabic, there isn't only singular and plural. In English, for example, we are mentioning, if you are mentioning one thing or one person, this is considered singular. More than one, this is considered plural. However, in Arabic, this is not the case. If you are referring to one thing or one person, this is singular. If you are referring to more than two, so it is three and above, this is plural. However, two, which is very specific, two things or two people, here we call it dual. So with regard to numbers in Arabic, we have singular if you are referring to one thing or one person, dual if you are referring to two people or two things, plural if you are referring to more than three and above things or people. So three and above, this is plural. Two, this is dual. One, this is singular. The last thing we have here is that in Arabic we have three short vowels and three long vowels. The three short vowels are not shown in the Arabic script as letters. However, they are shown as marks. So the short vowels, and they are three, are shown in the Arabic script as marks appearing above or below the letters. However, the long vowels, they appear in the Arabic script as normal letters. And of course, we will explain this in detail. So again, three short vowels and three long vowels. The three short vowels are just marks appearing above or below the letters. However, the long vowels appear as normal letters in the word. Before we start, let me give you an idea about the language learning courses. Most of the people complain, especially when it comes to learning languages, that though they do attend many classes and they have many courses, they still cannot speak confidently and feel not pretty engaged in everyday conversations. They find themselves struggling to find the right words when speaking. They feel they are constantly using the same words over and over again. To be honest with you, one of the easiest and the most proven and effective ways to master the language is to expose yourself to the language. You need to put in effort. Read and watch content in Arabic, whether it is books, magazines, newspapers, blogs, or even social media posts. Put on Arabic radio on your way to work or back home. Make Arabic speaking friends. Listen to Arabic music, watch Arabic news, and watch Arabic movies. Initially, you will understand nothing. But you need to get yourself and get your eyes and your ears and your brain familiar to the Arabic words and sounds. So, the more exposure you have to the language, the more new words and phrases you will learn. This way will not only help you learn the language, but will also teach you how to use new words and how to use them in context as well. Module 1, Arabic Alphabets. Of course, we all agree that alphabets are the building block of any language. You cannot start learning the language without knowing its alphabets. It is usually the first step a person should take in language learning. In our course, we will not only learn and know the alphabets and their sounds. No, we are going to go over how to write letters in their different positions, how to connect letters and form words and sentences. There is a common thing about alphabets in all languages, which is that each and every letter has a name and has a sound. We basically use the sounds of the letters, unless there is a phonetic exception where you have to read the letter with its name. And of course, we are going to explain when exactly to use the letter with its name and when to pronounce it with its sound. What is very promising is that Arabic shares with English some of the sounds, and that's why you will feel familiar with many of the sounds as you go through them. ألف أ باء ب تاء ت ثاء ث. Let me give you an idea about this apostrophe that you can see before the letter name of Alif, Ba, Ta, and Tha. Before Alif, you have this apostrophe, and after Ba, you have this apostrophe, and Ta, it is followed by apostrophe, and Tha as well. This apostrophe we use in our teaching process to help our learners understand that in this particular place you need to apply a glottal stop sound, which means that there is a kind of a block to the stream of the air as it comes out. So it's something like a pause. So if you can hear me when I was telling you the name of the letter, it was Alif. Sounds like a. I'm making something like a pause when I'm pronouncing the sound of the letter. It's eh. So it is the glottal stop, something like a pause or a block to the stream of the air as it is coming out. This kind of the glottal stop, it is usually referred to in the Arabic script not like apostrophe as it is here written in English. No, it is usually referred to and it is the sound of the hamza. Look at the upper shape that you can see above the stick of alif. This is in Arabic called hamza, and the official sound of it is this glottal stop. Okay, so whenever you find Hamza, you know that here you need to apply the glottal stop or the sound of the pause, block the stream of the air as it is coming out of the lungs. So you cannot see this Hamza with Ba, Ta, and Tha, but when it is written in Arabic, in the Arabic script, Hamza will be there when we are writing Ba, writing it, not just the letter name. So Alif, Ba, Ta, Tha, that is the name of it. However, when it comes to the sound, it is B, T, and Th. But for Alif, you need to make also this glottal stop or this pause sound, even with the letter sound, not only with the letter name. Eh, eh. It's very important for me that my learners become very super in understanding, speaking, and writing the language. But of course, I would love also to see you writing in a beautiful and neat handwriting. This will happen if you follow exactly the tips I will give you as we learn how to write the letters in their individual shape and when they come in the word. Because the shapes of the letters in Arabic change according to their position in the word. So we have initial position shape, middle position, and final position. And the letter in its shape differs according to where exactly it falls in the word. So you can see here alif in its individual shape as we have seen it in the previous table when we were pronouncing the letters. And there is a shape written in red, and this is the shape of alif when it comes in the middle position or in the final position. The shape of alif when it is written individually is the same as it is when it falls in the initial position in a word. Above alif, you can see a shape. This is the shape of hamza. So hamza is the name of this shape, and its sound is that is the pose that we were just speaking about few minutes earlier. So if you see this shape, you know that this is hamza. It sometimes appears above the letters and sometimes appears below the letters. And there are some specific letters where you can find hamza above or below them. So if you see this shape, you know that this is hamza, that is the name. And as for the sound, it is the glottal stop that we have just mentioned. If you look on the videos of how to write alif in its initial and individual shape, you will find that it looks like one. So you start from the starting point and move directly down to the line. And then you remove your hands. After this, you can start writing hamza, which looks like C with an extended tail. So it's very important to finish writing one or alif at the beginning. After you finish, you remove your hands and then you start writing hamza, which looks like C with an extended tail. If we come to alif in the middle position, you will find that the only difference between this one and the main one, which is the initial alif in its initial position or individual position, is that the alif, when it comes in the middle position, is only preceded by a joining line, the line which joins alif with the preceding letter. Then this is the line, you start writing the line and then you go up writing the alif, which is the main shape before writing hamza. So finish first writing alif, the stick. After you are done with the stick, you can remove your hands and then start writing hamza. As we said, it's like C with an extended tail. Let me introduce you to ba. Ba is the name of the letter and it sounds like B. Again, it has four different shapes. Actually, they are not four different, but we have the individual and the final shape. They look the same. So we have B in its individual shape. When it comes in the initial position, it looks like half of it. B looks like a hook, you can say, like a dish with a dot under it. When it comes in the initial position, you don't finish writing the whole letter. You just write the first part of it again with a dot under it. When it comes in the middle position, it has two hands or two joining lines before the shape and after the shape. So you can see the blue letter. It is written with a joining line to join back with the previous letter and a joining line to join back again with the following letter. But the joining line which comes after will not be appearing because it will be an extended line to the original bit, again with a dot under it. When it comes to in the final position, you can see that it has only one hand, one joining line to connect B with the previous letter. So, B again, it looks like a dish, it looks like a hook with a dot under it. When you look on the videos of how you can write B in a good handwriting, again, you start by the starting point and then you go directly down to the line, move straight, and remember, don't remove your hands when you are writing the nucleus of the letter, the main shape. So When you are starting to write the dish or the hook, start from the initial dot or from the starting point, and then you move down to the line, go straight, and then go up again to close your hook and to close your dish. Now you can remove your hands and put a dot under the shape. When it comes in the initial position, you will follow the same thing, but you are not going to close the hook and not going to close the dish. In the final position, you will be writing it the same as it is written in the individual shape, but with a joining line before it to join it with the previous letter. Ba actually has two sisters. This is her first sister, which is Te. And Te is exactly looking the same like her sister Be. The only difference is that the dots appear above the shape and not below the shape. And the good news is that it is written exactly the same like her sister. So if you follow the same direction of writing be, you will be writing te, but remember that te, which sounds like t, it is written with two dots above the shape and not under the shape as the case in be. So this letter is te, and that's its name. The sound is t, t. The is the third sister. So it sounds like th, like in English, the word thin, thin. It is the same, th, th. So the name of the letter is th, and its sound is th. Again, it looks like her sisters, the same original shape, but with three dots that appear above the shape. Here we have three new sisters. If you take a look at them, they are looking alike. The only difference between the three of them is the place of the dot. On the first letter, you can find that the dot is there in the middle of the letter. The second one doesn't have any dots. The third one with a dot appearing above the letter. So the last letter with a dot above the shape. And now we will start reading the letters in their names and their sounds. But before we start, let me tell you that some of the sounds in Arabic doesn't have an equivalent in English. And that's why we use some of the symbols just to make reading easier for our learners at the beginning, because this we are not going to use till the end. When you perfect the pronunciation of the sounds, you will not need these symbols anymore. But at the beginning, to make reading easier for you, we use some symbols to mimic the sound of Arabic in English. For example, this KH, it sounds like kh, and that's the sound of this letter. Here it is j, j, j. This is the symbol to tell you that how to pronounce the sound of the letter. Uh, just it was to give you an idea about what are these letters and what do they symbolize. They are just symbols used to make reading easier for you. Let's practice reading the name of the letter and its sound together. The first one with a dot in the middle of the shape, its name is Jim. Jim. It sounds like J, J. I want you to notice that in the pronunciation of the letter, you can hear a hidden D, like in jar in English, jar, jam. When you are pronouncing these two words, you find yourself having a hidden D. That's how exactly and correctly you pronounce J. It is the same in Arabic with this letter. You make it like J, like in jar. So it is J. That's the sound of the letter. Its name is Jim. Jim. Let's move to the middle letter, which is not found in English and maybe in other language. It is not there. This letter sounds like its name is ha. Ha. The sound is ha. Ha. How can I do this? How can I pronounce this? How can I get out this sound? You need to say it as if h, but with a stress when you are vocaling the sound, stress on your larynx. You know, when you are just touching a hot thing, you make that is the sound. So you make it as if it is h, but you stress on your larynx when you are vocaling the sound. You, by practice, with practice, you will pronounce the sound correctly. Again, the name of the sound, the name of the letter is ha, ha. Its sound is ha, ha. The last letter is kha, kha. So this K and H, they symbolize kh, kha, kha, and the sound is kh, kh. Let's learn about the different shapes of jim when it appears in different positions in the word. So again, let me remind you that the shapes of the Arabic letters differ according to their position in the word or where exactly they fall in the word. So we have initial shape, middle shape, and final shape. And here is the case with jim, j. It looks like when you are writing the letter in the initial position, you just cancel the lower part of the shape. So you keep the upper part. When it comes in the initial position, you find that the lower part of the shape disappears. So you write the jim with its upper part in the initial position. So again, as we have been learning before with the other letters, when the letter comes in the middle of the word, it has to put out its own hands. A hand to join the letter with the previous letter, and another hand to join it with the following letter. Two joining lines to connect jim with the previous letter and the following letter. That is the case when it comes in the middle position. When it comes in final position, only one hand is extended, joining line to connect jim with the previous letter. So as we agree before that the individual shape of the letter is exactly the same as its final shape. So individual and final, they look the same. The only difference is that in the final position, you have a joining line to join jim with the previous letter. In the middle and initial position, we keep only the upper part of the shape and the lower part is cancelled. If you take a look on the videos of how exactly you are going to write the letter, you start from the starting point and you move directly closer to the line. Don't remove your hands. Keep on to finish the straight line parallel to the line of the writing book or your writing book. So again, you start from the starting point, move down in an inclined way, then don't remove your hands and complete the shape parallel to the line you are writing on. After you finish, you can stop and remove your hands, and then you can write the dot. That when jim comes in the initial position. If you're writing jim in its individual shape and the final shape, you're going to start from the starting point, move in an inclined line, and then you make an enlarged C down the line. That is the lower part of the shape. Ha, ha. Again, you pronounce the letter as if it is h with the stress, or you pressure, make a pressure on your larynx to get the exact sound of the letter, which is ha, ha. It looks exactly the same like Jim, but in her case, we don't put any dots on the shape. We finished writing the shape and this is it. You don't add any dots. So you are going to follow the same direction of Jim in writing the letter in its individual shape, initial and middle shape, and final shape. It is exactly the same like Jim. The letter Kha. Kha. That is the name of the letter. It sounds like Kha. Kha. The third sister looks exactly like her own sisters Ha and Jim, but remember that the dot of Kha appears above the shape. So in writing, exactly follow the same directions. You will have the same shape, but don't forget to put the dot above the letter to make the sound Kha and to make the letter, sorry, to make the letter Kha with the sound Kha. Del. That is the name of the letter. Del. It sounds like D. Del. D. Her sister looks exactly the same like her, but with a dot that appears above the shape. And this one's name is Del. Del. It sounds like the. We have another cousin for these two sisters, which is Ra. Ra. It sounds like R. R. Her sister looks exactly like her, but with a dot above the shape. Its name is Zay. Zay. It sounds like Z. Del is similar to a chair. So I usually say that del is a chair. Remember, if you are writing del, it will look like a chair. It's very simple in its writing, so it has the same shape in all positions in the word. The only difference will be the joining line, which will connect del with a previous letter. So del in its individual and initial position, it is exactly the same. In the middle position and the final position, they are the same with an extended joining line to hold or to connect del with the previous letter. So again, del looks like a chair. It is very simple in writing as you start from the starting point and you go down to the line. Don't remove your hands and finish the chair with a line on the writing line. So you will be finished with the letter. I believe that there is a question which comes up to your mind for this middle position because we said if the letters appear in the middle position, there should be two extended joining lines to join the letter with the previous and the following letters. But again, I want you to remember that in our introduction, we said that we have some few letters that don't join to the following letter, and del is one of them. I don't want you to worry because we will have a table with all the letters which join only to a previous letter and not to the following letter. All what I want you to know here is that del is one of them. In the middle position, it extends only one joining line to join it with the previous letter, and it is never joined to the following letter. And that what makes it looks the same in the middle position and the final position. So this is del, and it sounds like d. The sister Del. It looks the same like her sister Del, but with a dot that appears above the shape. So all what we have said about Del is applied here with Del. It's one of the letters which is connected only to a previous letter, but never connected to a following letter. So when it comes in the middle position, only one line will be extended to join it with the previous letter. So the same thing, all the rules of del will be applied on del. The only difference between both of them is the dot which appears above del. The slide. That's how I usually say about ra. Ra looks like a slide. So it just starts above the line and then you go down the line as if you are drawing a slide. That is Ra. The very good thing about Ra, it never changes in different shapes, in different position. It looks the same when it comes in the individual and initial positions. And when it comes in the middle and final position, again, it looks the same with no changes, only the joining line which takes and connects ra to the previous line, to the previous letter. So ra comes again in the group of letters which do not connect to a following letter. So we have now del, vel, and ra. They are only connected to the previous letter, but never connected to a following letter. And that's why you can see ra connected in the middle position with only one joining line to connect her with the previous letter only. So if you want to write ra, again, as I told you, you start from the starting point above the line and then don't remove your hands. Go straight down the line as if you are drawing a slide. Zay, the name of the letter, which sounds like z, z. This letter looks again the same in its individual and initial position. When it comes to the middle and final position, again, they look alike. It has the same rules of ra. So whatever you do with ra, you're going to do with zay. The only difference is with the dot that appears above the shape. Two sisters and two cousins, as you can see. So let's start with the first letter, which is seen. That is the name of the letter, seen. And it sounds like s, seen. S. Her sister, sheen, sheen. And sounds like sh, sheen, sh. Let's start with the cousins, and the first one is sod, sod. It sounds like s, s. Her sister, dod, dod. It sounds like do, do. You can notice here that my pronunciation differ, though in English the letter sound is the same. So for the first sister and the first cousin, which is seen and sawed, they in English we refer to them as S and S. However, the pronunciation in Arabic differs actually. As for seen, we say it is s as a soft sound. Soft sound. You don't enlarge or you don't exaggerate in the pronunciation of s. So this is a soft sound. However, its cousin, which is sold, no, you need to enlarge your voice. You enlarge the sound and make it a hard sound. So though they are referred to in English as S, you have to know that seen is a soft sound and sawed is a hard sound. I don't want you to worry about this because in a coming lesson, we will have a list or a table including the soft sounds and the hard sounds and the difference between them and how to pronounce them, and we will practice that all in detail. But here I want you to practice the pronunciation of these two letters with the right pronunciation, the soft and the hard one. So the first letter is seen. That is the soft letter. So I have to make it like seen, seen, very soft. As for its cousin, which is sawed, no, this one is hard. It is yeah. If you can take a close look at seen, you will find it is a combination of an inverted or looking upward three looking upwards, and also the letter C in English, which is written in an enlarged way down the line and looking upwards. So, if you would like to usually make some sort of linking between Arabic letters and some of the letters and numbers in English, so that makes it easy for you to remember the letter and to write the letter in Arabic as well. So, for seen in writing, you just write three looking upwards and then connected with C, the letter C in English, which is enlarged and again looking upwards. So we can divide scene into two parts. Upper part, the part which is number three, which is written above the line, and the lower part, which is the letter C, which is written under the line. So when scene comes in the individual and final position, it's a combination of number three and letter C. Both of them are written. But when it comes in the initial position and middle position, we keep only the upper part. So we keep only three. So the upper part is only kept and the lower part is disappearing. It disappears in the initial position and the middle position. All what we have just learned about seen in its different shapes will be applied here with her sister Sheen. The very same things. You only have to remember that sheen, or the sound sh usually appears in writing with three dots above the shape. Sod. Sod in its different shapes in the word. When it comes in the individual and final position, again, they look the same. Only in the final position, you have a joining line. In the initial and middle position, again, they look the same. So for sod, again, we can divide it into two parts, upper part and lower part. Both parts, which is the upper and the lower, appear in the individual position, individual position and final position. But when it comes to initial and middle position, we only keep the upper part of the shape and we delete the lower part of sod. When it comes to writing the letter, how to write the letter in its individual and final shape? You just have to start from the line, then go up and turn back to the line, then go up a bit, then down below the line, and up again. Here you can remove your hands. As for writing the letter in the initial and middle position, you again start from the line, go up and turn, then move down on the line straight, then go up a bit, and then you extend the joining line that will join sod with the following letter. For sod in the middle position, you are going to start by extending the line of the previous letter to join it with sod, and then you can remove your hands at this point and then write sod exactly the same as you have done when writing it in the initial position. So to sum this up, sod in the individual and final position look the same with both parts, the upper part and the lower part. When it comes to the initial and the middle position, we keep only the upper part of the shape and we remove the lower part. And here I would like to remind you that sod is a hard letter where you have to make the sound of it hard, enlarge it, exaggerate in the pronunciation of sod. Dod. Yes, it is in English written as D, but this is also a hard sound where you have to exaggerate the pronunciation of D as do, like this. So dod again looks the same as sod, and whatever we have just said about sod will be applied here. So it just needs practice about writing. You turn on the videos of writing and keep on repeating to perfect the writing of the letter in its right directions. Exercise 1. Listen to the sound and choose the correct letter from the options in the table. ألف أ ألف أ. Please pause the video until you are done. ب ب. Please pause the video until you are done. جيم جيم ج ج. Please pause the video until you're done. ثاء th. Again, please pause the video until you're done. راء r. Please pause the video until you're done. شين sh. Please pause the video until you're done. Exercise 2. Listen to the sound and write the letter you've heard. استمع إلى الصوت ثم اكتب الحرف الذي سمعته. ألف أ ثاء ث دال د راء ر تاء ت باء ب جيم ج. Now you can check your answers. We are still with Arabic alphabets and this is part 2. Here we have 4 new Arabic characters and the first one is Ta. That is the name of the letter. Ta. It is a hard letter. If you look at the letter sound, you'll find it is written in English as T. However, it is not pronounced as soft as T. It is a hard sound. You need to make it like Ta, 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 Ta. The other character is Dha. That is the name of the letter, Dha. It looks exactly like Ta, but only with a dot. It sounds like the, as in English, though, though. We have another letter which is very specific about Arabic and its name is Ain. Ain. That is the name of the letter. If you look at the letter sounds, you will not find any equivalent to this sound in English because it is very specific to the Arabic language. How do we produce this sound? We have a muscle in our throat which is never used except in vomiting. So there will be a restriction in the deep part of the throat and then an immediate relax in the muscles to let the air stream from the lungs. It is in that point exactly you will be producing a perfect ayn. So it sounds like ah, ah. There is a restriction. There is a restriction down there in the deep part of the throat. If you just think about it and pretend that you are sick, you will find yourself bringing the sound from the exact right place. So it is ayn, and it sounds like ah. The following letter is exactly looking the same like ayn, but also with a dot appearing above the shape. Its name is ghayn, and it sounds like gha, gha. Ta in its different positions looks alike, individually, initially, middily, and finally. So in all of them, it looks alike. It doesn't differ a lot. In the middle position and final position, it will be only preceded by a joining line to connect her with the previous letter. As for how to write ta, you start from the starting point on the line and you go up in an inclined way, then turn and go back to the writing line and go straight. When you reach this part of the letter, you can remove your hands and go up to draw a stick down to the corner of the shape. The, the. Again, remember, this is a hard sound. You need to pronounce like though, with the tip of the tongue out, of course. It is exactly the same like ta in its writing. The only difference is the dot that appears on the shape. Once you finish writing the stick down to the corner of the main shape, again you can remove your hands and add the dot. Ain, ah. Ah here has two parts, upper part and lower part. In the individual position and final position, in writing the letter, we will keep the upper part and the lower part. In the middle position and initial position, we will keep only the upper part of the letter. So ayn in its individual position, how to write it, it is like two C's. The first C is a small c and then a big C. So what you are going to do is exactly writing C in English. Then don't remove your hands once you finish the small c. So the small c is written and still your hands on the letter. Don't remove it. Then go down making a bigger C. Once you finish, you can remove your hands. Why I say a lot about removing your hands and not removing your hands, that is because if you remove your hands before you finish writing the letter, that will ruin your handwriting. So the shape will not look in an even way and a nice way. So finish writing the main shape. After you're done with it, you can remove your hands and make any other additives that need to be added. With Ain, we have nothing at all to be added after finishing the letter. So small c and then bigger C. That for the individual position. What about the initial shape? When you are writing the initial shape, it will look somehow like writing Hamza. So you're going to write a small c, the small c in English, and then you extend a tail. And that tail will be the joining line which will connect Ain to the following letter. And remember that in the initial position or the initial shape, we keep only the upper part of the letter. What about the middle position? If you can look, you will find that we go with the joining line first, and then you make something like an inverted triangle. Remember this well. It is an inverted triangle which is shaded from the middle. So you go with the joining line first, the two hands of the shape when it comes in the middle position. So the first hand or the first joining line, and then you go up, drawing an inverted triangle, and then go down again to the line to connect it with the following letter. What will happen with Ain when it comes in the final position is the same as in the middle position for the upper part of the shape, but you are not going to extend a line to join the letter with the following because it's already in the final position. So you finish making or drawing the inverted triangle and then you go down, make the lower part of the shape which looks like a bigger C. With ghain or gha, we will add nothing new because it looks exactly the same like her sister, which is ayn. In writing, they are the same. In their individual, initial, middle, and final position, ayn and ghain exactly the same. The only difference will be with the dot that appears above the shape. The first letter here we have is fa. That is the name of this letter. It sounds like fa, 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 as in fish, as in fan in English. Her sister is a hard sound. It is a hard sound. It sounds like qa, qa. Its name is qaf. If you can see, the sound is exactly like in English when you say call, call, or calm in the British accent of English. So this is a hard sound. So you need to depress the back of the tongue in the shape of a spoon to bring out this hard sound, as we said previously. Then we have a similar sound to cough, but this one is soft sound, not a hard sound. Its name is kef, and it sounds like k, like cat in English. So kef is the soft sound and qaf is the hard sound. They sound alike, but one of them is hard, which is qaf, and one of them is soft, which is kef. So here we have f, q, and k. As for writing fa in the individual position, you will find that it looks like a very tiny circle in its above shape or the upper shape. So you start with the starting point and then you go straight, then you turn and go down to the line and finish the shape with a tail. This is the individual shape of it. When it comes to the initial position, you are going to cut it in the point before you reach the tail. So you are going to write fa, the first part of it, and then you will extend the line to the joining line that will connect fa to the following letter. As for fa, when it comes in the middle position, again, it is joined with the previous letter and joined with the following letter, but it looks in the middle like a small tiny circle, smooth circle. So please be careful in this point because sometimes people are confused between fa, fa in the middle position and ghain in the middle position. Remember in ghain I told you it looks like an inverted closed triangle, but fa is like a smooth tiny circle when they come in the middle position. That's the difference between both, so we'll never be confused. So in the middle position, fa looks like a small tiny circle opened in the middle, and sometimes people close it as well, but it looks like a smooth circle. And again, you finish the circle with a joining line to connect fa with the following letter. After you finish this, you can back and put the dot above fa. When it comes in the final position, it is exactly the same like the individual position, only with a joining line connecting her to the previous letter. What we have just said about fa in all its different shapes will be applied here with qaf, exactly the same. Just note that qaf carries two dots above the shape. Kaf, k, kaf, k. In its individual position, I can tell you that it looks like L, capital L in English, but inverted. That's how exactly we write it. So as you write L, capital L in English, write it here when you write kef, but inverted. And don't forget that this letter carries hamza, okay? And of course, you remember how to write Hamza. It looks like a small tiny circle with an extended tail. But I want you to know that this Hamza is just the shape of the letter. It adds nothing to the sound of it. So though it looks, the kaf looks with Hamza, but we don't pronounce Hamza. It is just part of writing the letter. It adds no sound to kaf. So kaf is written like an inverted capital L in English with Hamza in the middle, and remember, don't pronounce Hamza. Kaf, when it comes in the initial position, its shape looks like Z. Exactly. So if you know how to write Z in English, you will be able to write be able to write kaf in the initial position and the middle position. When it comes to final shape, it will look exactly the same like the individual shape of kaf. Lam, l. The second sound is m. Its name is meme, meme, m. If you can see, it can be written in two shapes, the upper one and the lower one. Both of them are carrying the same name and carrying the same sound, just different texts and different contexts. Some people use the first shape and some other people use the second shape. But both of them are referring to the same character, which is meme, and the sound mm. The following letter is noon. Noon. It sounds like n. N. The last letter we have here is he. If you remember this apostrophe, it is indicating the glottal stop. It is he and pronounced like h. He, h. Lam. Lam's shape in the individual position, it looks like L again, but inverted. But the difference is that L in English has two straight sticks. But here we have an upper stick and lower rounded line. So the upper stick, and you don't remove your hands. You start up from the starting point and you go straight, finishing the first stick or the upper part, and then you go down the line in a rounded line back again to the writing line of your paper. That's lam in the individual position. When it comes to the initial position, it is back to the original shape of L in English with two straight sticks. So you start with the first stick and then you go straight with the other stick, and that is the initial shape of lam. When it comes in the middle position, it is preceded by a joining line and followed by a joining line. When it comes to the final position, we will make it like the individual shape of L, just preceded by a joining line to connect it with the previous letter. When writing meme in the individual position, you start from the starting point on the line and then you go up and turn round back to the line again, go straight, and then you go with a stick down the line. This is meme in its individual shape. When it comes to meme in the initial shape, again, we keep the upper part of the shape. So we keep only the tiny circle. So again, you make this tiny small circle and you go up to the line, making a joining line to connect meme with the following letters. When meme comes in the middle position, it is preceded by a line and followed by a line, and in the middle there is a small tiny circle again. But here remember that meme's tiny circle is below the line, because here you will tell me that it is the same like fa then. Okay, there are two differences. For meme, the small tiny smooth circle goes under the line. As for fa, the small tiny circle goes above the line, and remember that it is usually carrying a dot. That is a good difference between both of them. Meme in the final position will be looking the same as its shape when it comes in the individual position. Noon. In its individual shape, it looks like C looking up to the sky or looking upwards. So you finish writing the C, which is the main shape, and then you can add the dot in the middle of the shape or above the shape as you like. When it comes in the initial position, you begin from the starting point down to the writing line, and then you extend it to join it or to connect it with the following letter. When it comes in the middle position, it is written in the very same way, and you extend again the line to join or to connect noon with the following letter and the previous letter. When noon comes in the final position, it is preceded by a joining line and is written in the exact same way of it in the individual position. He, h. When it comes in the individual shape or in the individual position, when it stands alone, it looks like a small tiny circle or small circle. Okay, so when it stands alone, it looks like a circle, a small circle. When it comes in the initial position, you begin from the starting point, you will be writing an inverted C, but you don't reach the writing line. Don't go down the line now. Before you reach the line, you go up again to make a small tiny circle inside the shape. And this tiny circle should be hitting the upper part of the main shape, and then you turn and go down to the writing line. This is he in the initial position. When it comes in the middle position, it is looking like a ribbon. You can say it looks like number 8. The upper part is above the line and the lower part is below the line. In the final position, he is extended. No, you extend it with a joining line, which is connecting he to the previous letter. And then you go up straight with the stick, go down again, turn and close the shape. Then you can remove your hands at this point. Here we go. We reached the last two letters of the Arabic alphabets, which were 28. And the first of the last two is wow. Wow. That is the name of the letter. It sounds like w, w. And then yeah, yeah. It sounds like y. Wow will not make any difference in its shape in all positions. So you will find it is looking alike in the individual, initial, middle, and final position. How do you write it? You begin from the starting point and you turn and carry on. Don't remove your hands. Go down and go under the line, making a slide with a tail. And the same will happen with wow in the initial position, middle position, and final position. And of course, as you are becoming expert in this, in the middle position and final position, wow will be preceded by a joining line to connect it with the previous letter. For ya, when it comes in the individual position and final position, we usually say that it looks like a swimming duck. So in writing yeah in the individual position, we write it again like C. So you start with the you begin with the starting point and then you are going to turn, but don't remove your hands. Carry on and go under the line. Then move again back up to the writing line and end it with a tail. After you are done with the main shape, you can remove your hands and put two dots below yeah when it comes individually. When ya comes in the initial position, it will be written with two sticks, one standing and one on the line. So you begin with the starting point and then you go straight down to the writing line, go again horizontally on the line and join ya with the following letter. And don't forget to put the two dots below ya. The same thing will happen when ya comes in the middle position and again with the two hands previously and after. In the final position, as we just said, we are not going to write C. No, we will be writing, we will be completing because it is joined with a previous letter with a joining line. So that is the line that we are working on. We will go under the line and make the lower shape of yeah and back again to the writing line. Here you can remove your hands and put the final two dots of yeah. Exercise 1. Listen to the sound and choose the correct letter from the options in the table. طاء. Exercise 1. Listen to the sound and choose the correct letter from the options in the table. استمع إلى الصوت ثم اختر الحرف المناسب. طاء. ط. Please pause the video until you're done. قاف. ق. Please pause the video until you're done. واو. و. Please pause the video until you're done. تاء. ت. Please pause the video until you are done. ياء. ي. Please pause the video until you're done. غين. غ. Please pause the video until you are done. Exercise 2. Listen to the sound and write the letter you have heard. استمع إلى الصوت ثم اكتب الحرف الذي سمعته. عين. ع. فاء. ف. كاف. ك. طاء. ط. غين. غ. لام. ل. How is it going, my dear learner? Hope you're enjoying your journey so far. Now, we will start with lesson 2, short and long vowels. As we learned before that Arabic short vowels are 3 shapes shown above or below the letters. So they are not separate letters. They don't come standing as an individual letter. They are just shapes that appear above or below the letters as we have just said. In Arabic, there are 3 short vowels: فتحة, كسرة, and ضمة. I want you to notice that we are saying that they are single vowel markers that appear above or below the letters. So it is only one shape that you can see above or below the letter. We will take here the letter del, sounding as D, as an example to see how these shapes appear above or below the letters. Fatha is a tiny shape which appears above the letters, all the Arabic letters, and it sounds like a, as the English word fat. Kasra is a shape which appears below the letters, and the vowel sound is I, as in the English word sit. Dhamma is a tiny waw that appears above the shape. So we have 2 shapes here appearing above the letters, fatha and dhamma. As for dhamma, the vowel sound is u, as in the English word put. Again, for long vowels, we have 3 long vowels: alif, waw, and ya. But the long vowel marks here are basically a combination of a single vowel on the previous letter and then a letter used to lengthen the sound. So, the difference between short vowels and long vowels is that lengthening sound. So, I'm as a listener can distinguish between the short vowel mark and the long vowel mark. As we have just said, that the long vowel should be preceded by a short vowel of the same sound. Then, if you have alif, which is a long vowel as we have just said, then it will be preceded by fatha on the previous letter. Same sounds, fatha and alif. So this is a and this is a. You need to lengthen the sound if you find this alif. If you find ya, which is another long vowel, this ya will be preceded by a letter carrying kasra. Same sound again. Kasra is I. But if you have it followed by ya, it will be I. I'm lengthening the sound. As for waw, the third long vowel, it will be preceded also by a letter carrying dhamma, which sounds like oo. But if this dhamma is followed by waw, then you need to lengthen the sound. It will be oo. That's how you differentiate between short vowels and long vowels. Again, dal as an example. If you look in the brown rectangles, you will find that you have the Arabic character dal carrying fatha, kasra, and then dhamma. But these three markers, short vowels, are followed by the long vowels, which are alif, ya, and waw. How do we call them in Arabic? We say for alif, when it is preceded by fatha, then this is a long vowel. In Arabic, its name is alifu al-mad. Alifu al-mad. It sounds like in English when you say and. When it comes in an English context, when you are talking, you can say like, and this is the alif al-mad or the long vowel alif. The second one is ya. We say it is ya al-mad. So it sounds like e, as in seen in English. Waw al-mad. This is waw when it comes after a short vowel, dhamma. So this is waw al-mad. It will sound like oo, like food. Do you remember these letters? Okay, let's say them together. Alif, ba, and ta. Excellent. Super learner. So we have here two boxes for each letter. The first box is the letter carrying short vowels, and the second box is the same letter carrying and then followed by carrying short vowels and then followed by long vowels. Let's take alif as an example, the first one. So in the first box, we have alif carrying fatha. So this is a short vowel. How it will sound? It will sound like a. When it is dhamma, u. Kasra, e. The below box is alif again, but it is carrying a short vowel and then followed by a long vowel. So alif, the first long vowel, alif, it is carrying a very special or strange shape or a sign. Let me tell you what is this. As we have said before that the letter, the Arabic letter, should be carrying a short vowel and then followed by a long vowel so I can lengthen the sound. So here you can say that alif, or you can say alif carrying fatha, and this alif is followed by another alif, which is the long vowel. This structure is not accepted in Arabic. You cannot see it in Arabic text. It's wrong. So instead of this, we omit the alif of the long vowel and we replace it with this sign. So when you see this sign, you know that you have to lengthen the sound because there was here a long vowel alif. This is only happening with alif because in Arabic we don't accept two nor duplication of letters as in English. That's why we omit the long vowel alif and we replace it with this sign. So when you see this sign, you have to say alif like. Uh, let's go to the second one. Alif carrying dhamma and then followed by waw. How it will sound? It will sound like a long vowel, lengthening the dhamma. So it will be oo. When ya comes after an alif carrying kasra, it will sound like e. With long vowels, we need to lengthen the sound. Let's go for ba. When ba is carrying fatha, these are the short vowels, fatha, dhamma, and kasra. So I will say it like ba, bu, bi, short. But when these short vowels are followed by the long vowels alif, waw, and ya, you have to lengthen the sound, like ba, bu, bi. T. Carrying the short vowels, it will sound like t, tu, ti. But when these short vowels are followed by the long vowels, it will be lengthened, like te, tu, ti. Let's speak about Hamza. In Arabic, Hamza is a supplementary sign. So it is not a letter of its own. It is just a sign that appears above or below some letters. If you remember, this Hamza is written like a C with an extended tail, just to remind you. Its official pronunciation is a glottal stop. It is like in English when you make a pause, like we will be referring to its sound in our work by an apostrophe. Our friend Hamza is never joined to anything, so it is a non-joiner sign. It is a non-joiner sign which appears above or below some letters, as we have just said, and alif is one of these letters. You can see Hamza above alif or below alif. Hamza can also appear above waw, and that's how it looks like when Hamza and waw comes in the middle position of a word or the final position. And that is Hamza on waw when it comes in the initial position of a word. Hamza can also appear separately on the line, just standing alone on the line, not above or below any letter. As we said that Hamza can appear above some letters, ya is one of them. That is how it looks like when it comes in the final position. Hamza appears above ya. What if Hamza appears above ya again in the middle position or in the initial position? That's how it will look like. However, when Hamza comes at the beginning of the word, it should be coming or appearing above or below alif. It cannot stand alone in this position. At the beginning of any word, Hamza cannot stand separately on the line. You need to see it above alif or below alif. Ta marbuta is an Arabic feminine ending. As we in Arabic have masculine and feminine, so we use this ta marbuta as an indicator that the word that is connected to it is a feminine word. It is a feminine noun. Ta marbuta usually and only occurs at the end of words, and it has two forms. Final, when it comes after letters that can be joined to ta marbuta, the joiner letters, the joiners, these letters can be joined to ta marbuta. So at that case, it has a shape, and we will see it right now. And it also has a separate shape when it comes after letters that can never be joined to her, the non-joiner letters. These are the two shapes of ta marbuta, final and separate. So that's how ta marbuta looks like when it comes in a final position and preceded by a joiner letter. When it comes in the final position again, but stands separately because it is preceded by a non-joiner, it will look like a small tiny circle with two dots appearing above the shape. So as you can see that ta marbuta in the final position or in its separate shape, it looks like he. But the only difference is that it is appearing with two dots above the shape. How to pronounce ta marbuta? It is pronounced like ta normally, and especially if it is appearing with marks appearing above or below this ta marbuta, you have to pronounce it with these markers. So if ta marbuta is appearing with fatha, it will sound like ta, kasra, t, dhamma, tu. What if this ta marbuta is appearing with no markers at all? In that case, you will pronounce it as he. Okay, so that is when you pronounce ta marbuta with te if it is appearing with markers, and you are pronouncing the markers with ta marbuta. So both of them will be appearing in your pronunciation. However, if this ta marbuta is appearing with no tashkil, with no markers at all above or below it, so you pronounce it as he. So now I will tell you a rule that I want you to take it down as a note and mark it as a very important rule in pronunciation. The rule is once you stop, you drop. What does this mean? It means that when you stop on a word, either if it is the last word of the sentence or you run out of breath and you are pausing or stopping, in that case, you are going to drop the markers or the pronunciation of markers that appear at the end of the word. And that's why I told you when this ta marbuta is appearing with no markers above or below, you pronounce as he. So in that case, if you are dropping the markers in pronunciation, also you will drop the pronunciation of te as te and replace it with he. Okay? So this will be more illustrated with examples as we go through the course. So I don't want you to worry. Just mark this rule as very important. I will keep saying it a lot in our course. A very important thing to know in your reading and your writing is that in any Arabic text, if the letter lam is followed by alif, and this alif is carrying hamza above or below, or even this alif is coming without hamza at all, that's how they will look like together, lam and alif. They will take this shape. As you can see, the first one, lam with alif, no hamza, then lam with alif with hamza above, lam and alif with hamza below. So if you see this shape, you know that these are two letters, lam and alif. Here, we will start with some points that will help you in your reading Arabic. So we will consider this as a guideline for you that you can use as a reference when you want to read a word in its proper way in Arabic. So usually when we learn language, we use something like transliteration. This word means that we express the Arabic sounds in English letters. And sometimes it is used in the teaching and learning of other languages. So you can express the language that you are learning in the language that you understand. That's what is happening and what will happen together here in our course. So some Arabic sounds, that is the issue, that some Arabic sounds, they don't have an equivalent English letters. And to come out of this problem is that we use some certain symbols that I will give you now that we use to mimic the Arabic sounds. Okay. And as we previously mentioned, that there are hard and soft sounds in Arabic. They sound the same, but the place from where you pronounce the sound differs. So we say that there are two categories, soft sounds and hard sounds. How can we differentiate this in our reading? We will be referring to the hard sounds as we will be writing them, I mean, in capital letters. We will be having three groups here. Group 1, these are the sounds which more or less are the same like English. In Group 2, you will find sounds that do not occur in English at all, but they can be found in other European languages like Dutch, like Spanish. We will see that now. And Group 3, which are the sounds that are very specific to Arabic. Group 1. It includes sounds that are more or less like English. And here are the majority of the Arabic letters. The first one we have here is B, as in bank. Th, like in thin. T, you can find it in tart. R, as in run. H, like in hat. K, you can find it in the English word kick. Like the English word mom. N, as in nose. Y, like yonder. W, as in wonder. D, you find it in door. The, like in though. When we want to refer to this letter in English, we find that we need to use the same letters that we are using for th. See? TH and TH. How can we differentiate this? How can I know that this is the, not th? Sometimes it is referred to as d and h to tell you that this is the sound of though, not thin. So if you find d and h, you know that this is the sound of though. You have to make it that hard. L, as in line. Sh, in flash. S, in scene. J, in jar. And remember the hidden D. Do you remember? There is a hidden D in jar. We make the same hidden D in J in Arabic. F, in fan. Group 2. The sounds that do not occur in English, but they are found in other European languages, and in this group we have two letters. The first one is kh. We refer to it using the English letters K and H. This sound is found in Dutch in the word doch, doch, and in Spanish as well, in the name of a person, which is Jose. The second letter is R, and we refer to this sound using the English letters G and H. It sounds like R, and it is found in Dutch as in negen. Group 3. Sounds that are very specific to Arabic. On this slide, we will have the hard sounds, some of the hard sounds. The first one is صاد. We will be referring to it as S. But how can I know that this is the hard sound? Okay, we will make this S in a capital letter. So if you find in our transliteration, writing Arabic in English, if you find this capital S, you know that this is a hard letter. So it is not S. No, it is so, so, so. The second letter is do, do. We will be referring to it again with capital D. So if you find D in a capital form, that means it is do, do. But if it is D in the lower character, not capital, the other lower capital, then you will be pronouncing it as D, like indoor. But here it is do, do. Capital D is do, do. To, again, will be referred to with a capital T. The will be referred to with d and h, like in though. I know there will be a question here. What's the difference between this the and the previous the that we have been talking about maybe a few minutes before? Listen, in transliteration, we'll be using both d and h for both letters, but with practice, you will be able to differentiate between both. So I don't want you to worry about this point. We will solve it as we carry on learning together. So again, these four letters are the same, like the little versions S, D, T, and Th. But they are the hard sounds, the hard versions. We pronounce them with the end of the tongue depressed like a spoon shape. So if you find these letters transliterated I mean, we wrote it in English in capital letters. Remember to pronounce them as hard letters. We're still with group 3, sounds that are very specific to Arabic, and the letter that we have here is the letter Ain, sounding like A. We have a muscle in our throat which is never used except in vomiting. Think about that and pretend you're about to be sick. You will find yourself producing a sound by restricting the deep part of the throat and then immediately relaxing the muscle to release the airstream from the lungs. And it is here exactly where the sound Ain comes from. When we want to symbolize for this letter or transliterate it, some English texts which teach Arabic as well, they use number 3, and some other books they use colon, which are two dots above each other. In our course, when we will be transliterating the letter Ain, we will be using number 3. Another very specific sound to Arabic is the sound of Hamza, that glottal stop. You remember the pause when you just restrict for a second the flow of your airstream, of the airstream coming out from the lungs, like, and it happens when you pronounce the English word awful. Awful. This sound is Hamza sound, and it's again very specific to Arabic. This sound ha, ha. This one is usually referred to as h, but it is not pronounced as h. It is pronounced in the same way as ain, if you remember, but in ain, we completely close the muscles, but here, no, we don't completely close it. We just constrict the air and then allow it to escape. So it is in Arabic, I don't know if you're using this in your language. If we are touching something which is very hot, we usually make this sound. Yeah, so that is the sound of ha, and again, it is very specific to Arabic. And the last sound in this group, which includes the sounds that are very specific to Arabic, we have the sound qa, qa, as exactly when you pronounce k in the English word call when the British accent is speaking. So it is call, call. It is the sound exactly. When we are referring to it, we use the letter or the symbol qua, q, in a capital letter because as I've just said, it is a hard letter. So we refer to it using a capital letter. But I want you to remember again that it sounds like calm. It has nothing to do with the English combination Q and U as in queen. See, it is different pronunciation. Queen is different than calm. It is this qa in calm that we are looking for when you are pronouncing the letter qaf or the sound qa. As we have just said that the letter Ain and the Hamza, in their pronunciation, they are very similar with very little difference between both. However, we need to be very careful and not to be confused when reading and writing these two sounds especially, because any difference in the sound or any confusion between both sounds will cause difference in the meaning of the words they are appearing in. Let's take an example to make that clear for you. We pick the word work. Work in English is a noun. It is a noun, not a verb. And it means in Arabic, amal. Amal. That is the Arabic word, as you can see. How can we help you in our level now? Because we are still in the beginner level, so we need to use this transliteration thing or transliteration tool where we write the English, use the English letters to express the Arabic sounds. So as we have learned that we will be referring to Ain with number 3. So Ain number 3. What about the fatha that appears above ayn? We will be referring to it in transliteration as the letter A. So it will sound like a, 3 and a. Then to refer for meme with fatha in the Arabic word, we'll be putting it in English like M and A again. So it will be ma. For lam in amal, it will be referred to as L. So the word as a whole will be amal. As for Amal, we said that we will be referring to the Hamza as apostrophe. But this Hamza, which is appearing above Alif, is also carrying Fatha. So it will be apostrophe, then A, the letter A to refer for Fatha, then Mim with Fatha, it will be M and A. So ma, then finally Lam in Arabic will be L in English, and that means hope. So as you can see, two different words in English, work and hope, with two different meanings in Arabic, amal and amal. So we need to be very careful in the pronunciation of these two sounds especially, so as not to make any difference in the meaning. It is lesson 3. The rest of the diacritical marks, soft and hard sounds. One of the marks that usually appear above the letters is sukoon. That is the name of the mark that appears above the letter. This mark usually appears above the letters and never below. So if you can see, it is in Arabic sukoon, and that is the transliteration thing. See, S is standing for sin, and because sin is carrying dhamma, then we are referring to it with u, one single u. Then the kaf is referred to as k, and because this is carrying dhamma and then followed by waw, then we will be referring to the long vowel u like u, double u. So this means that here you need to lengthen the sound of u. It is su, short, then kun, long, then finally n, which is referring to noon. So the mark's name is sukun. It is a shape of a tiny circle that usually appears on the letters, as I have just told you, and it is used to emphasize the letter by stopping on the letter for less than a second, and then you carry on reading. Let's take some examples on the mark sukoon and how it appears on the letters, and again how to pronounce these letters with sukoon when it appears above them. We will start taking some of the Arabic words, and yes, we will be starting reading Arabic shortly. The first word here is mosque. And if you can look on the Arabic words, you will find that I'm highlighting for you the letter with the shape sukoon, with the mark sukoon. So if you find this tiny circle above seen, this means that you are going to stop here a bit. We pronounce the Arabic word like masjid, masjid. Okay, I wanted to look on the transliteration box. You will find that we are referring to meme with fatha as m followed by a. So it is me. Then s with sukoon, it is, sorry, sin with sukoon will be referred to as s. So we will stop here because we can see sukoon above sin. So we will stop on s. It will be mas. Then pronounce jim as in jar. Masjid. And you can see that below jim we have kasra. And that's why you will find that j in English is followed by I. This will be referring to kasra. So it sounds like masjid. We go down a bit because it is a short vowel. We don't lengthen here. Short vowel, so kasra is a short vowel. We don't lengthen. We just shortly go down and then come up again with dal, which is in English d. So the word is masjid. Masjid. The second word in English, we have house, and house in Arabic means bayt. Again, ya is coming in the middle position and it is carrying sukoon. So this is the letter where I'm going to stop. So if you look on the transliteration, you will find that we are referring for ba and fatha to as ba in English and then followed by a. So it is ba. Then the ya is referred to as y. So it is bayt. We stopped a bit on y and then we carried on reading t. So house in Arabic means bayt. From in Arabic means min, min. You will find that the letter which is carrying sukoon is noon. So this is the letter where we will stop on, and by chance it is coming at the end. So anyways, we are stopping. So we are referring to mim and kasra in transliteration as M and I. So it is mi, min, min. That is the Arabic word from. As for nose in English, in Arabic it means anf. And here, noon is the letter that is carrying sukoon. It is coming in the middle position, and we have to stop on it a bit before we carry on to the following letter. If you look on the transliteration, you will find that we are referring to hamza and fatha in a, anf as apostrophe and a. So it is a, then noon as n, fa as f. So if you want to make sure that you are pronouncing the Arabic letters well, look at the transliteration. So apostrophe is signifying hamza, then a is signifying fatha that appears above hamza, then noon for n, for f, anf. So we learned here four new words: masjid, mosque; bayt, house; min, from; anf, nose. Another diacritical mark is shadda. That's how we say it in Arabic, shadda. As you can see, it looks like the upper part of sin, but a tiny one. Only appears above the letters. It never comes below the letters, usually and only above the letters. In Arabic, it is not very much frequent to see duplication of letters as we have in English. Now, instead of this, we keep only one letter and then we add the shadda sign. It tells you that here there was another letter like this one, but we omit it, and instead of it, we put this shadda above the same letter. So you need to increase the emphasis on this letter because originally they were two, but instead of having two, we only keep one and we add shadda on it. So you need to emphasize the pronunciation of this letter. Shadda accepts usually other diacritical marks to appear above or below it. So you can see shadda and find fatha above shadda. Sometimes on other letters you find shadda and below it you can find kasra, or you have dhamma above shadda. So shadda is the only diacritical mark that accepts the occurrence of other diacritical marks above or below it. Let's take and see some examples about shadda. The first word that we have here is cat. Cat in Arabic means قطة. See how I am pronouncing the word? قطة. If you look on the blue color or the letter that is colored in blue, that is the one that is carrying shadda, and above shadda you can see fatha, because we said that shadda can accept other marks on it. Here we have it, shadda, and above the shadda we have fatha. What is the meaning of this shadda here? It means that originally there were two ta here. But because this is not acceptable in Arabic in all cases, we omit one ta and instead of it we put shadda on only one ta. Okay, so I want you to remember that the letter qa and the letter ta are hard sounds. So you make it like this, qa and ta. How do we put this in transliteration to help you read the word? If you can see qa, qa, it is written in capital qa, okay? Capital letter. So to remind you that this is a hard letter that you need to pronounce it hardly with the back of the tongue depressed like a spoon. Okay, so it looks like qa, qa. And for ta, which is another hard sound, we make it again with a capital letter ta, t, capital letter t. Why do we duplicate t here in the transliteration word? Because it is carrying shadda. So whenever you find shadda, you will find in the transliteration word double of the letter. We have t and t to tell you that here you need to emphasize the pronunciation of this letter, and it is in capital letter because it is a hard sound. So you don't pronounce it like t, no, to, to. It is qut. The second word is duck. Duck in Arabic means batta. Again, ta here is carrying shadda and fatha. If you look at the transliterated word, you will find that we are writing ta in capital letter and we are duplicating the t. Capital letter to tell you that it's a hard sound, duplication because it is carrying shadda. So how to pronounce it? You make it like this. Batta. You remember the rule of when you stop, you drop, and when we are stopping on t marbuta, we drop the pronunciation of t and we replace it with h. That's what's happening here. I said for cat, قطة, not قطة. No, that's wrong. We make it like قطة because we are stopping on the word. When come to duck, it is بطة. So we didn't pronounce the t at the end of the word, and instead of t, we replace it with he. The last word we have here is bear. Bear in Arabic means dub. You find that del is carrying dhamma, and in the transliteration word, there is d and then u. So you make the dhamma like do, do. Don't lengthen the sound, it's only dhamma, short vowel. Then you come to b, and b is carrying shadda, so you will find doubling the letter. It is b and b. It is dub. So we have three new words here. قطة. You can repeat after me. قطة, بطة, دب. We have here three more diacritical marks, but they are not new. They are just the extension of the single vowel marks, dhamma, fatha, and kasra. But instead of seeing a single fatha, they will be two. Single dhamma? No, they will be double dhamma and double kasra. This we called tanween. It is called in Arabic tanween, and it means double vowel marks. So we have double dhamma, double fatha, and double kasra. This duplication or this tanween, it adds the sound n to the single vowel mark. Let's see how the double vowel marks or tanween appear on Arabic letters. And we will use again the Arabic character del, sounding like d, to show you how these marks appear above or below the letter. The first one we have is double fatha. It appears two fathas above the letter del. When you want to pronounce del with tanween with fatha, it will be sounding like n, n, like in the English word ran. When double kasra appears below the letter, so you pronounce the letter d, the sound of the letter d, and then you add the sound in to it. So it will be din, like in English, pin. If you have double dhamma above del, you will pronounce the letter or the sound of the letter d, and then you will add the sound of un to the d. It will be dun. And you can find the sound in the English word dragon. Let's take a word and see how tanween of different kinds appear on the last word of it. So the first one we have tanween with kasra. That when there is double kasra below the letter or the last letter. By the way, usually tanween appears at the end of the word. It never comes in the middle, never. Usually comes at the end of a word. So if you have double kasra, we say it is tanween with kasra. When it is double dhamma, we say it is tanween with dhamma. Double fatha, it will be tanween with fatha. The word we have here, we have just used it before when we were talking about shadda. It is qatta. You remember what is the meaning of qatta? Excellent. It is cat. Again, we have here, if you look at the end of the word, you will see te, and below te you have double kasra. How shall we pronounce that? We will say it like قطة, قطة. So you pronounce the letter t and then you add to it the two letters or the two sounds in. When it is double dhamma or tanween with dhamma, you pronounce t and you add for it the sound of un. It will be قطة. If it is tanween with fatha, it will be ta and then you add the sound n to it. It will be like قطة, قطة. So قطة, قطة, قطة. Another example we have here is the word a house. A house in Arabic means بيت. We will see bait with different double vowel marks on the last letter of it. The last letter of this word is ta. So this ta is carrying double fatha. Then you will make the letter ta, the sound of letter ta, t, and then you will add the sound of the double fatha, which is an. It will sound like baytan. Can you see this sukoon above the middle letter, which is ya? So we need to stop here for less than a second. It will sound like baytan. See, I stopped a bit on ya and then I carry on reading the rest of the letters. Then when double kasra appears below ta, again we will make the sound of ta and then followed by the sound of the double kasra, which is in. The word will be baytin. When double dhamma appears on ta, above ta, so you have it is two tiny dhammas together. Sometimes they make it as you can see, but that's for the sake of writing on the devices. But when you write it on a paper, you can make it like two tiny dhammas. No need to make it like that. So again, te is appearing with double dhamma above it. So you make the sound of te and then follow it with the sound of the tanween with dhamma. So it will sound like baytun, te and then un, baytun. A final example on the double vowel marks or tanween is the English word a book. A book in Arabic means kitab, kitab. But here the word is appearing with different double vowel marks. The first one is double fatha. And as we have learned that we pronounce the sound of the last letter of the word and then we add the sound of the double fatha. So it will be kitab ban, ba and then an. If you look on the transliterated word of kitaban, you will find that we are writing ke, and then I, which is the sound of kesra, short vowel, go short, ki, ki, and then te. Look at te, it is carrying fatha and then followed by alif, which is a long vowel. So fatha and then alif, this is a long vowel. We need to lengthen the sound of a, and that's why you will find that it is t in the transliterated word, it's t, and then followed by double a. To remind you that this is a long vowel where you have to lengthen the sound of a. So it will be kitaban. Excellent, very good. When kitab comes carrying double kasra below ba, it will sound like kitabin. Again, the sound of ba and then the sound of the double kasra, it will be kitabin. Ba with double dhamma, it will be kitabun. So kitaban, kitabin, and kitabun. Here we have the table showing you how the double kasra appears on all the Arabic letters. Let's take the first row to revise the sound of the letters. At the same time, we practice how the double kasra is pronounced with them. The first one is I. Alif with hamza below sounds like I. Then we add the in of the double kasra, it will be in. The second one, ba, that's the sound of the letter. Then we add the sound of the double kasra, in. So it will be bin. Ta, tin. Tha, thin. J, جن ح حن خا خن د دن ذ ذن را رن زي زن سين س سن ش شن صا hard letter صا صن ضا hard letter ضن طا hard letter طن ظا again hard letter ظن ع عين ع عن ع عن غا غن ف فن قا hard letter قن ك كن ل لن م من ن نن nin the sound of noon and then the sound of in nin h hin w win y yin. And here double dhamma is shown on all the Arabic letters in the very same way like the kasra. You are going to pronounce the sound of each and every letter and then you add the sound of the double dhamma, which is un. I will practice with you the first row and I will leave the rest for you. The first one is alif with fatha above. In that case, you're going to make the sound of the glottal stop, that pause sound, which is You remember awful? Awful in English, that's Then you will add the sound of un, which is the double dhamma sound. Then alif with dhamma above, it will be sounding like un. Then bun and tun, thun, jun. I want you to practice the rest of the letters with the sound of the double dhamma. In the previous tables, you have noticed that double kasra and double dhamma just appear on the last letter of the word. The sign of both double kasra and double dhamma just appear on the last letter of the word without any changes to the word itself. However, this is not the case with double fatha. If you want to add tanween with fatha to a word, you need to make two things. The first step will be double fatha on the last letter of the word, and then you need to follow that by alif. You have an example here, which is a house. House in Arabic means bayt. So you need to add tanween with fatha on t, and then you follow that with alif. So it will be baytan. We have an example of the double fatha and how it appears on a word. The example we have here is a horse. A horse in Arabic is حصان. Ha with kasra, we make it like he. Then we follow it with sa. You see, they are connected together. Ha in the initial position, then a connecting line to connect it with sad. And then sa is a hard sound. We connect it with alif, so it is hisa. And then we make n, the sound of noon, hisan. Okay, we lengthen the sound of alif because we have here a combination of fatha and then alif, so it is a long vowel. You need to make it like hisan. Now I need to add tanween with fatha. What shall I do? We know that we need to make two steps. Step number one, add tanween, double fatha on noon, which is the last letter of the word. And then I connect noon with alif. So that is the slight change which double fatha usually make to the word. So in adding double fatha, we make two steps. Step one, add tanween with fatha or double fatha on the last letter of the word, and then add alif. So it will be hisanan. Another example to show you how tanween with fatha appears on letter, we have bird. Bird in Arabic is عصفور. عصفور. Notice that we are having عين with a dhamma. So it is عو. Then it is followed by صاد. And this صاد is carrying sukoon. So I need to stop here for less than a second. عصفور. Then we have the combination. F is carrying dhamma and then followed by waw. What does this remind you of? It is the long vowel waw. So it will be said or pronounced with a lengthened sound of waw. So it is عصفور. Then I make the sound of r. Now I need to add the double fatha to this word. What will happen is apply the two steps. Number one, add tanween or double fatha on ra, the last letter of the word, and then add alif. So it will be عصفورا. We have a linguistic remark here. The original rule for tanween with fatha is the two steps. Add double fatha on the last letter, then you add alif. However, this will not be applied when the word itself is ending in ta marbuta in any of its shapes. So if you can see a word ending in ta marbuta, like any of the ones that you can see in front of you, what you will do is just add double fatha on the word, and this is it, on this letter itself, on the last letter of the word, and this is it. No need for adding alif. Another case is when the word itself is ending in ye. You say it like e. In that case also, you just add double fatha above this letter when it is the last letter of the word, and then no need for adding alif. The last case when the word itself is ending with alif and hamza. If you find this, add double fatha on hamza without adding another alif. So in these three cases, you deal with double fatha exactly as you do with double kasra and double dhamma. We have a phonetic remark here with regard to the pronunciation of letter y, which occurs frequently at the end of words. It is usually pronounced as e, but in some cases it is also pronounced as a, which is when, let's see how to decide. When it is pronounced as E, it is written with two dots below the shape. When it is pronounced as A, it is written without these two dots. However, we cannot rely on this clue all of the times. Let me give you the magic clue. Your magical clue will be in the letter preceding ye. So if you find ye preceded by a letter carrying fatha, in that case you pronounce ye as a. When the letter preceding ya is carrying kasra, then this ya will be pronounced as e. Let's take an example. On in Arabic means ala. Ala. This word is ending in ya. However, when I was saying the word, it sounds like alif. The reason is if you look on the letter preceding ya, you will find that lam is carrying fatha. So, and we have learned that if the letter preceding ya is carrying fatha, then we pronounce ya as a. Look on the word below this. It is in. In means fi. Fi. This is another Arabic word ending in ya, but here I pronounce ya as e. The reason is the letter preceding ya is carrying kasra. That's why we pronounce ya as e. So the first word is ala and the second one is fi. Both of them are ending in ye, but the first one is pronounced as a because it is preceded by a letter carrying fatha. However, the second one is pronounced as e because the preceding letter is carrying kasra. We have a very important writing remark here. In our introduction, we said that all Arabic letters are joined together and we call them joiners, and they are considered the majority of the Arabic alphabets. However, we have few letters that we call them the non-joiners. They are the letters that are connected with a line to the preceding letter, but are never connected to the following letter. And these letters are Ra, Zay, Dal, Dhal, Alif with Hamza above, Alif with Hamza below, and Alif without Hamza at all, and finally Waw. When you find any of these letters, the non-joiners, you will find them connected to the previous letter, but they are never connected to the following letter. Let's take some examples on the joiners and the non-joiners in the Arabic letters. The first word is a mosque. A mosque in Arabic means masjid. This word we have taken before, you remember? So masjid here, if you look at all the letters of the word, they are all connected and they are all taking their shapes according to their position in the word. So we have meme connected to sin, and then sin is connected to jim because all of them are joiners. And then again, you connect jim to del. Del, yes, is one of the non-joiners, but it can be connected to the previous letter. However, if this del is followed by any other letter, it will never be connected to it. Another word we have here is a flower. A flower in Arabic means warda. This word is very special because all the letters of it are non-joiners. You can see they are all standing individually, not connected to any of each others. So you have waw standing alone, ra, del. You cannot connect them to the previous or to the following letters because they are all non-joiners, except of course ta marbuta. It is a joiner, but dal is a non-joiner. It cannot be connected to the following letter, which is ta marbuta. Another example is aman. Aman in Arabic means rajul. Ra is a non-joiner, so it will not be connected to Jim. It will stand alone, and then you will start writing Jim and connect it normally with a joining line to Lam, because Jim and Lam are normal joiners. Only Ra is a non-joiner, so it stands alone and never be connected to the following letter. The last example we have on this slide is a boy. A boy in Arabic means walad. Walad. Again, this word is starting with waw, and waw is a non-joiner. So you write waw and never connect it to the following letter, which is lam. So you write lam as if it is coming in the initial position. And because it is a joiner, a normal letter, then you can join it with del. Yes, del is a non-joiner, but you can see it is already connected to the previous letter, but will not be connected to any other letters that come after del. We're still with joiners and non-joiners, and the word that we have here is to visit. To visit in Arabic means yazur. Yazur. If you can notice that we start the word with yeah in the initial position, and then we extend a joining line to connect it to z. So they, yes, is one of the non-joiners, but non-joiners are connected to the previous letter, and that's what happens here. They is connected to the previous letter, which is yeah, but it will never be connected to the following letter, which is waw. And waw again is a non-joiner, not to be connected to the following letter. And the following letter again is a non-joiner. So we have the beginning of the word joined normally, but the last three letters are non-joiners. So again, the word to visit means yazur. And remember, I'm lengthening oo because we have a combination of dhamma on zay, and then it is followed by the long vowel waw. So you have to lengthen the sound. And if you can look on the transliterated word, you find that we are duplicating oo to remind you to lengthen the sound of U. يزور. Another word is a bird. Again, bird we have taken before. Record your vocabulary. A bird in Arabic means عصفور. عصفور. So, صاد, remember, صاد is a hard letter. You need to make it hardly. And that's why if you look on the transliterated word, you will find it written in a capital letter. I am reminding you of how to read the transliterated words to help you read well. So عصفور, we start with عين, which looks like 3 in transliteration, and then ضمة, which comes above عين, is transliterated as U, one U, because it's a short vowel. صاد as capital S, then ف as F. This fa is having the combination dhamma, which is a short vowel, and then followed by the long vowel waw. That's why u is duplicated here. Then finally we have ra. As for joiners and non-joiners, you will find that the first 3 letters are joined normally to each other. Then we come to waw, which is joined to the previous letter but not connected to the following letter, which is ra, a non-joiner again. A new word we have here is a monkey. A monkey in Arabic means قرد. قرد. Again, قرد. So قاف is a hard letter and دال is a soft letter. So only the hard letters will be written in capital letters. So you have here قاف is a joiner, very normal letter. It will be connected with a joining line to ra. But ra is a non-joiner, it will not be connected to dal. And we have the last example here is a book. A book, as we have said and learned before, it means kitab. Kitab. Kaf is connected with a joining line to ta. Ta is connected with a joining line to alif. But when you come to alif, remember, it's a non-joiner. It can be connected to the previous letter, but will not be connected to the following letter, which is ba. Here will be your reference for hard sounds and soft sounds. In Arabic, we have some letters that sound the same. We put them into 2 groups. Group 1 is hard sounds and group 2 is soft sounds. So you will find on the 2 columns each sound, each hard sound and its equivalent soft sound. Let's start with the first one. Its name is ta. You remember? Ta. Its equivalent soft sound is te, te. See how they are different? Even in transliteration, we will be using the same letters, but to distinguish them to you, we will usually be using the hard sounds with capital letters, as I have previously mentioned to you. So the first one is ta. Its equivalent soft sound is te. The second one is dha. Its equivalent soft one is the. قاف كاف ضاد دال صاد سين. Do you feel the difference? That is the difference that I need to hear, and any Arabic listener will be able to understand what you are saying if you make that sort of difference between hard sounds and soft sounds, otherwise meaning will be affected. Just to remind you that hard sounds are usually pronounced with the back of the tongue depressed into a spoon shape. Let's practice how to pronounce hard sounds and soft sounds with some examples. If you look on the column of hard sounds, you will find the first word is قطة. You see how I pronounce the first 2 letters because they are 2 hard sounds. It is pronounced as قطة. If you look on the other column, you will find again that the first 2 letters are soft sounds. They are the equivalent to qaf and ta, but here they are soft. So that's how you will say them. Kitab, kitab, قطة. See, there should be a difference. The following line we have for the hard sounds, عصفور. It is this so. عصفور. Its equivalent soft sound is مسجد. There is a difference. مسجد and عصفور. These words we have taken before, and that's why you will not find the translation of them, only the transliteration to remind you how to pronounce them. But for the meaning, I want you to start practicing remembering the meaning of the words in English. So the following line, we have a new word, which is ثعلب. ثعلب. Is a soft sound. Its equivalent hard sound is ظ. ظ. ظرف. ظرف. So ظرف, the meaning of this word is an envelope. And ثعلب, a fox. ثعلب. th and ظ. th and ظ. See, there is a difference. And the following one, we have the hard sound ط. ط again. بطة, a duck. بطة. Its equivalent soft sound is ت, and we have the word here بيت, a house. The last example we have here is ض. ض, and the word is ضيف, a new word, a guest. ضيف. ضاد. Its equivalent soft sound is دال, and we have a bear here. دب. دب. Lesson 4. Definite and indefinite. In Arabic, we don't have an equivalent to the indefinite articles that we use in English, which are a and an. So if you find a noun preceded by a or a noun preceded by an, you know that this noun is an indefinite noun. So there is an article that tells you about this. However, in Arabic, we don't have that. In English, for example, you could say, he is an engineer. The meaning of this sentence in Arabic is هو مهندس. So he in Arabic means هو. Engineer in Arabic means مهندس. So you can see that these are two words. There is no equivalent to an here. Okay, let's take another example. She is a teacher. So we have she, it means هي. That is in Arabic. Teacher means مدرسة. Again, I didn't give you an equivalent to a or an, right? So in Arabic, we don't have an equivalent article to indefinite nouns, but we have another thing I will tell you about shortly. So to know in Arabic that this word is an indefinite word or an indefinite noun, you need to look on the last letter of the word. If you find that it is carrying any of the tanween marks, double dhamma, double fatha, or even double kasra, you know that this is an indefinite noun. Definite nouns in Arabic are usually preceded by the letters L, Alif and Lam, which is the equivalent to the English word the. So the difference is the is a separate word that stands alone in the sentence. That's in English. However, in Arabic, it's only two letters that are connected to the noun. If you find them, you know that this word is a definite noun. Since tanween is the mark of an indefinite noun and L is the mark of a definite noun, then they can never come together in the same word. So any word with L, carrying L at the beginning of this word, will never accept tanween on the last letter of it. You will find only a single mark. If the word starts with L, the last letter of it will be carrying a single mark. If it is an indefinite noun, you will find that there is no L and there is tanween on the last letter of this word. Examples. The first one we have here is a mosque. A mosque is an indefinite noun because it is preceded by an indefinite article a. In Arabic, I'm expecting to see tanween on the last letter of this word, and that's what happens. Masjidun. So you find tanween on the last letter of this word, and here you know that this is an indefinite noun. For the mosque, the is a definite noun in English. What I expect in Arabic is two letters, al preceding the beginning of this word. It will be al masjidu. Look on the last letter of this word, you will find it's carrying only a single mark. Al masjidu, only a single mark, because al and tanween can never come together in the same word. The second example we have here is a book. A book is an indefinite noun in English, and its meaning in Arabic is kitabun. How can I know that this is an indefinite noun? Look on the last letter of this word, you will find tanween mark. The book in English means al-kitabu in Arabic. So the equivalent to that is the two letters that precede kitab, al-kitab. Another example, qalamun, a pen, a pen. It means qalamun, qalamun. It is an indefinite noun, and the indicator here for this is the tanween that appears on mim, the last letter of qalam. Qalamun is an indefinite word. The definite version of it is al-qalamu. I add al at the beginning of the word and only single mark on the last letter of this word. A house means baytun. The tanween that appears on the last letter of the word tells you that this is an indefinite noun. However, al-baytu, this al and the single mark that appears on the last letter of the word tells you that this is a definite noun. More examples. A girl, bintun, the girl, al-bintu. A boy, waladun, the boy, الولد. A horse, حصان, the horse, الحصان. A bird, عصفور, the bird, العصفور. Again, you can find in these examples, tanween that appears on the last letter of the word is an indicator that this word is an indefinite noun, a or an. However, L that is connected to the noun is your indicator that this word is a definite noun. And again, the last letter of the definite nouns will only be carrying a single mark, as you can see, and can never accept tanween on the last letter of it. With regard to the pronunciation of L, we have some remarks. The lam in L is sometimes pronounced. In some words, you can hear and see the sound of lam. However, in some other words, you can only see lam but can never hear it. So, I mean that lam is sometimes pronounced and written, and in some other words, it is written and not pronounced. If you have a word and you find that the letter lam is followed by a letter carrying shadda, then in pronunciation you drop lam. So lam is not pronounced if it is followed by a letter carrying shadda. When the letter lam is coming in a word and it is followed by a letter that is not carrying shadda and lam itself is carrying sukun, you pronounce lam. I want you usually to remember has to do with the pronunciation of lam, but in both cases, lam will be written and you will be seeing it in the word. Let's take some examples. The sun. In Arabic, it means ash-shams. Ash-shams. Listen carefully. Ash-shams. There is no lam here. In my pronunciation of the word, I drop the sound of lam, and that's because it is followed by a letter carrying shadda. When I find a shadda letter following lam, the sound of lam will be dropped in pronunciation. Another example, the window. In Arabic, it means ash-shubbak. Ash-shubbak. So again, I moved from alif to sheen and I stressed on sheen. As for lam, it is dropped in pronunciation because it is followed by a shadda letter. So the word window will be الشباك. Another example, the moon. In Arabic, it means al-qamar. Al-qamar. Here the sound of lam is very appearing, and that's because lam itself is carrying sukoon and it is not followed by a shadda letter. So you normally pronounce the sound of lam. The boy, al-walad. Again, lam is carrying sukoon and it is not followed by a shadda letter, and that's why it will be pronounced as any other letter. It will be al-walad. Another remark for the pronunciation of alif in L, the sound a. It is omitted in pronunciation only when it is preceded by a vowel or a. However, it is kept in writing. So these rules only are applied in pronunciation. However, in writing, you find alif and you find lam. Example, باب البيت, the door of the house. If you can see here al-bayt, we have alif and lam. But here, alif in pronunciation will be pronounced. Look on the transliteration. It is bab al-bayt. That's how you pronounce these two words together. Bab al-bayt. A here in L is pronounced because it is preceded by a consonant. In this phrase, في البيت, in the house. If you look on البيت, you will find that alif is preceded by a vowel. In that case, you need to drop the sound of a. You move from ya directly to lam. So it will be sounding like fil bayt, fil bayt. There is no alif here. So it is written but not pronounced. As we agreed before that the shape of the Arabic letters change according to their position in the word. Now we will learn and see how the letters of any word look like when they are coming separately, individual shapes, and when they are connected, the change that happens to them. The first phrase we have here is he sat. It is a phrase in the past. If you look on the Arabic word, the letters on their own, you will find that Jim is written separately, Lam and Sin. Now we need to connect and join them together. When Jim comes in the initial position, again we keep only the upper part of the shape and the lower part is omitted. After finishing writing the upper part of Jim, don't remove your hands, extend a joining line to connect Jim with Lam. Go up and then go down. Then you extend a joining line to connect Lam to Sin. As Sin is coming in the final position, we will write it exactly as its shape when it is standing separately, with the upper part and the lower part of the shape. How shall we read this? We will start by reading the sounds of each and every letter, but at the same time, you need to keep an eye on the marks. Here, the marks appearing above the letters are all fathas. So you will go up a bit because fatha is a short vowel. How shall we say it? J, la, sa. Jalasa. He wrote. You find the letters on their own is K, T, and B. Connect them together. Kaf will take the initial shape in the initial position. Then you connect it with T. Then you extend the joining line to connect T with B. Now read the sounds of the letters with your eye on the marks. It will be K, T, B. كتب. For he drank, it is sheen, ra, and be. Now we need to join them together. For sheen in the initial position, we keep only the upper part of the shape. So we omit the lower part. Finish writing the shape of sheen, then extend the joining line to connect sheen with ra. Now you have to stop and think. Ra is one of the non-joiners, so it will not be connected to the following letter, which is be. and ba is coming in the final position, will not be connected to ra, so write it exactly as its shape when it is standing alone separately. How to read this? شرب شرب. He went out. If you look on the letters on their own, kha, ra, and jim. Now we need to connect and join them together. For kha, when it comes on the initial position or in the initial position, we omit the lower part and we keep the upper part. Then you extend the joining line to connect it with ra. And ra again, don't forget, non-joiner, don't connect it to jim. So you are going to write jim and see jim in the individual position or the individual shape. How to read this? خرج. Sounds of the letters with I on the marks. He opened. فتح. Join them. ف. Then extend a joining line. Connect it to ت. Then join it to ح. Letters in the final position look exactly the same as their shapes in the individual position. How to read this? فتح. فتح. He understood. We have fe, he, and mim, m. How to connect this? Write fe in the initial position, extend a joining line, and make he as number 8. You make the upper part above the line, and then you go down and making the lower part below the line. Go back again to the writing line and extend a joining line to connect he to mim. How to read this? فهم, because he is carrying kasra. There is a kasra below he. So we need to go down in a short sound, short vowel. فهم. Don't lengthen, it is short. فهم. So you go up, go down, and then go up again. فهم. فهم. A boy. Letters on their own, waw, lam, and dal. We need to join them. Waw is a non-joiner, so it will stand again separately. It will not be connected to lam, and lam will be written in the initial position with an extended line to join lam with dal. So the word will sound like waladun. I want you here to remember the rule of once you stop, you drop. If you want to stop on dal, then you can drop the pronunciation and the sound of tanween with dhamma, un. So I can say a boy like waladun or walad. But for the sake of learning and to practice the sound of tanween, we say it. A boy, waladun. A man. We have ra, jim, and lam. Now we need to join them. Ra is a non-joiner. It will stand separate. Then we will write jim in the initial position, keeping only the upper part, and then extending the line to join jim with lam. And we need to read the sounds of the letters with an eye on the marks. We have ra with fatha, jim with dhamma, and then lam with tanween with dhamma or double dhamma. How shall we say this? Rajulun. Rajulun. So in the pronunciation of tanween with dhamma, you make the sound of lam and then connect it to un, the sound of double dhamma. Now I can tell you that you are quite ready to start reading in Arabic. Let's do that together. The title of our reading is الصياد صالح. الصياد صالح. Okay, you can see here that I'm putting a cross below lam to remind you that this lam is not pronounced in the word because it is followed by a shadda letter. So how to pronounce this? الصياد صالح. Remember, صاد is a hard sound. The meaning of this title is the fisherman. الصياد is the fisherman. And Saleh is a name of a man in Arabic. Let's start reading. Our title again is الصياد صالح. The first word here is حمل. حمل. الصياد. we have here dhamma, so we need to make it like الصياد. صالح. We read these two words before. And then this one, it starts with alif, with hamza and fatha. So we make the glottal stop sound and we make it with fatha. So it is a, a. Then da with fatha, da, a, da. Waw with fatha, a, da, wa. See how we do it? You just move a letter by letter. Say the sound and keep an eye on the mark. A, da, wa. But this waw is having the combination, fatha and alif, so you have to lengthen the sound of alif. A, da, wa, t. The last letter. أدوات. The following word is الصيد. الصيد. صاد again is a shadda letter. We don't pronounce lam in al. And we stress on صاد because it is a shadda letter, a hard letter, so you need to make it hard. الصيد. If you see ya is carrying sukoon, so I stopped for less than a second and even you don't notice. الصيد. So you just stop and then move quickly to the following letter. A quick stop. Then we have where it's a separate letter. It is not connected to any of the preceding or the following words. It's a word by itself. We will see now in the translation. Then we have the, we pronounced as the boy, the girl, the, so we pronounce like the. Then the, ba, ba. Now this word, alif with hamza below, we make it like I. So you make the glottal stop with kasra. We go down, I. Then you move to the following letter, which is lam with fatha, I, la. Here we have ya. Shall I say it as E or shall I say it as a? Our magical clue. Move to the preceding letter. Which mark is it carrying? It's fatha. Then ya will be pronounced as alif. So how shall we say this? Ila, as if we are having here alif. The following word, we have al, but see, lam is carrying sukoon and it is not followed by a shadda letter. Then here lam will be pronounced al, ba with fatha, al ba, ha with sukoon. Then I need to stop here a bit. Al bahri, al bahri. Let me explain for you the transliteration of this page. As-sayyad, we have a, then double S and capital S because it is a shadda letter and a hard letter. Then we have ya double again because it is a shadda letter as well. Then we have alif duplicated because it is a long vowel. And finally D for dal. Saleh, we have S in capital because again it is a hard letter, followed by double A because it is a long vowel. Then the rest of the letters, lam, L for lam, and then the kasra will be given as I. Then finally we have ha. Ha here, it is, we only use ha for it for convenience, but it's not the same sound, and we explained that before. Hamala, so we have ha and a because it is ha with fatha, then mim with fatha and lam with fatha. Again, as-sayyad, salih. This hamza we usually transliterate it as apostrophe, you remember? But because it is carrying fatha, then we will be adding a after that. Da, wa, da. And if you have a double of the letter, duplication for a because it is a long vowel. Very good. Where, this is a letter. It is wa with fatha, so we use wa and then a, and we will explain what is the meaning of this now. ذهب, this d and h symbolizes the, but it is not written in capital letter. It is in small letters or lower cases because it is not a hard letter. Then it is followed by a, as for fatha, ha and fatha, ba and fatha. Ila, then we have here again the apostrophe, which gives you the sound of the glottal stop, followed by I, which is standing for kasra. Then we have lam and for the fatha. Al-Bahri. Here we have al and lam, then ba with fatha, then we have ha with sukun, ra with kasra. Now the meaning of the page that we have read together. The fisherman Saleh. This is الصياد صالح. The fisherman Saleh carried the fishing kit. حمل الصياد صالح أدوات الصيد. And he went to the sea. وذهب إلى البحر. I lengthen the sound because I have the combination here. Fatha and alif. Fatha above صاد and then alif. So I need to lengthen the long vowel alif. صاد. Sa is a hard sound. Del is a soft sound. صاد. Then صالح. صالح. Again the combination. Fatha and alif. So you need to lengthen the sound. It is a long vowel. Let's go to this word. سَمَ. Sin is a soft sound with fatha. So you go up with a short vowel sa. Then mim with fatha. سَمَ. Then kaf. سَمَكَ. You remember the effect of tanween with fatha on words? It's two steps. We add the double fatha on the letter, the original letter of the original last letter of the word, and then we follow that with alif. And that's what is happening here. How can I say this? I will pronounce the sound of kaf and then I will follow it with the sound of tanween with fatha, which is an. So it will sound like sa, ma, kan. Let's go to the following word. Ka with fatha, ka. Tha is a soft sound with kasra. Then it is thi. But it is not only kasra. It is kasra and followed by ya. So here we have the combination. Then you need to lengthen the sound. Ka, thi. You need to lengthen the sound of e. Then we have tanween with fatha here. So I need to pronounce the sound of ra followed by the sound of tanween with fatha. An. كثيرا. That's how you read it. The following word, th, again a soft sound with dhamma, thu. Then followed by mim with shadda and fatha. So you remember that shadda is the mark or the diacritical mark that accept other marks on it or below it. So here we have fatha above shadda and we need to stress on mim because it is a shadda letter now. How to say the word? ثم. ثم. The following word, ba with fatha connected with alif. So it is a combination of fatha and alif. Then we lengthen here. Ba. Then the letter ayn. Why it is not connected to alif? Because alif is a non-joiner. It can be connected to the previous letter but not to the following letter. So here, ayn is not connected to alif. It stands alone and it is carrying fatha. So it is a. Then ba, hu. We have ha carrying dhamma, so it will be hu. Hu. Here we have fa with kasra and then followed by ya. So it will be a long vowel, fi. And because ya is preceded by kasra, it is said or pronounced as e, not a. The following word we have al. If I see L in front of me, I need to look on the following letter. If it is a shadda letter, then I will drop the sound of lam in pronunciation. So it will sound like assu, assu, because sin is a soft sound and is a shadda letter now. So you need to stress on it as if there are two sin. Assu, but don't forget to make the dhamma shape. Assu, assu, qi, assu, qi. Waw is not connected to qaf because waw is a non-joiner. So it is only connected to the previous letter which is seen and never connected to qaf. Now the transliteration of this page. صاد صالح سمكا كثيرا ثم باعه في السوق. Now the translation and the meaning of the page that we have read together. Saleh fished many fishes, then he sold them in the market. In this slide and the following one, you will find the vocabulary that came up in the 2 pages of the story. Lesson 1. Greeting people. We will start with some basic words and phrases related to greeting people. The morning. الصباح. الصباح. Good morning. صباح الخير. صباح الخير. Afternoon. مساء. مساء. Good afternoon. مساء الخير. مساء الخير. The evening. المساء. In Arabic, we don't have two different words for afternoon and the evening as in English. Both of them we refer to as مساء. So the afternoon, the evening, afternoon, evening, both of them will be referred to as مساء. The afternoon, the evening, المساء. Good evening will be مساء الخير. مساء الخير. Night. الليل. الليل. How many lambs we have on this word? We have 3 lambs, not 2, because one that is found in the definite article L, and then the 2 that are found below the shadda. So here, if you want to drop the pronunciation of lamb that is found in the definite article L, then you pronounce again 2 lambs because they are found under shadda. So it will be al-layl. You will move from the sound of alif in L to the sound of the shadda letter lam. It will be al-layl. Dream. حلم. حلم. Dreams. أحلام. أحلام. Sleep. ينام. ينام. Sleep as a noun. نوم. نوم. Hello or hi will be مرحبا or مرحبا. Bye will be مع السلامة. مع السلامة. مع السلامة. You in English, when it comes as a subject, it will be referred to all the people, whether it's masculine, feminine, or a group of people with only you. However, in Arabic, it changes. So if you are speaking to you and you are speaking to a masculine person, it will be أنت. أنت. You, when it comes as again as a subject, I mean, it's coming at the beginning of the word. You are a boy, you are a girl. So you here is coming as a subject pronoun. It's coming separately at the beginning of the sentence. So we refer to you when we are speaking to a feminine person, it will be أنتِ. However, you, when it is referring to a group of people, when they are mixed between masculine and feminine, then we will be saying أنتم. So you are our people, it will be أنتم. أنتم. So that is you when it comes in the subject pronoun, subject place, meaning it's coming at the beginning of a sentence and standing alone. When you are referring to you as an object, for example, you are saying your book, your car, your office. Here it is coming as an object. Again, it is used as your in all, with all the genders. However, in Arabic, we change the object pronoun. So when it comes as an object pronoun, it comes at the end of the sentence in English. In Arabic, it is just a letter that is attached to the word itself. For example, if you want to say your book, it will be كتابك. If you are talking to a man, masculine noun, it will be ka with fatha. So if it is kitabuka, so this is your book and you are talking to a man or a boy. Your car, for example, سيارتك. When you are referring to a feminine or talking to a feminine person and you are using your as an object, then again there will be a letter in Arabic attached to the word, and this letter is kaf, carrying kasra. So it is again kaf in masculine and kaf in feminine. The difference is in the marks appearing above and below the letter. So with masculine it is fatha on kaf, with feminine it is kasra below kaf. When you are talking to a group of people or referring to a group of people using your as an object, then you will attach kaf again but with meme. So here there are two letters, kum. So kaf with dhamma and then meme, that will be referring to your when you are speaking to a group of people. So if you are saying your book and you are talking to a group of students, for example, you will say kitabukum. That is the object pronoun. Hiba and Sally, they are two girls. They meet in the morning and they are exchanging some greetings. So the first one will be saying, for example, good morning, Sally. And that in Arabic will be صباح الخير يا سالي. صباح الخير يا سالي. What is this two letters يا and alif? It is usually preceding the name of people, the names of people, or if you are calling someone or addressing someone to attract their attention, we use these two letters usually. Yeah. Now she wants to reply. She will be using the same phrase صباح الخير يا هبة. صباح الخير يا هبة. Or she can change the word al-khayr with another word that is an-nur. An-nur. So you can either reply by saying صباح الخير or صباح النور. An-nur means light. If it is in the evening or in the afternoon, we will be using good afternoon, Sally, and the answer will be good afternoon, Hiba. The same will be with evening. Good evening, Sally, good evening, Hiba. We will be using the same things in Arabic, so we don't have two different phrases for evening and afternoon. So here will be مساء الخير يا سالي. The answer will be either مساء الخير يا هبة or مساء النور يا هبة. You can use this one or that one. Both are correct and both are used by people. If you want to greet people by saying welcome, in Arabic it will be أهلا وسهلا. أهلا وسهلا. You need to pronounce and the sounds of and the tanween in both words. It's part of the word. أهلا وسهلا. The answer will be thank you. It will be شكرا. شكرا or أهلا, again أهلا بك. أهلا بك. Of course, you know now what is this kaf with fatha, because you're saying the welcome is for you or I'm welcoming you to. That is the literal translation of this answer or this reply. However, it's not used like that. People in English just say thank you. And in Arabic, we use either أهلا بك or shukran. That, of course, if you are talking to a man or a boy. If you are talking to or replying to a woman or a girl, you will be using again أهلا بي, but then you will attach the object pronoun of the feminine. أهلا بكي. أهلا بكي. So it is kaf with kasra. Or you can simply, to avoid confusion, say shukran, which is thank you. If you're again replying to a group of people who told you أهلا وسهلا, you can reply by saying أهلا بي, but here you have to use the object pronoun for a group, which is كاف with ضمة and meme. أهلا بكم. أهلا بكم, or simply you can say شكرا. If you want to use the word please and you are talking to a man or a boy, then you have two choices, two different phrases. You can use any of them. Either to say min fadlika, min fadlika. So it is min fadli, there is kasra on lim, and then you attach it with the object pronoun for masculine, which is kaf with fatha. It will be min fadlika, or the word or the phrase لو سمحت. لو سمحت. Either this one or that one, both are correct. If you want to say again please, but this time you are talking to a woman or a girl, in that time again you will use min fadli, that is the origin, and then you attach it to the object pronoun for feminine, that is kaf with kasra. It will be min fadliki, min fadliki, min fadliki, or لو سمحتي. لو سمحتي, long vowel yeah. Here, if you are saying please to a woman or a girl. If you want to say see you soon, again you are talking to a boy or a man, you will say أراك, كاف with فتحة, أراك قريبا, that is soon. So أراك, that is see you. أراك, أرى, that is see, and then you here is coming as an object, and that's why you find that it is coming at the end of the Arabic word as a letter, which is kaf with fatha. أراك, it is attached to the word. It is أراك قريبا, that is soon, and that is the n sound in قريبا is part of the pronunciation of the word, so you cannot drop it as you stop. You have to say it with the tanween. أراك قريبا, the sound should be apparent in pronunciation. Again, if you're talking to a woman or a girl, then you will be using the same verb أرى, and then you attach it to the object pronoun of the feminine, which is كاف with كسرة. أراكِ. How are you? Look at you here. It is object. It is coming at the end of the question. So it is an object pronoun. It is standing separately as an individual word in English, but in Arabic, when you comes as an object pronoun, it will be a letter attached to the word. And it will change according to the gender of the person you're speaking to. So if you want to say how are you and you are talking to a man or a boy, your question in Arabic will be كيف, which is how. كيف حالك. كيف حالك. كيف حالك. The answer will be Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, which the literal translation of this one, the thanks are to go for Allah or for God. So Alhamdulillah, this is a phrase that is used a lot by Arabic people. Alhamdulillah. Then he will say, I am good. Ana, that is I. And then verb to be will not be translated here. It is not a primary verb. There is no action here. It's a helping verb. So it is ana, then you go for good together. Ana بخير. You will go to good directly. There is nothing will be separating between I, good. أنا بخير. So أنا بخير. الحمد لله. أنا بخير. Then he will be asking him again, how is he? So simply it will be the same as in English, and you. But you here, it is coming as a subject pronoun. Then you will use the separate words in Arabic. It will be أنت, because we're still talking to another man. If the same scenario is happening but with two ladies, so it will be again, how are you in Arabic? كيف حالك. كيف حالك. The answer will be again the phrase, which is Alhamdulillah, that is fixed. Sometimes people usually say when they are asked about how are them, how is their health, usually that will be the beginning of their answer, and then they will say I am good. It will be أنا بخير. Then she will give her the question to ask her about how are you again. So it will be وأنتِ. وأنتِ, because she is talking to another woman. Hello, which we said in the beginning that it can be given in Arabic as marhaban or marhaba. However, among the majority of the Arab people, they use the phrase peace be upon you, which is assalamu alaykum. Assalamu alaykum. And the reply will be and upon you peace, which is وعليكم وعليكم السلام وعليكم السلام. That السلام word means peace. I wish you a good night. I wish you a good night. If you are speaking to a man or a boy, you will say that in Arabic as أتمنى أتمنى. Okay, do you remember why we are pronouncing ya as alif? Exactly, well done, because the preceding letter is carrying fatha, and that's why we will pronounce ya as alif. أتمنى لا. أتمنى لا, that's I wish or I hope. Then you are going to attach the object pronoun you to the lam with fatha. So here you are talking to a man. So you will be using the object pronoun كيف with fatha. أتمنى لك a good night. It will be أتمنى لك ليلة سعيدة. You remember when we say that we don't have an equivalent for an indefinite noun? And a good night here is an indefinite noun. That's why we are replacing this indefinite article a in English with tanween on the noun, on the indefinite noun, on the last letter of it. It will be ليلة. أتمنى لك ليلة سعيدة. So ليلة, we pronounce the sound of N because I connect it with the following word ليلة سعيدة. So سعيدة here, it is an adjective. We are describing the night that it will be good or will be happy, whatever. So it is an adjective. And we said that adjectives are usually mirrors to the noun they are describing with regard to the marks, with regard to the gender. And here we can find that night, it is ending in ta marbuta, so it is a feminine word. And exactly the same is the adjective. It is ending with ta marbuta, which is a sign for a feminine word. So laylatan sa'ida with the marks, then the noun and the adjective will be carrying tanween with fatha. However, with layla, we will pronounce the tanween laylatan, but when we come to sa'ida, we will drop the sound of tanween. It will be there, it will be written, the tanween will be written, but will be dropped in pronunciation as we are stopping here. That is the end of our phrase. أتمنى لك ليلة سعيدة. Happy dreams, it will be أحلام أحلام سعيدة again. Sleep well, it means أتمنى لك نوما أتمنى لك نوما جيدا أتمنى لك نوما جيدا. And the word جيدا here has to be pronounced with the sound of N. It's part of the word. It cannot be dropped as you stop. So here أتمنى لك نوما جيدا. Of course, in the first wish and the last wish, we are talking to a man. Let's put this as if you are saying the same wish but to a woman. The first one, I wish you a good night. To a woman, it will be أتمنى لك. So use the other object pronoun for feminine. أتمنى لك, then complete the sentence as normal. ليلة سعيدة. Sleep well. أتمنى لك نوما جيدا. Okay, نوما will be pronounced with the sound of N because I connected to the following word. نوما جيدا. And again, جيدا will be said with the sound of N because we are, yes, we are stopping, but we will not drop here because the sound of N is part of the word. If you drop it, it will not be a correct word. Thank you to a man or a boy will be شكرا لك. شكرا لك. So it is attached, lam with fatha is attached to the object pronoun for masculine, which is kaf with fatha. Thank you to a woman or a girl will be شكرا لك. شكرا لك. So it is again the object pronoun for feminine, kaf with kasra. If you're talking to a group of people and saying thank you, it will be again شكرا لكم. شكرا لكم. That is the object pronoun for you. If you are talking to a group of people, it will be kaf with dhamma and mim. شكرا لكم. And I want you to remember that shukran has to be pronounced always with the sound of an. It's part of the word. If you want to say thank you so much, that will be in Arabic again, shukran, but you add another word which is jazilan. Shukran, jazilan. And both words has to be pronounced with an and never drop any of them. If you want to reply to all the thanks in the above rows, it will be you are welcome, which is al-afu. Al-afu. It's time for reading, and our book's title is Al-Maktabah. Al-Maktabah, the library. المكتبة. المكتبة. ذهب كريم. ذهب كريم وسلمى. سلمى. And here remember we are pronouncing yeah in Salma as alif because the preceding letter is carrying fatha. So you pronounced as if it is alif. Salma. That is the name of a girl. إلى إلى المكتبة. المكتبة. ذهب كريم وسلمى إلى المكتبة. So in the first trial, I read al-maktabati with the kasra because I'm just reading the word. However, when I am reading it in the sentence and I stopped on it, I dropped the pronunciation of ta marbuta as ta and I replaced this with he. And I also dropped the pronunciation of the short vowel kasra. So it will be like ذهب كريم وسلمى إلى المكتبة. This is the transliteration of the previous page. Please don't refer to this page unless you are already done with reading the Arabic. So come here only to double check your reading and make sure that you have read all the words in the correct form. The library, that is al-maktaba. Kareem and Salma. So Kareem is the name of a boy and Salma is the name of a girl and is wa and with fatha. Kareem and Salma means Kareem wa Salma. Went means ذهب. ذهب. To, it means إلى. The library, again, المكتبة. Kareem and Salma went to the library. قرأ. قرأ كريم كتابا عن الكواكب. It's a long word, so I need to split it into syllables as I'm doing now. الكواكب. So it is قرأ كريم كتابا عن الكواكب. So قرأ means he read. Kareem, as we know now that it is the name of the boy. And قرأ means he read. So to read. And kitaban is book. And he is reading or he reads a book about planets. So when I say to read about, it is قرأ عن. قرأ عن. That is the transliteration of the page that we have read together now. I would recommend that you go over this after reading the page, the Arabic page on your own, so you can double check your reading and the correct pronunciation of the words. Here is the translation of the page that we have just read, which is Kareem read a book about the planets. That is read about, which is قرأ عن. So Karim read a book about the planets, which means الكواكب. الكواكب. That is the planets. قرأت قرأت سلمى قرأت سلمى كتابا عن الحيوانات. Again, a long word, so split it now. يا الحيوانات الحيوانات. So again, قرأت سلمى كتابا عن الحيوانات الحيوانات. So again here we have قرأت عن, as we have with Karim, قرأ عن. So here it is read about. But there is a difference between when we are talking about Karim, we say قرأ كريم كتابا عن, right? قرأ was not ending in te. But here it is ending in te because it is a verb in the past and we are referring to Selma, a girl, a feminine noun, a feminine subject. So if you are using a verb in the past in Arabic, and you are referring to a man, you just don't add t at the end of the verb. But when you are talking about a feminine subject or the doer of the action, Selma here, and you are talking about something that happens in the past, then you need to add t, opened t at the end of the verb like we have here. قرأت سلمى كتابا عن الحيوانات. This is the transliteration of the previous page. Please don't refer to this page unless you are already done with reading the Arabic. So come here only to double check your reading and make sure that you have read all the words in the correct form. Selma read a book about the animals. So the animals here, it means al-hayawanat, that long word. Selma read a book about animals or about the animals. It means قرأت سلمى كتابا عن الحيوانات, the animals. In this slide and the following one, you will find the vocabulary, all the new words that came up in our reading. I'm stressing on the importance of learning the vocabulary. Study them well. Try to practice them as much as you can. Remember, vocabulary is your fuel to understanding and speaking Arabic well. Module 2, Lesson 2, Days of the Week. أيام الأسبوع. أيام الأسبوع. If you can notice that meme, the last letter of أيام, it is carrying dhamma, which is a vowel. And we agreed before that if we are having a vowel preceding alif in al, the definite article al, then we don't pronounce the sound of a. We move directly from meme with dhamma to lam. So it will be pronounced like أيام الأسبوع. We drop the pronunciation of ألف in الأسبوع. Let's take some basic words and phrases that are related to the topic of our lesson, days of the week. First of all, you will find the English word, then it will be followed by its Arabic equivalence, and then the transliteration of this word, which will help you pronounce it correctly. I will say the word and then I will pause for less than a second so you can repeat the word after me. Today, اليوم. tomorrow غدا. Yesterday أمس. أمس. And don't forget to make the glottal sound this of همزة. أمس. And make it with فتحة. أه أه أمس. Tonight الليلة. And here you find that we are having two lambs, right? No, that is not right. They are three lambs because the second lamb is carrying shadda. So originally here there were three lambs. So you will pronounce two lambs here, those under the shadda. But the one that is preceding lamb with shadda will not be pronounced because we agreed before that if lamb in the definite article L is followed by a shadda letter, then this lamb will not be pronounced in the word. It will be dropped only in pronunciation, but it is still written in the word. So you will find me saying الليلة. So here you heard only two lambs. It's not this lamb and that lamb. No, it is the two lambs under the shadda. الليلة. Okay, why do I pronounce ta marbuta here as ha? Because it is not carrying any mark. This is number one. Even if it was carrying a mark and I'm stopping on the word, I just pronounced the word and then I stopped, then I will drop the mark and I will drop the pronunciation of t of the ta marbuta and replace it with h. So the word will be pronounced like الليلة. Night. الليل. الليل. The same concept of al here, the same like al-layla. It is al-layl, but it is ending with lam. This is night. Day, an-nahar. An-nahar. Notice that we are again not pronouncing lam in the definite article L because it is followed by a shadda letter. And I stressed on noon as if there were two noons here. So you move directly from alif to noon and stress on it as if there are two noons. An-nahar. The day before yesterday. Here in English, they are almost four words, but in Arabic, they are only two. It will be أول أمس. أول أمس. After tomorrow, بعد غد. بعد غد. Again, بعد غد. Now, الآن. الآن. And here I am again reminding you of what is happening on this lam and alif and what is this mark and sign appearing above alif and why it is not a normal alif, a normal hamza, sorry. It is because this alif is a long vowel. Originally, it was a normal alif with a normal hamza, but with the combination fatha above alif and then followed by the long alif. But this is not accepted in the Arabic text. So instead, we omit both and we keep only one alif with this sign, which we call it mad. Mad. It is the sign of mad to show you that here you need to lengthen the sounds of alif. So it is not a short a, no, it is a long a. So how to pronounce now in Arabic? It is al-an. Afternoon. بعد الظهر. بعد الظهر. And remember, the is a hard sound. Look on the transliteration column. You will find it is written in capital letters to remind you to make it in a hard sound. And here you can figure out that after means bad because after tomorrow is بعد غد. Afternoon بعد الظهر. And again here we are having a shadda letter after lam in in afternoon you find الظهر بعد الظهر. So lam here will be dropped in pronunciation because it is followed by a shadda letter. In the morning. In means in Arabic fi. Then you have the morning. So the equivalent of the in Arabic is al. Then morning means sabah. So all in all will be fi as-sabah. Fi as-sabah. Again, you find that lam here in as-sabah is a shadda letter, so we drop the pronunciation of lam. Another one, we are having a vowel preceding alif in the definite article L, so you will not pronounce alif as well. You will move directly from f to sa. It will sound like f sabah, f sabah. And remember, Sad is a hard letter, and that's why you find it written in a capital letter. And they are two double S because it is a shadda letter. In Arabic, we have another word which is equivalent to fi sabah. You can use this one or that one. Both are correct and both refer to in the morning. This word is sabahan. Sabahan. Okay, so here I want you to take a note of this part. Why didn't I drop the pronunciation of tanween with fatha here, though I'm stopping on the word? So I said sabahan. Again, I pronounced it an, which is the tanween, though I stopped on the word. This is against the rule which is saying once you stop, you drop. So why I'm not dropping the tanween or the sound of tanween here? Because it is a part of the word. It cannot be omitted. This word will be nonsense. It will be of no meaning if you say sabaha. That's wrong. So here, tanween is part of the word. It cannot be omitted. You cannot apply the rule here. So it is called sabahan. Exactly like غد. غد here in after tomorrow. بعد غد and was in غدا in the previous slide. Here sabahan. You have to pronounce the tanween even if you stop on the word because it is part of the word. Sabahan. In the evening. It means في المساء. في المساء. في المساء. Why do I moved from fa directly to lam? Sorry, from fi to lam? Because alif here cannot be pronounced. It is preceded by a vowel letter which is a long vowel ya. So you need to move from في المساء. في المساء. As if there is no alif. في المساء. Another equivalent word to this in the evening is مساء. مساء. And again, you cannot drop tanween here because it is a part of the word. So for in the evening, you have two words. في المساء or مساء. In the morning, في الصباح or صباحا. Before we start with this table, let me remind you of something that we have learned together in the introduction of this course. We said that there is something which is very specific about Arabic with regard to numbers. Unlike English, which is having two groups, if you are talking about one thing, it will be singular, more than one, it will be plural. That is not the case in Arabic. We have three groups if you are talking about numbers. We have one, and this is we consider singular. Two, we consider dual, and then more than two will be plural. We will hint about this in this slide. So we'll be hinting to that again in this slide. So if you want to say a week in Arabic means أسبوع. أسبوع. If you are talking about 2 weeks here, there is a suffix, two letters that are added to the original words, at the end of it. So suffix is usually letters added at the end of a word. So we know that a week means أسبوع. If you're talking about 2 weeks, you will add two new letters to the word, which is alif and nun at the end of the word. So it will sound like أسبوعان. This alif and noon is a sign of the dual that we have been talking about a minute earlier. So it is أسبوعان. أسبوعان. So if you find this alif and noon at the end of the word, this is a hint that you are talking about two. Of course, if it is connected to a noun. Now we are speaking about a week. This is a noun, a name. So if you want to make it 2 weeks, you are going to add alif and noon at the end of the word. This is a suffix that indicates dual. What about the plural? Here in plural, we mean more than two. So if it is weeks, it will be أسابيع. أسابيع. Now I want you to notice two things here. S is a soft sound, so I have to make it softly. أس. Then after sin, there is a combination. You can see there is fatha on sin and then alif. So this is a long vowel. You need to lengthen the sound of alif. And it is repeated again in be and ye. So you have kasra below be and then ye. This is a long vowel. You need to lengthen ye. So don't make it short. No, it has to be long because the combination is found on sin and on be. Weeks, أسابيع. A day, يوم. يوم. 2 days, you will find the suffix again at the end of the original word. It will be يومان. يومان. Days, which we mean more than 2 days, it will be أيام. أيام. You can notice that there is shadda on ya, and this shadda is carrying fatha. So the combination is still found. We have fatha above the shadda of ya and then followed by alif. So you need to lengthen the sound of alif in this word. So days will be أيام. Now the fun part, days of the week in Arabic. But before learning how to name them in Arabic, let me teach you one small thing. Look at the English phrase days of the week. It is similar to the car of John, the house of Maria, and sometimes it is structured in a different way. Maria's house, John's car. All of these are called possession or ownership. In Arabic, we don't have all these structures. We just put the words in Arabic, and then when it comes to the pronunciation of these words, we connect them as one whole. So if you look on the Arabic words, you will find the days of the week means أيام الأسبوع. See how I am pronouncing it? It is said as if it is one whole. أيام الأسبوع. So if you said أيام alone and then الأسبوع alone, that will not be referring to the days of the week. Me as a listener will understand that you are saying أيام or days and then the week. So you're not saying the days of the week. The meaning will not be transferred in its proper way. So yes, they are two individual words, but in pronunciation you have to say them as one whole. أيام الأسبوع. Let's start with Sunday. الأحد. الأحد. Monday. الاثنين. And notice that I go down with إه because Hamza is appearing below ألف. So it is الاثنين. Don't forget to stop on ya for a bit because it is carrying sukun, that tiny small circle. Tuesday. الثلاثاء. الثلاثاء. Wednesday. الأربعاء. الأربعاء. Thursday. الخميس. الخميس. Friday. الجمعة. الجمعة. Saturday. السبت. السبت. الأحد. الاثنين. الثلاثاء. الأربعاء. الخميس. الجمعة. السبت. Now let's learn how to say today is Sunday in Arabic. اليوم هو الأحد. اليوم هو الأحد. اليوم today. Sunday الأحد. If you can notice with me that اليوم and الأحد are two definite nouns, they are attached to the definite article ال. In Arabic, when you are having a sentence with two nouns and both of them are definite nouns, where the second noun is referring to the first noun, you need to separate both nouns with a pronoun. And that pronoun should be matching in gender. So if you are talking about a masculine noun, then the pronoun should be masculine as well. If you are talking or the sentence is about a feminine noun, then the pronoun used to separate between both nouns will be feminine as well. So here we have اليوم is a masculine noun and there are two definite nouns. The second one is referring to the first one. الأحد is referring to اليوم. Then we need to separate this with هو, a masculine pronoun. So now let's learn how to say today is Sunday in Arabic. اليوم هو الأحد. اليوم هو الأحد. اليوم today. Sunday الأحد. If you can notice with me that اليوم and الأحد are two definite nouns, they are attached to the definite article ال. In Arabic, when you are having a sentence with two nouns and both of them are definite nouns, where the second noun is referring to the first noun, you need to separate both nouns with a pronoun. And that pronoun should be matching in gender. So if you are talking about a masculine noun, then the pronoun should be masculine as well. If you are talking or the sentence is about a feminine noun, then the pronoun used to separate between both nouns will be feminine as well. So here we have اليوم is a masculine noun and there are two definite nouns. The second one is referring to the first one. الأحد is referring to اليوم. Then we need to separate this with هو, a masculine pronoun. So today is Sunday is اليوم هو الأحد. What about is? In most cases, is, which is verb to be in English, when it is in the present tense, we are not usually putting it in Arabic. In a phrase like this, or in phrases like the one that we are having here, we are not putting is in Arabic. However, in some other sentences and phrases, you will find an equivalent to the verb to be, and we will learn that later. For the phrase that we are having now, today is Sunday, it is in Arabic اليوم هو الأحد. How to say tomorrow is Monday. غدا الاثنين. غدا tomorrow الاثنين Monday. And let me remind you that the sound of tanween with fatha an in the word غدا will never be dropped even if you stop on the word because it's a part of this word. If you say it without the sound of tanween with fatha, that will be wrong. It has to be غدا if you stop on the word or if you don't stop. So with this word and similar words that we have learned in the basic words and phrases, we don't drop when we stop because it's a part of this word. So it is غدا الاثنين. How to say yesterday was Saturday. أمس كان السبت. أمس كان السبت. So yesterday is أمس. Saturday السبت. What is this word كان? That is was. Verb to be in the past. When we are talking about a verb to be in the past in Arabic, when you are referring to a masculine word, a masculine noun, then the equivalent for was will be كان. أمس كان السبت. أمس كان السبت. And I'm not pronouncing lam in السبت because it is followed by a shadda letter. So كان is the equivalent of was. And it is kana because we are speaking about a masculine noun, which is أمس. Yesterday was Saturday in Arabic is أمس كان السبت. أمس كان السبت. How to say I go to the sea on Thursday. أنا أذهب إلى البحر يوم الخميس. Again, أنا أذهب إلى البحر يوم الخميس. I is أنا. I go. أنا أذهب. أنا أذهب. To إلى. And notice that ياء here is pronounced as ألف because it is preceded by a letter carrying فتحة. So in that case, though it is written ياء, you will pronounce it as ألف. And it is a vowel. So alif in al-bahr will not be pronounced. You will skip it. You will drop the pronunciation of alif in al-bahr and move from alif in ya to lam. So it is ilal bahr. Al-bahr, that is the sea. On Thursday, يوم الخميس. يوم الخميس. Sometimes we add the word يوم before the day itself. So that is just for clarification that you are talking about the day itself. So usually people add the word يوم, which means day, on Thursday. So it is يوم الخميس. I go to the sea on Thursday. أنا أذهب إلى البحر يوم الخميس. How to say I'm off on Friday. أنا إجازة يوم الجمعة. أنا إجازة يوم الجمعة. So as you know now, أنا means I. And again, am is verb to be in the present, and that's why it doesn't have an equivalent in this phrase. أنا إجازة. Now, if you stop on إجازة, on this word, so you will stop here on تاء مربوطة. If you stop, you drop. That is the normal case. So you are going to drop two things, the sound of tanween with fatha and the sound of تاء as t. This t will be replaced by h. So if you want to stop here, you will say أنا إجازة, which is I'm off. أنا إجازة. You stopped, you dropped. If you want to connect, if you are going to read the phrase as a whole with no stopping in between the words, it will be like that. أنا إجازة يوم الجمعة. How to say I will meet my friend on Wednesday. سوف أقابل صديقي يوم الأربعاء. سوف أقابل صديقي يوم الأربعاء. Let's understand what is the meaning of each and every word in this sentence. Of course, you know that I is أنا, okay? Will meet. Now we see that the verb in the English sentence is in the future tense. To represent future in Arabic, we use one word and there is another letter, but here we are using the word سوف. It is a separate word that is preceding the verb to indicate the future. سوف is will. So if you want to refer for the future, you will be using the word سوف. This is the individual word. There is another letter which is usually connected to the verb, which is only seen. So either to refer for the future using سوف, which is a separate word, or to connect the verb with the letter seen. So I will meet, it can be سوف أقابل or سأقابل. So either to say سوف, which is a separate word, or to connect the verb with the letter seen. Both of them will be referring to the future and both of them are correct. You can use any of them. So I will meet means سوف أقابل. Now the question, where is I in the Arabic sentence? Where is أنا? As we know that I is أنا, where is it in the Arabic sentence? Before I tell you where is it, let me tell you something which is very important in the English language and is reflected in Arabic as well. So in English, we have two types of verbs, either a helping verb or a primary verb, a main verb. What do we mean by helpers or helping verb? This is is, are, was, were, has, have, and had. All of these are not main verbs. We use them as helpers. However, a main verb or a primary verb means that that is the main action. Something like eat, drink, play, help, work, walk. All of these are main verbs. So, how is this reflected in Arabic? If you find the doer, the subject, I, you, we, they, any of these, if it is followed by a helper, the doer or the subject appears in the Arabic sentence, as you have seen in the previous slides. I am off on Friday. أنا إجازة يوم الجمعة. So أنا here appears because it is followed by a helper, am. However, here I is followed by a primary verb, a main verb. In that case, we omit it in the Arabic sentence because it is already referred to in the verb itself. Look at our sentence, you will find the verb is starting with alif. I'm referring to it and using the color code. If you can notice that I is in green and alif in the verb is also in green. So when the verb is in the present tense, it refers to the doer by using the same letter, the same initiating or the first letter of the word أنا. So أنا starts with alif and the verb when it is in the present will be also used with alif in the initial position referring to I. So there is no need here to duplicate أنا سوف أقابل, though it is correct. However, you can find it in most of the Arabic texts, it is omitted when the verb is a main verb. So here, because أنا starts with alif, then the verb in the present will also be starting with alif, referring to أنا. And that's why أنا is not appearing in the sentence here. سوف أقابل means I will meet. Friend in Arabic means صديق. صديق. Where is my? My is this year added, this pronoun is added at the end of the noun. So it is صديقي. E means my. If I want to say my pen, you remember the meaning of pen? Pen in Arabic means قلم. So if I want to say my pen, it will be قلمي. My friend صديقي. So you just add the letter ya at the end of the noun to refer that it belongs to my. Then on Wednesday will be يوم الأربعاء. As I told you, that day in the names of the days of the week is translated and given in Arabic. يوم الأربعاء. So let's read the sentence again. سوف أقابل صديقي يوم الأربعاء. سوف أقابل صديقي يوم الأربعاء. In this slide and the following one, you will find the vocabulary used in the phrases that we have learned together. Let's read together. أيام الأسبوع. أيام الأسبوع. The days of the week. Let's start reading together. The book is أيام الأسبوع. That is the title of the book. أيام الأسبوع, the days of the week. So it appears from the English title that it is ownership. And if you remember, the ownership in Arabic, they are two separate words, but when you pronounce them, you say them as one whole. When you start reading, I want you to pronounce the sound of the letters with your eye on the marks and move accordingly. So as you see the marks, move with the sound of the letters. If it is fatha, move up. If it is kasra, move down. If it is sukun, just stop. Okay, so let's start with the first word of this page. نحن. نحن. Fatha, sukun, and dhamma. So you go like that. نحن. نذهب. نحن نذهب. إلى. إلى. It is written here, but it is pronounced as alif because the preceding letter is carrying fatha. So I say it like إلى. And since it is a vowel that is followed by L, the definite article, then alif in this article will not be pronounced. So you will move from the ya pronounced as alif to lam. It will be إلى المدرسة. إلى المدرسة. 5 أيام في الأسبوع. في, it is yeah, it is clear yeah because the preceding letter is carrying kasra and still it is a long vowel. So the alif that is coming after this vowel will not be pronounced. So you will move from yeah directly to lam. في الأسبوع. Okay? Again. نحن نذهب إلى المدرسة 5 أيام في الأسبوع. Here is the transliteration of the previous page where you will double check your reading. So first of all, it is أيام. So here we have apostrophe signifying the hamza, and then you have alif for fatha. Ya is duplicated because in the Arabic it is with shadda. Again, a here is signifying fatha and mim for mim, then u for dhamma, and it is a short vowel, and that's why we use only one u. And because it is a short vowel, then a for l will be omitted in pronunciation. So you say it like أيام الأسبوع. نحن, this is ha, not h, ha, نحن نذهب, this is the, نذهب إلى المدرسة. So here again, a for L is omitted because it is preceded by a short vowel. So you move from a to lam of المدرسة, not a. So with this a of L, it's omitted in pronunciation. خمسة. خمسة أيام في الأسبوع. Let's see the meaning of what we have read now. Days of the week, now you understand that this is أيام الأسبوع. Now, we go to. I want to ask you a question. This go, is it a primary verb or a helper? Exactly. It is a primary verb, a main verb. And for we, it means نحن. That's why in the Arabic text you find me putting نحن in between brackets. Because since نحن, and this is the doer of the action, the subject, it is followed by a primary verb, then this نحن will be omitted. It will not be found in most of the Arabic texts. So if you didn't find this we in Arabic as nahnu, you understand that it is because the following verb is a primary verb and it is referring to the doer by the beginning letter, the starting letter. If you are back to the Arabic page, you will find the verb is starting with noon. نذهب, like nahnu. So noon for nahnu, it is again standing in the present verb, the primary present verb that starts again with noon, نذهب. So it is نحن نذهب. So you can say it like نذهب إلى المدرسة without نحن, or you can say it with نحن نذهب إلى المدرسة. I'm telling you this so in case you find that the subject or the doer is not found in the Arabic sentence, you understand why. It will be because the following verb is a primary verb and not a helper. So we go to, it means نحن نذهب إلى. So to is إلى. The school المدرسة. 5 in Arabic is خمسة. Days, أيام. In, في. The week, الأسبوع. أيام الأسبوع. في أيام الأحد والاثنين والثلاثاء والأربعاء والخميس. Okay, so here he is just naming the days of the week. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So في أيامي means in the days of Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. With fatha, it is yes one letter with fatha, but it is the meaning or the translation of and. So and in English is in Arabic only one letter, which is waw with fatha. نقرأ, نقرأ, that is a verb. And you can tell now why this verb is starting with noon. Because we are still referring to the doer, which was on the first page, نحن. So on the first page, he tells you, or the writer tells you, that we are speaking about نحن. نحن نذهب. That was on the first page of this book. So نحن نذهب. When he will carry on writing the other verbs, the main verbs, he will not be repeating نحن. Only there will be noon starting all the verbs that are in the present tense, referring to the doer of these actions, which is نحن. So you will find that all the main verbs referring to نحن will be starting with noon. So the first one we have here is نقرأ. So the verb is mentioned without نحن. Again and. نقرأ ونكتب. Did you notice the difference when I said قا in نقرأ وكا in نكتب? That's hard and soft sounds, remember? Then نرسم. نرسم. Why ra is not connected to seen in the verb نرسم? You find that ra is not connected to sin. Exactly. Well done. Because ra is a non-joiner letter, it can be connected to the previous letter but will not be connected to the following letter. ونلعب نلعب نقرأ ونكتب ونرسم ونلعب. So that's what they do in the days of the week, and let's see what is the meaning of this. That is the transliteration of the page that we have read together now. I would recommend that you go over this after reading the page, the Arabic page on your own, so you can double check your reading and the correct pronunciation of the words. We read, that is نقرأ. We write, نكتب. We draw, نرسم. And wow with فتحة, that's and. We play, نلعب. I want to draw your attention to something that usually in English, when we are listing things, listing verbs, listing nouns, we read, that is نقرأ. We write, نكتب. We draw, نرسم. And wow with فتحة, that's and. We play, نلعب. I want to draw your attention to something that usually in English, when we are listing things, listing verbs, listing nouns, we just use commas in between the words, and before the last one of our list, we just add and. However, in Arabic, that's not usually the case. We have to be adding waw with fatha, which is wa, in between all the words that are listed. So, نقرأ و, نكتب و, نرسم ونلعب. So where will be coming to translate this apostrophe, or sorry, this comma in between the words that you are listing. يوم الجمعة والسبت. Now these words are quite familiar for you now. The new words will be عطلة أسبوعية. So again, عطلة. Here ta is a hard sound, and te will be pronounced as t with the sound of tanween with dhamma, because in reading I connected both words together. عطلة أسبوعية. Since I'm not stopping, then I will be pronouncing te as t, and I will be pronouncing the sound of tanween with dhamma. So it will be عطلة. The following word is a long word. So see how I'm going to read it by splitting the long word into small syllables. أسبوعية. أسبوعية. So I stopped on sin a bit, so I make a syllable here saying us. Then b with waw. B is carrying dhamma, it is having the combination dhamma and then waw, so I need to lengthen the sound of u. It will be أسبوعية. And then I will stress on ya, because it is carrying shadda with going up with fatha. So it is أسبوعية. When I stop on this word, I need to drop the letter t, the sound of the letter t as t, and I replace it with h. So the t will be replaced with h, and the sound of tanween of dhamma, tanween with dhamma, will be dropped. So how we will say this? عطلة أسبوعية. The first one is pronounced because it is connected. However, when I stop on the last word, I drop the sound of t and the sound of tanween with dhamma. That is the transliteration of the page that we have read together now. I would recommend that you go over this after reading the page, the Arabic page on your own, so you can double check your reading and the correct pronunciation of the words. Friday and Saturday are weekly holiday. So يوم الجمعة, Friday, and Saturday, يوم السبت. Weekly holiday. Weekly holiday means in Arabic عطلة أسبوعية. So weekly is أسبوعية. Holiday عطلة. نزور الأقارب والأصدقاء. نزور الأقارب والأصدقاء. So نزور نزور. So you have here زين. This letter is carrying the combination. It is Dhamma and then followed by Waw. Then I want you to remember to lengthen the sound of U. Again, notice that this verb is in the present and starting with Noon, referring to the doer of these actions, which was نحن. Again, نزور. Then we have here the last letter of Nazuru is carrying Dhamma, which is a short vowel, and followed by the definite article L. Remember that you are going to drop the pronunciation of Alif. So you go from Dhamma to Lam. Nazurul, Nazurul Aqarib. Remember that Qaf is a hard sound, so you need to make it in a hard way. Qa, qa. نزور الأقارب. و and الأصدقاء. So again, والأصدقاء, because واو is carrying a vowel. It is a short vowel, فتحة. Then again, we are going to drop in pronunciation the sound of ألف and move directly to لام. والأصدقاء. So صاد is a hard sound. قاف is a hard sound. And since I stop here, so I'm dropping the sound of فتحة. And again, in the word al-aqarib, if you will stop on it because you are out of breath, then here you have the right to drop the pronunciation of fatha. So it can be now نزور الأقارب والأصدقاء. نزور الأقارب والأصدقاء. So نزور نزور. So you have here Zain. This letter is carrying the combination. It is Dhamma and then followed by Waw. Then I want you to remember to lengthen the sound of U. Again, notice that this verb is in the present and starting with Noon, referring to the doer of these actions, which was نحن. Again, نزور. Then we have here the last letter of Nazuru is carrying Dhamma, which is a short vowel, and followed by the definite article L. Remember that you are going to drop the pronunciation of Alif. So you go from Dhamma to Lam. Nazurul, Nazurul Aqarib. Remember that Qaf is a hard sound, so you need to make it in a hard way. Qa, qa. نزور الأقارب. و and الأصدقاء. So again, والأصدقاء, because waw is carrying a vowel. It is a short vowel, فتحة. Then again, we are going to drop in pronunciation the sound of alif and move directly to lam. والأصدقاء. So صاد is a hard sound. قاف is a hard sound. And since I stop here, so I'm dropping the sound of fatha. And again, in the word al-aqarib, if you will stop on it because you are out of breath, then here you have the right to drop the pronunciation of fatha. So it can be nazur al-aqarib wal-asdiqa or nazur al-aqarib wal-asdiqa. So if you have that breath that can take you to the ends of the phrase, then you can pronounce the fatha on ba. If you are out of the breath, then you can stop here and you can apply the rule of once you stop, you drop. Now you know that this is the transliteration page and you can come back to it after finishing reading the Arabic page and double check your reading. We visit relatives and friends. So we here is nahnu, of course, but it will not be appearing in the Arabic text. It will be only hinted to in the beginning of the verb when it is in the present tense by the same letter which we start the verb with. So it is نزور. نزور here is hinting for the doer of the action, which is نحن. Relatives الأقارب and و friends الأصدقاء. نحافظ على نحافظ على. These two words are colored differently because they are called a phrasal verb, which means a verb that needs to appear with a specific preposition to give you the meaning you want. Let me give you an example in English. If you want to say, put on the lights, please. So, put has to appear with on to give you the meaning of turning on the light. So, you cannot use put with any other preposition because that will not be the meaning you want. It is the same thing in Arabic. نحافظ على. They have to appear together. They have to appear together. نحافظ should be followed usually with the preposition على. So على here, it is a preposition that needs to appear with this verb, which is نحافظ. So نحافظ على, and again, remember that ضاء is a hard letter. And yeah at the end of ala is pronounced as alif because it is preceded by fatha. The letter preceding it is carrying fatha. I'm repeating with you the rules so they become so much familiar and you will learn and find yourself getting super without even exerting much effort. So I'm repeating for that sake. So نحافظ على الوقت. نحافظ على الوقت. Again, remember, this is a long vowel, the ya that is ending or the last letter of ala is ya. It is a long vowel. It is followed by the definite article al. So I will drop in pronunciation the sound of a and will move from a of ala to lam. It will be على الوقت. الوقت. و نحل. So now you find this is, you know that this is a verb. It is starting with noon. So it is again referring to نحن. نحل. And then again, the lam is carrying a short vowel. Then alif here on L will be disappearing in pronunciation. نحل الواجبات. It's a long word, so I need to split it into syllables. نحل الواجبات. Lengthen the sound of alif here, the first alif, and the second alif because they are long vowels. نحل الواجبات المدرسية. الواجبات المدرسية. Again, I'm skipping the pronunciation of alif and directly from كسرة to lam. الواجبات المدرسية. Now you know that this is the transliteration page and you can come back to it after finishing reading the Arabic page and double check your reading. We keep time. So keep here is the phrasal verb in Arabic. نحافظ على. So noon here is referring to نحن. نحافظ على. And again, على should usually appear after نحافظ. نحافظ على what? الوقت, which is time. And where? Solve. نحل. Because again, it is referring to we. School homework is الواجبات المدرسية. In this slide and the following one, you will find all the new words that appeared in the book that we have just read together. Good luck. Exercise 1. Listen and then match the pictures with the correct answers. استمع ثم صل الصور بالإجابات الصحيحة. Exercise 1. الأحد، الجمعة، الأربعاء، السبت، الخميس، الثلاثاء. Please pause the video until you're done. Exercise 2. Put right or wrong in front of the following phrases. ضع علامة صح أو خطأ أمام الجمل التالية. Exercise 2. Sunday الخميس. Saturday السبت. Friday الجمعة. Wednesday الأربعاء. Friday الاثنين. Monday الاثنين. Thursday الثلاثاء. Friday الجمعة. Please pause the video until you're done. Lesson 3. Months of the year. شهور العام. شهور العام. Let's start with some basic words and phrases related to our topic. We will start with the English word, see the Arabic word, and then the transliterated word. A month, شهر. شهر. 2 months, شهران. شهران. Do you remember? When you are referring to two in Arabic, you need to add these two letters at the end of the singular word to refer for two. شهران. Months. شهور. شهور. In Arabic, we don't have a fixed rule for plural, and that's why it is really recommended to learn these words as we go. A year in Arabic has two synonyms. You can say it like عام or سنة. عام or سنة. To refer for 2 years, it is عامان. Again, we added the suffix ألف and نون to the singular word عام. So we changed meme from the final position to the middle position, and then we connect it with ألف. We connect meme with ألف. Then ألف is not connected to the following letter. It is a non-joiner. Then noon stands alone. عامان, 2 years. What about سنة? If you want to change سنة and refer to 2 years, then you need again to add the suffix ألف and نون. However, تاء مربوطة will never be connected. So what will happen is, I will change this تاء مربوطة to the opened normal تاء. When you do this, you can normally connect it to the suffix ألف and نون or any other letters. So if you need to connect a suffix to a تاء مربوطة word, number 1, you need to change this تاء مربوطة into an opened normal تاء. After that, step number 2, you can add ألف and نون normally and attach it to the opened تاء. So we have for 2 years عامان or سنتان. Years أعوام, سنوات or سنين. Months of the year. It can be شهور العام or شهور السنة. As we said that the year has two meanings. So you can say it شهور العام or شهور السنة. And remember, if you look on the English phrase, you will find that this is the ownership style. So you need to say these two words in Arabic as if they are one whole. شهور العام or شهور السنة. January, يناير. February, فبراير. March, مارس. April, أبريل. أبريل. May, مايو. مايو. June, يون. يو. يون. يو. July, يول. يو. يول. يو. August, أغسطس. أغسطس. In this section, the names of the months of the year in Arabic are exactly the same as in English. So you have September in English, it is again September in Arabic. October in English is again October in Arabic. November in English is also November in Arabic. For fe here, as we don't have an equivalent for the letter v in English. So it is written as f, but pronounced as v in this month, in the name of this month. So in English, it is November, and in Arabic, it is November also. December in English is again in Arabic, December. How to say I will travel in January. سوف أسافر في يناير. سوف أسافر في يناير. Or سأسافر في يناير. سأسافر في يناير. How to say I will start school in September. سوف أبدأ المدرسة في سبتمبر. That is the first structure of future. سوف أبدأ. Two different words. The other one is connecting the letter sin to the verb itself. سأبدأ. So here you find the two structures of the sentence when it is referring for the future. سأبدأ المدرسة في سبتمبر. And again, you can notice that أنا here is not found because it is already referred to by ألف, which is found in the verb أبدأ. It is a primary verb. That's why we can omit أنا here. So it is already referred to by ألف, which is starting the verb, especially when it is in the present tense. How to say my birthday is in March? عيد ميلادي. عيد ميلادي. Birthday in English is one word. Both birth and day, they are connected and it is one word. However, in Arabic, they are two words. عيد ميلاد. عيد ميلاد. That is birthday. What about this year? It is referring to my. So my birthday is عيد ميلادي. Is in March. Again, is here, it is not a primary verb, and that's why we are not putting it in Arabic. You will not find it in the Arabic word or in the Arabic sentence. عيد ميلادي في شهر مارس. So again, here the word شهري, it is optional, so you can put it or you can remove it. However, in most of the Arabic texts, you will find that the names of the months in Arabic are preceded by the word شهر. So the whole sentence is عيد ميلادي في شهر مارس. How to say I will go to the university in October. سوف أذهب إلى الجامعة في أكتوبر. سوف أذهب إلى الجامعة في أكتوبر. Now, the other structure of the future will be your homework. So I want you to reform the same sentence using the other structure of future. Good luck. In this slide and the following one, you will find the vocabulary used in the phrases that we have learned together. I believe that this is your favorite part where you start reading. And our book is about عصير البرتقال. عصير البرتقال. That is orange juice. عصير البرتقال. عصير البرتقال. The first word of this page صنعت. صنعت. ص is a hard letter. Then it is connected to noon. So it is ص-ن. And remember to read the sound of the letters with your eyes on the marks. ص-ن-ع. You remember this is عين, the inverted tiny triangle, you remember? When we say so as not to be confused between عين and قاف and ف. Remember that عين, when it comes in the middle position, it looks like the inverted tiny triangle, and that's how it is looking like here. صنعت. Selma. That's a name of a girl. Selma. And we pronounce the last year as alif because the preceding letter, which is mim, is carrying fatha. Then again, عصيرة, which is juice. عصير برتقال لذيذ. عصير برتقال لذيذ. So again, صنعت سلمى عصير برتقال لذيذ. So again here we have two tanweens with kasra. The first one with برتقال I pronounced because I connected the word with the following word. However, the tanween with kasra, the sound of the tanween with kasra on the last letter of the last word, it is not pronounced because I stopped, so I dropped the sound of it. That is the transliteration of the page that we have read together now. I would recommend that you go over this after reading the page, the Arabic page on your own, so you can double check your reading and the correct pronunciation of the words. Orange juice, that is عصير البرتقال. عصير البرتقال. Selma, as we agree, that is the name of the girl. Made, it is صنعت. Selma made. صنعت سلمى. A delicious, which is لذيذ. Orange juice, again عصير البرتقال. I want to draw your attention to something that adjectives in Arabic they come after the noun, not like English as you can see here. You can find that the adjective is preceding orange juice. So it is a delicious, so you are describing the orange juice first and then you mention that it is the orange juice. In Arabic it is the other way around. We mention the noun first and then it is followed by the adjective. So you find it in Arabic عصير برتقال لذيذ. So the adjectives comes after the noun, not before like in English. شرب سالم من عصير البرتقال. شرب سالم, that's a name of a boy, من عصير البرتقال. وسأل عن مكونات العصير. So again here مكونات is a long word, so I need to split it into small syllables. Listen how I will read this. That is the شرب سالم من عصير البرتقال. شرب سالم, that's a name of a boy, من عصير البرتقال. وسأل عن مكونات العصير. So again here مكونات is a long word, so I need to split it into small syllables. Listen how I will read this. سأل عن مكونات العصير. I want you to keep an eye on سأل عن. سأل عن. I believe that you have noticed that I pronounced them as one whole because this reminds you of the phrasal verbs where some verbs have to appear with specific prepositions, and that's the case with سأل عن. سأل عن. He asked about. He asked about. سأل عن مكونات العصير. So usually remember when the L, the definite article L in العصير, it is preceded by a short vowel كسرة below ت. And that's why you will find me while reading, I skipped the sound of ألف in العصير. So it will be read like مكونات العصير. So I moved from the sound of كسرة directly to the sound of لام. مكونات العصير. It is the same case with عصير البرتقال. عصير البرتقال. So it is this definite article is preceded by a short vowel, and that's why we skip the pronunciation of ألف and we move from the short vowel directly to the sound of لام. That is the transliteration of the page that we have read together now. I would recommend that you go over this after reading the page, the Arabic page on your own, so you can double check your reading and the correct pronunciation of the words. Salim drank from the orange juice. Salim here, as we agree, that is the name of the boy. Drank, shariba, from min. You can see here in English it is noun, verb, and then the preposition. In Arabic, sometimes we put this noun or the doer of the action in between the verb, that is drank, and the preposition, which is from. So you find it in Arabic, شرب سالم من. شرب, the verb, سالم, the noun or the doer of the action, and then the preposition من. شرب سالم من. The orange juice عصير البرتقال. And is و. He asked about, that is the phrasal verb. سأل عن. سأل عن. This verb has to appear with this specific pronoun, with this specific preposition, because it is a phrasal verb. The following structure, which is the contents of the juice, that is the ownership structure. If you remember the examples that we have taken before, the car of John, the house of Maria, and here, the contents of the juice. So this is ownership in English. In Arabic, they are two individual words. They are written separately, but when we pronounce them, we have to say them as one whole. So it will be سأل عن مكونات العصير. I need to feel that they are related, they are owned to each other. مكونات العصير. أجابت. أجابت. This is جيم. Remember, you have to make it with the hidden sound of d. أجابت سلمى ماء وبرتقال وسكر. So here is the listing of things. You can feel that there is a listing of items here. In English, this listing is separated with comma. However, in Arabic, we don't use comma. You have to insert the letter و. So ماء, that's water. برتقال, of course, now you know that this is orange. Then again, سكر, this is sugar. This is the transliteration of the previous page. Please don't refer to this page unless you are already done with reading the Arabic. So come here only to double check your reading and make sure that you have read all the words in the correct form. Salma answered, that is أجابت Salma. So answered here means أجابت. She answered when Salim asks about the contents of the juice. So Selma answered, أجابت Selma. Then she will start listing the contents of the juice. And again, when you are listing items in English, you separate them with comma, not in Arabic. Arabic, you have to put the letter where between each item and the other. So here we have water, that is ماء, then orange, which is برتقال, and sugar, that's the last one, which is سكر. In this slide and the following ones, you will find all the new vocabulary that appeared in our book, عصير البرتقال. Really, vocabulary are very important. You need to keep up with your vocabulary, study them, memorize them, start using them because they are the fuel for understanding Arabic well and speaking Arabic well. So study them hard, practice them, and learn them off by heart. Exercise 1. Listen and then match the pictures with the correct answers. استمع ثم صل الصور بالإجابات الصحيحة. يناير، سبتمبر، أكتوبر، ديسمبر، يوليو، مايو. Exercise 2. Put right or wrong in front of the following phrases. ضع علامة صح أو خطأ أمام الجمل التالية. Exercise 2. October. Is it يونيو? February. Is it فبراير? April. Is it أبريل؟ June. Is it يونيو؟ أبريل. Is it September? March. Is it مارس؟ May. Is it أغسطس؟ January. Is it يناير؟ Lesson 4. Seasons of the year. فصول العام. فصول العام. As we are used to, let's start with some basic words and phrases related to our topic. And the first one we have here is season. فصل. فصل. Again, صاد is a hard sound, so it is written in a capital letter in the transliteration column. فصل. 2 seasons. Again, we will add the suffix ألف and نون to the original singular word, which is فصلان. فصلان. Seasons. فصول. فصول. Seasons of the year, that is the ownership structure. So in Arabic, they are 2 individual words and we pronounce them as one whole. So it will be فصول العام. And since the definite article al is preceded by a short vowel dhamma on lam, then alif in the definite article alif and lam in the word al-am will not be pronounced. So you will move from the short vowel dhamma directly to lam. It will be fusulul am. Here are the names of the seasons of the year, but before we start naming them, let me remind you that the year in English has 2 synonyms in Arabic. العام and السنة. So for the seasons of the year, you can use any of these two words. You can say فصول العام or فصول السنة. Both phrases are used and understood by the Arabic people. So both of them are correct and you can use and pick the easier for you. Winter. الشتاء. الشتاء. I dropped the pronunciation of lim and I stressed on sheen because it's a shadda letter. So you will find in the transliteration column, you will find sheen written as two, because they are supposed to be two sheens here, and that's why you find shadda above the letter. So it is ashita, ashita. You stress on it as if there are two. Spring, الربيع, الربيع. The same scenario here with ra, الربيع. Summer, الصيف. Again, الصيف. So صاد is a capital letter, it's a shadda letter, so we write it in capital letter and they are duplicated. So to make sure that in pronunciation you stress on it as if there are two صاد. Autumn, الخريف, الخريف. How to say the weather in summer is hot. الجو في الصيف حار. الجو في الصيف حار. So here in الجو we pronounce the sound of lim because it is carrying that sukun, which is a tiny circle above the letter, and then it is not followed by a shadda letter. So normally we say الجو. And don't forget the hidden D in the pronunciation of j. الجو. في. Then here we have a long vowel yeah. There is a combination. We have kasra below fa and then it is followed by yeah. So that is the long vowel e. And it is followed by the definite article. In that case, you are going to drop the pronunciation of alif and move directly from the long vowel e to lam. And here the situation is very unique because even lam will not be pronounced. Because if you can see that صاد, the following letter to lam is carrying shadda. So you will drop the pronunciation of the sound of the letter lam. It will be في الصيف. So actually we are moving from ya directly to the shadda letter صاد. الجو في الصيف حار. How to say spring starts in March. يبدأ فصل الربيع في شهر مارس. يبدأ فصل الربيع في شهر مارس. So here we have فصل in between brackets because you can say it or omit it. يبدأ الربيع, that can work. يبدأ فصل الربيع, that's also correct. So يبدأ فصل الربيع في شهر مارس. Or also you can say يبدأ الربيع في مارس. However, it's more used with people to clarify what you are talking about. So يبدأ فصل الربيع في شهر مارس. How to say winter in London is very cold. الشتاء في لندن بارد جدا. الشتاء في لندن بارد جدا. Here we have الشتاء, it is starting the sentence and we drop the sound of lam, it is followed by a shadda letter. الشتاء. في London, that is the name of the country in Arabic. Again, it is London. باردٌ. Here I pronounced the sound of un because I followed it directly with the following word. So I say the following word directly after it. I didn't stop. So I will pronounce the sound of un. It will be باردٌ جدًا. However, here in جدًا, though I'm stopping, I will not drop the sound of n. That's because it's a part of the pronunciation of the word. you cannot drop it. If you drop the sound of n here, the word will not be correct. So it has to be بارد جدا. Even if you stop on جدا, don't drop the sound of n. How to say the tree leaves fall in autumn? Look here, the tree leaves. This is also ownership. Maria's house, John's car. So the tree leaves. Okay, the tree leaves fall in autumn. تسقط تسقط أوراق الشجر. So again, I need to connect both. Say both words written in green as one whole. That is the ownership style. أوراق الشجر. أوراق الشجر. في الخريف. تسقط أوراق الشجر في الخريف. So here with the pronunciation of the ownership أوراق الشجر, you drop the sound of alif and you drop the sound of lam in الشجر. That's because alif in the definite article is preceded by a short vowel and then lam is followed by a shadda letter. So both sounds will not be appearing in my pronunciation. And again, say it as one whole. أوراق الشجر. Why didn't I pronounce the kesra in ra? That is because here I stopped, my breath is out. So once I stop, I would drop the pronunciation of kesra. However, if you take a long breath and you can carry on till the end of the sentence, then you can pronounce kesra. تسقط أوراق الشجر في الخريف. In this slide and the following one, you will find the vocabulary used in the phrases that we have learned together. Now it's time for reading, and the book we have is about فصول السنة. Again, فصول السنة, the seasons of the year. فصل الصيف. فصل الصيف. في فصل الصيف يكون الجو حارا جدا. يكون الجو حارا جدا. وتنضج تنضج الكثير من الفواكه. وتنضج الكثير من الفواكه. So the first sentence we have here is في فصل الصيف. So because I will say فصل الصيف together, I pronounce the kasra appearing below lam in فصل, and then I dropped the sound of lam in الصيف because it is followed by a shadda letter. Then we have the word يكون. يكون. So if you have a long word, you can split it into syllables so you can say it correctly. يكون الجو حارا جدا وتنضج الكثير من الفواكه. That is the transliteration of the page that we have read together now. I would recommend that you go over this after reading the page, the Arabic page on your own, so you can double check your reading and the correct pronunciation of the words. Summer. That is فصل الصيف. And now you know that you can put season, فصل, or you can omit it. So both of them are correct. But here it is فصل الصيف. The first sentence in the summer, it is في فصل الصيف. So here again, فصل is inserted in the Arabic sentence. It is very hot. It here is referring to what? It is referring to the weather. الجو. الجو. So it here is referring to الجو, which means the weather. What about is, the verb to be? We usually say that the verb to be is not appearing in the Arabic sentences, but that is when it is a helping verb. However, in our sentence here, it is a main verb. If you look deeply into the sentence, you will find that it means the weather is being very hot in summer. So it is a primary verb. That's why you will find it in the Arabic text. It is يكون. يكون. Actually, verb to be, when it comes as a primary verb, it has two ways. You can find it in two shapes. Sometimes it starts with yeah, so it will be يكون. And some other times you will find it starting with te. So if you are talking about a masculine noun, then you will use the one starting with yeah, يكون. If you are talking about a feminine noun, then you will use the one starting with te, تكون. In our sentence, we are talking about الجو, the weather. It is a masculine noun. Then we will pick the one starting with yeah. It will be يكون الجو حارا جدا. So حارا is hot and very is جدا. And usually remember to pronounce جدا with the tanween, with the sound of n, because it is a part of the pronunciation of the word. And where many الكثير من many الكثير من. So it is usually that. It's many fruits. It means الكثير من الفواكه. So fruits is الفواكه. The word ripen, it is a verb and it means تنضج. So ripen means تنضج. فصل الخريف. فصل الخريف. في فصل الخريف. في فصل الخريف تشتد. تشتد. So here del is a shadda letter, so you have to stress on it as if there are two dales, and don't forget to make the sound of dhamma at the same time. تشتد. الرياح. الرياح. What happens is that I moved from the dhamma on del in the previous word, which is تشتد, to ra directly. That's because alif will not be pronounced because it is preceded by a vowel, and lam will not be pronounced as well because it is followed by a shadda letter. And don't forget to stress on ra. So it is تشتد الرياح. Where, for and, تسقط. تسقط. We know this word before, we have taken in the phrases. تسقط أوراق الشجر. أوراق الشجر. تسقط أوراق الشجر. This is the transliteration of the previous page. Please don't refer to this page unless you are already done with reading the Arabic. So come here only to double check your reading and make sure that you have read all the words in the correct form. Autumn, and that is فصل الخريف. In the autumn, this is في فصل الخريف. The wind gets stronger. This is تشتد الرياح. تشتد الرياح. So gets stronger means تشتد. The wind is الرياح. The tree leaves fall, and the tree leaves fall. So fall here is تسقط. تسقط. Fall. The tree leaves is أوراق الشجر. فصل الشتاء. في فصل الشتاء. Of course, you know now that this means in the winter. يكون الجو بارداً. يكون الجو بارداً. يكون here again stands for verb to be because here it is a primary verb. You remember we have spoken about this before. So يكون here it is starting with ياء because الجو is a masculine noun. So here because verb to be is a primary verb and we are talking about a masculine noun, then we will be using the يكون. يكون. يكون الجو باردا. ويسقط. يسقط المطر. يسقط المطر. والثلج. يسقط المطر والثلج. That is the transliteration of the page that we have read together now. I would recommend that you go over this after reading the page, the Arabic page on your own, so you can double check your reading and the correct pronunciation of the words. Winter, that is فصل الشتاء. In the winter, في فصل الشتاء. The weather is cold. يكون الجو باردا. Rain and snowfall. يسقط المطر والثلج. So المطر is rain and snow is الثلج. فصل الربيع. So here we have فصل. The last letter of it is carrying short vowel and it is ضمة. Then we have the word الربيع. When you are having the definite article alif and lam is preceded by a short vowel, in this case you don't pronounce the sound of alif. And when you have lam followed by a shadda letter, you don't pronounce lam. So in this case, when you pronounce these two words, you're going to move directly from the sound of the dhamma, the short vowel, to the shadda letter, which is ra. So it will be فصل الربيع. فصل الربيع. في فصل الربيع. في فصل الربيع يكون الجو جميلا. يكون الجو جميلا. وتزهر. تزهر الورود. الورود. You need to lengthen the sound of wow because here we have the combination ضمة on ra and then wow. To remind you that here you have to lengthen the sound of oo. الورود. والأزهار. الأزهار. والأزهار. وتزهر الورود والأزهار. This is the transliteration of the previous page. Please don't refer to this page unless you are already done with reading the Arabic. So come here only to double check your reading and make sure that you have read all the words in the correct form. The spring, that is فصل الربيع. In the spring, في فصل الربيع. The weather, now you know it means الجو, is beautiful. That's يكون. And then beautiful means جميل. جميل. So يكون الجو جميلا. The flowers means ورود. ورود. So flowers ورود and roses أزهار. So flowers, we usually say it in Arabic as ورود, and roses is أزهار. Bloom, that is a verb in the present tense and it means تزهر. تزهر. In this slide and the following ones, you will find the vocabulary, all the new words that have appeared in our book. Let me remind you that vocabulary is very important to understand Arabic well and to speak Arabic well. So make sure that you study your new words, your vocabulary, learn them, start using them, and practice them, and try to study them off by heart. Good luck. Exercise 1. Listen and then match the pictures with the correct answers. استمع ثم صل الصور بالإجابات الصحيحة. Exercise 1. الشتاء. الشتاء. الربيع. الربيع. الخريف. الخريف. الصيف. Exercise 2. Put right or wrong in front of the following phrases. ضع علامة صح أو خطأ أمام الجمل التالية. Exercise 2. Autumn. Is it الربيع? Spring. Is it الربيع؟ Summer. الصيف. Winter. الشتاء. Autumn. الخريف. Autumn. Is that الخريف؟ Lesson 1. Greeting people. We will start with some basic words and phrases related to greeting people. The morning. الصباح. الصباح. Good morning. صباح الخير. صباح الخير. Afternoon. مساء. مساء. Good afternoon. مساء الخير. مساء الخير. The evening. المساء. In Arabic, we don't have two different words for afternoon and the evening as in English. Both of them we refer to as مساء. So the afternoon, the evening, afternoon, evening, both of them will be referred to as مساء. The afternoon, the evening, المساء. Good evening will be مساء الخير. مساء الخير. Night. الليل. الليل. How many lambs we have on this word? We have 3 lambs, not 2, because one that is found in the definite article L, and then the 2 that are found below the shadda. So here, if you want to drop the pronunciation of lamb that is found in the definite article L, then you pronounce again 2 lambs because they are found under shadda. So it will be al-layl. You will move from the sound of alif in L to the sound of the shadda letter lam. It will be al-layl. Dream. حلم. حلم. Dreams. أحلام. أحلام. Sleep. ينام. ينام. Sleep as a noun. نوم. نوم. Hello or hi will be مرحبا or مرحبا. Bye will be مع السلامة. مع السلامة. مع السلامة. You in English, when it comes as a subject, it will be referred to all the people, whether it's masculine, feminine, or a group of people with only you. However, in Arabic, it changes. So if you are speaking to you and you are speaking to a masculine person, it will be أنت. أنت. You, when it comes as again as a subject, I mean, it's coming at the beginning of the word. You are a boy, you are a girl. So you here is coming as a subject pronoun. It's coming separately at the beginning of the sentence. So we refer to you when we are speaking to a feminine person, it will be أنتِ. However, you, when it is referring to a group of people, when they are mixed between masculine and feminine, then we will be saying أنتم. So you are our people, it will be أنتم, أنتم. So that is you when it comes in the subject pronoun, subject place, meaning it's coming at the beginning of a sentence and standing alone. When you are referring to you as an object, for example, you are saying your book, your car, your office. Here it is coming as an object. Again, it is used as your in all, with all the genders. However, in Arabic, we change the object pronoun. So when it comes as an object pronoun, it comes at the end of the sentence in English. In Arabic, it is just a letter that is attached to the word itself. For example, if you want to say your book, it will be كتابك. If you are talking to a man, masculine noun, it will be K with fatha. So if it is كتابك, so this is your book and you are talking to a man or a boy. Your car, for example, سيارتك. When you are referring to a feminine or talking to a feminine person and you are using your as an object, then again there will be a letter in Arabic attached to the word, and this letter is kaf, carrying kasra. So it is again kaf in masculine and kaf in feminine. The difference is in the marks appearing above and below the letter. So with masculine, it is fatha on kaf. With feminine, it is kasra below kaf. When you are talking to a group of people or referring to a group of people using your as an object, then you will attach kaf again, but with meme. So here there are two letters, kum. So kaf with dhamma and then meme, that will be referring to your when you are speaking to a group of people. So if you're saying your book and you're talking to a group of students, for example, you will say كتابكم. That is the object pronoun. Hiba and Sally, they are two girls. They meet in the morning and they are exchanging some greetings. So the first one will be saying, for example, good morning, Sally. And that in Arabic will be صباح الخير يا سالي. صباح الخير يا سالي. What is this two letters يا and alif? It is usually preceding the name of people, the names of people, or if you are calling someone or addressing someone to attract their attention, we use these two letters usually. Yeah. Now she wants to reply. She will be using the same phrase صباح الخير يا هبة. صباح الخير يا هبة. Or she can change the word al-khair with another word that is an-nur. An-nur. So you can either reply by saying صباح الخير or صباح النور. An-nur means light. If it is in the evening or in the afternoon, we will be using good afternoon, Sally, and the answer will be good afternoon, Hiba. The same will be with evening. Good evening, Sally, good evening, Hiba. We will be using the same things in Arabic, so we don't have two different phrases for evening and afternoon. So here will be مساء الخير يا Sally. The answer will be either مساء الخير يا هبة or مساء النور يا هبة. You can use this one or that one. Both are correct and both are used by people. If you want to greet people by saying welcome, in Arabic it will be أهلا وسهلا. أهلا وسهلا. You need to pronounce n, the sounds of n, the tanween in both words. It's part of the word. أهلا وسهلا. The answer will be thank you. It will be شكرا. شكرا or أهلا, again أهلا بك. أهلا بك. Of course, you know now what is this kaf with fatha, because you're saying the welcome is for you or I'm welcoming you to. That is the literal translation of this answer or this reply. However, it's not used like that. People in English just say thank you. And in Arabic, we use either أهلا بك or shukran. That, of course, if you are talking to a man or a boy. If you are talking to or replying to a woman or a girl, you will be using again ahlan bi, but then you will attach the object pronoun of the feminine. Ahlan biki, ahlan biki. So it is kaf with kasra. Or you can simply, to avoid confusion, say shukran, which is thank you. If you're again replying to a group of people who told you ahlan wa sahlan, you can reply by saying ahlan bi, but here you have to use the object pronoun for a group, which is kaf with dhamma and mim. Ahlan bikum, ahlan bikum, or simply you can say shukran. If you want to use the word please and you are talking to a man or a boy, then you have two choices, two different phrases. You can use any of them. Either to say min fadlika, min fadlika. So it is min fadli, there is kasra on lim, and then you attach it with the object pronoun for masculine, which is kaf with fatha. It will be min fadlika, or the word or the phrase لو سمحت. لو سمحت. Either this one or that one, both are correct. If you want to say again please, but this time you are talking to a woman or a girl, in that time again you will use min fadli, that is the origin, and then you attach it to the object pronoun for feminine, that is kaf with kasra. It will be min fadliki, min fadliki, min fadliki. Or لو سمحتي, لو سمحتي, long vowel yeah. Here if you are saying please to a woman or a girl. If you want to say see you soon, again you are talking to a boy or a man, you will say أراك, كاف with فتحة, أراك قريبا, that is soon. So أراك, that is see you. أراك, أرى, that is see, and then you here is coming as an object, and that's why you find that it is coming at the end of the Arabic word as a letter, which is kaf with fatha. أراك, it is attached to the word. It is أراك قريبا, that is soon, and that is the n sound in قريبا is part of the pronunciation of the word, so you cannot drop it as you stop. You have to say it with the tanween. أراك قريبا, the sound should be apparent in pronunciation. Again, if you're talking to a woman or a girl, then you will be using the same verb أرى, and then you attach it to the object pronoun of the feminine, which is كاف with كسرة. أراكِ. How are you? Look at you here. It is object. It is coming at the end of the question. So it is an object pronoun. It is standing separately as an individual word in English, but in Arabic, when you comes as an object pronoun, it will be a letter attached to the word. And it will change according to the gender of the person you're speaking to. So if you want to say how are you and you are talking to a man or a boy, your question in Arabic will be كيف, which is how. كيف حالك, كيف حالك, كيف حالك. The answer will be Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, which the literal translation of this one, the thanks are to go for Allah or for God. So Alhamdulillah, this is a phrase that is used a lot by Arabic people. Alhamdulillah. Then he will say, I am good. Ana, that is I. And then verb to be will not be translated here. It is not a primary verb. There is no action here. It's a helping verb. So it is ana, then you go for good together. Ana بخير. You will go to good directly. There is nothing will be separating between I, good. Ana بخير. So أنا بخير. الحمد لله. أنا بخير. Then he will be asking him again, how is he? So simply it will be the same as in English, and you. But you here, it is coming as a subject pronoun. Then you will use the separate words in Arabic. It will be أنت because we're still talking to another man. If the same scenario is happening but with two ladies, so it will be again, how are you in Arabic? كيف حالك? كيف حالك? The answer will be again the phrase which is Alhamdulillah, that is fixed. Sometimes people usually say when they are asked about how are them, how is their health, usually that will be the beginning of their answer, and then they will say I am good. It will be أنا بخير. Then she will give her the question to ask her about how are you again. So it will be وأنتِ وأنتِ because she is talking to another woman. Hello, which we said in the beginning that it can be given in Arabic as marhaban or marhaba. However, among the majority of the Arab people, they use the phrase peace be upon you, which is assalamu alaykum. Assalamu alaykum. And the reply will be and upon you peace, which is وعليكم وعليكم السلام وعليكم السلام. That السلام word means peace. I wish you a good night. I wish you a good night. If you are speaking to a man or a boy, you will say that in Arabic as أتمنى أتمنى. Okay, do you remember why we are pronouncing ya as alif? Exactly, well done, because the preceding letter is carrying fatha, and that's why we will pronounce ya as alif. أتمنى لا. أتمنى لا, that's I wish or I hope. Then you are going to attach the object pronoun you to the lam with fatha. So here you are talking to a man. So you will be using the object pronoun كيف with fatha. أتمنى لك a good night. It will be أتمنى لك ليلة سعيدة. You remember when we say that we don't have an equivalent for an indefinite noun? And a good night here is an indefinite noun. That's why we are replacing this indefinite article a in English with tanween on the noun, on the indefinite noun, on the last letter of it. It will be ليلة. أتمنى لك ليلة سعيدة. So ليلة, we pronounce the sound of N because I connect it with the following word ليلة سعيدة. So سعيدة here, it is an adjective. We are describing the night that it will be good or will be happy, whatever. So it is an adjective. And we said that adjectives are usually mirrors to the noun they are describing with regard to the marks, with regard to the gender. And here we can find that night, it is ending in ta marbuta, so it is a feminine word. And exactly the same is the adjective. It is ending with ta marbuta, which is a sign for a feminine word. So laylatan sa'ida with the marks, then the noun and the adjective will be carrying tanween with fatha. However, with layla, we will pronounce the tanween laylatan, but when we come to sa'ida, we will drop the sound of tanween. It will be there, it will be written, the tanween will be written, but will be dropped in pronunciation as we are stopping here. That is the end of our phrase. أتمنى لك ليلة سعيدة. Happy dreams, it will be أحلام أحلام سعيدة again. Sleep well, it means أتمنى لك نوما أتمنى لك نوما جيدا أتمنى لك نوما جيدا. And the word جيدا here has to be pronounced with the sound of N. It's part of the word. It cannot be dropped as you stop. So here أتمنى لك نوما جيدا. Of course, in the first wish and the last wish, we are talking to a man. Let's put this as if you are saying the same wish but to a woman. The first one, I wish you a good night. To a woman, it will be أتمنى لكِ. So use the other object pronoun for feminine. أتمنى لكِ, then complete the sentence as normal. ليلة سعيدة. Sleep well. أتمنى لك نوما جيدا. Okay, نوما will be pronounced with the sound of N because I connected to the following word. نوما جيدا. And again, جيدا will be said with the sound of N because we are, yes, we are stopping, but we will not drop here because the sound of N is part of the word. If you drop it, it will not be a correct word. Thank you to a man or a boy will be شكرا لك. شكرا لك. So it is attached, lam with fatha is attached to the object pronoun for masculine, which is kaf with fatha. Thank you to a woman or a girl will be شكرا لك. شكرا لك. So it is again the object pronoun for feminine, kaf with kasra. If you're talking to a group of people and saying thank you, it will be again شكرا لكم. شكرا لكم. That is the object pronoun for you. If you are talking to a group of people, it will be كاف with ضم and ميم. شكرا لكم. And I want you to remember that shukran has to be pronounced always with the sound of N. It's part of the word. If you want to say thank you so much, that will be in Arabic again, shukran, but you add another word which is jazilan. Shukran, jazilan, and both words has to be pronounced with N and never drop any of them. If you want to reply to all the thanks in the above rows, it will be you are welcome, which is al-afu. Al-afu. It's time for reading, and our book's title is Al-Maktaba. Al-Maktaba, the library. المكتبة. المكتبة. ذهب كريم. ذهب كريم وسلمى. سلمى. And here remember we are pronouncing yeah in Salma as alif because the preceding letter is carrying fatha. So you pronounced as if it is alif. Salma. That is the name of a girl. إلى إلى المكتبة. المكتبة. ذهب كريم وسلمى إلى المكتبة. So in the first trial, I read المكتبة with the kasra because I'm just reading the word. However, when I am reading it in the sentence and I stopped on it, I dropped the pronunciation of ta marbuta as ta and I replaced this with he. And I also dropped the pronunciation of the short vowel kasra. So it will be like ذهب كريم وسلمى إلى المكتبة. This is the transliteration of the previous page. Please don't refer to this page unless you are already done with reading the Arabic. So come here only to double check your reading and make sure that you have read all the words in the correct form. The library, that is Al-Maktaba. Kareem and Salma. So Kareem is the name of a boy and Salma is the name of a girl and is wa and with fatha. Kareem and Salma means Kareem wa Salma. Went means ذهب. ذهب. To, it means إلى. The library, again, المكتبة. Kareem and Salma went to the library. قرأ. قرأ كريم كتابا عن الكواكب. It's a long word, so I need to split it into syllables as I'm doing now. الكواكب. So it is قرأ كريم كتابا عن الكواكب. So, قرأ means he read. Kareem, as we know now that it is the name of the boy. And قرأ means he read. So, to read. And كتابا is book. And he is reading or he reads a book about planets. So, when I say to read about, it is قرأ عن. قرأ عن. That is the transliteration of the page that we have read together now. I would recommend that you go over this after reading the page, the Arabic page on your own, so you can double check your reading and the correct pronunciation of the words. Here is the translation of the page that we have just read, which is Kareem read a book about the planets. That is read about, which is قرأ عن. So Kareem read a book about the planets, which means الكواكب. الكواكب. That is the planets. قرأت قرأت سلمى قرأت سلمى كتابا عن الحيوانات. Again, a long word. So split it now. يا الحيوانات الحيوانات. So again, قرأت سلمى كتابا عن الحيوانات الحيوانات. So again, here we have قرأت عن, as we have with Kareem, قرأ عن. So here it is read about. But there is a difference between when we are talking about Kareem, we say قرأ كريم كتابا عن, right? قرأ was not ending in ta. But here it is ending in ta because it is a verb in the past and we are referring to Selma, a girl, a feminine noun, a feminine subject. So if you are using a verb in the past in Arabic, and you are referring to a man, you just don't add t at the end of the verb. But when you are talking about a feminine subject or the doer of the action, Selma here, and you are talking about something that happens in the past, then you need to add t, opened t at the end of the verb like we have here. قرأت سلمى كتابا عن الحيوانات. This is the transliteration of the previous page. Please don't refer to this page unless you are already done with reading the Arabic. So come here only to double check your reading and make sure that you have read all the words in the correct form. Selma read a book about the animals. So the animals here, it means al-hayawanat, that long word. Selma read a book about animals or about the animals. It means قرأت سلمى كتابا عن الحيوانات, the animals. In this slide and the following one, you will find the vocabulary, all the new words that came up in our reading. I'm stressing on the importance of learning the vocabulary. Study them well. Try to practice them as much as you can. Remember, vocabulary is your fuel to understanding and speaking Arabic well. Lesson 2. Introducing yourself and others. To start with some basic words and phrases related to the topic of the lesson, I, أنا. I know that you know this word pretty good because we encountered a lot. I is أنا. My name. اسمي. اسمي. That is possessive pronoun. If you are following the color codes, you will find that my is in red and yeah that is attached to the last letter of ism is me. So we attach yeah to the last letter of the original word, which is meme. So it is ismi. That my and yeah is the possessive pronoun, and it is usually attached to the end of the word. So if you want to say my name, it will be ismi. My pen, it will be qalami. I am from. أنا من. أنا من. And am, which is verb to be, it is not a primary verb, and that's why we don't find it in the Arabic sentence. It will be أنا من. He, هو. His name, again a possessive pronoun, but here it is his. It will be found in Arabic as who. اسمه. So you are going to attach he with dhamma to the last letter of the original word, which is meme. It will be اسمه. He's from. هو من. هو من. She. هي. هي. Her name is. Again, we have the possessive pronoun, but this time with feminine. It is her. We will attach he and alif to the original word. The original word is name, which is ism. Name is ism. So if you want to say her name, you will be attaching he and alif to the last letter of the original word, which is meme. Then the word her name will be اسمها. She is from. هي من. هي من. They. هم. هم. They are from. هم من. هم من. This is and these are. These words are called demonstrative pronouns in English, and they are not changing according to the gender of the noun, whether it is masculine or feminine. However, in Arabic, they will be changing to match the gender of the noun you are speaking about. So, this is if you are talking about a masculine person or a masculine thing, you will be using the word هذا هو. So, هذا هو. This is. And don't forget to bring out the tip of the tongue as you are pronouncing the in هذا. This is if you are talking about a feminine noun, whether it is a feminine thing or a feminine person, you will be using the word هذه هي. هذه هي. And again, we have the letter the with the sound the, where you have to get the tip of the tongue out. These are when you are talking about a group of people in mix with mixed genders. In that case, you will be using the word هؤلاء. هؤلاء هم. هؤلاء هم. We have here Hamza appearing above U. So you have to make the sound of Hamza and then follow it with the sound of U. هؤلاء. هؤلاء هم. From where are you? As we agreed before that again you changes in Arabic according to whom you are talking to, the gender of the person you are talking to. If you are talking to a man or a boy, you will be using anta for you. So from where are you will be in Arabic min أين أنت. From is min, where أين. And then you, when you are talking about boy or a man or asking a boy or a man, you will be using the word أنت. From where are you? But here you are talking to a girl or a woman. In that case, you will be using the same starting of the question, but change you. من أين أنت? من, which is from. Where is أين? And then أنت, you. From where are you? If you are talking to a group of people again and they are mixed between men and women, then it will be من أين أنتم? What is your name? What is your name? What is the question item here, and its equivalent in Arabic is ما. Then you have your name. Your name. So your here, it is coming as an object pronoun. And we agreed that your, when it comes as an object pronoun in English, it doesn't change. You will be referring to or talking to a masculine person or feminine person using your. It will not change according to the gender. However, in Arabic, it will be changing. And it will not appear as a separate word. It will be just a letter attached to name. So, what is your name in Arabic? When you are talking to a man or a boy, it will be ma, that is the question item, what? And then ismuka, ismuka. So, ism is name, and then your, because you're talking to a man or a boy, it will be only kaf with fatha. So, it will be this letter attached to the original word, which is ism, referring to a man or a boy. Masmuka, ma ismuka. What is your name? Ma ismuka. When you are talking to a girl or a woman, in that case, you will be giving the same question item, ma, it will not be changing. Your name, again, is, but in that case, you will attach kaf with kasra. Ma ismuki. Ma ismuki. So your name, if you are talking to a man or a boy, it will be kaf with fatha. Your name, if you are talking about or talking to a woman or a girl, it will be kaf with kasra. To reply to this question, saying my name is, and so my name, it is something that you possess. So this is the possessive pronoun my. Ismi, you will attach the letter ya to the word ism. It will be ismi. Again, if the person talking is a man or a boy, he will say ismi, it will not change. My name is, and if the talking person is a woman or a girl, she will also say ismi and yeah will not change. What is her phone number? What is her phone number? In the previous slide, I told you that the question item what, its equivalent in Arabic is ma. However, here it will be changing because you are asking about the phone number. You will be using the question item كم رقم. كم رقم. So رقم means number, and كم رقم, you are asking about the number of something. كم رقم. So it is a fixed two words that you usually use when you are asking about the number of something. What is will be كم رقم. Phone is telephone. Again, it is having the same as the English word telephone. It is again in Arabic telephone. However, here we will be attaching her, that possessive pronoun referring to feminine. It will be ha with fatha and then alif. تليفونها. So here this is her phone number. So again, what is her phone number will be كم رقم تليفونها. So you put telephone and then you attach the possessive pronoun for feminine, which is ha with fatha and then alif. كم رقم تليفونها. The same thing will be applied here if you are talking about a masculine or asking about a masculine noun. So it will be what is his phone number? You're asking about the phone number of a man or a boy. Then you will be using again the question item. I told you it's fixed. كم رقم. That when you are asking about numbers. كم رقم. Phone is telephone. Then it will be who for his. كم رقم تليفونه. كم رقم تليفونه. By the way, to make it easier for you for pronunciation, usually the letter that is preceding the possessive pronoun will be taking the same mark. Look at تليفونها. Ha, I said for her, it is carrying, ha is carrying fatha and then followed by alif. To make it easy for pronunciation, you will find that the preceding letter which is noon, is also carrying fatha. So it will be easy for you to say it. تليفونها. They will be all coming from the same place. When it comes to his number, we said that his in Arabic is ha with dhamma. You attach to the original word the letter ha with dhamma. In that case, to make it easy for you to pronounce, you will find that the preceding letter is also carrying dhamma. It is telefonuhu. So they will be coming from the same part and easy to pronounce. telefonuhu. كم رقم تليفونه. Now the one that you know, what is your phone number? So we said that your is usually kaf with fatha if you are talking to a man or a boy, and it is kaf with kasra if you are talking to a girl or a woman. There is an exception, not exception, but another usage of the object pronoun your. Instead of adding fatha or kasra to kaf itself, in some places you can find this fatha or kasra below or above the preceding letter, as the case here. كم رقم تليفونك, and then you stop on kaf, you make it as sukun. Both are right and both are used by people. If you make it as you know, like كم رقم تليفونك, it is correct. كم رقم تليفونك, so you put the fatha that is supposed to be on kaf on noon, and then you put sukun in kaf, on kaf. If you are talking to a woman or a girl, you can apply kasra on kaf, below kaf, I mean the kasra below kaf, or below the preceding letter and put sukun on kaf. This one and that one are both correct. It is now the reply for the question from where are you? We said the reply can be I am from, أنا من. She is from, هي من. He is from, هو من. They are from, هم من. So after the word min will come the name of town or a country, min, which is from. So min, then you mention the name of the town or the country. So now we will start learning about the names of the countries or the towns in Arabic. Khartoum, it is the same in Arabic, but we just apply the definite article al. Al-Khartoum. And remember to make ta with a hard sound and lengthen the sound of u, as there is a combination. Dhamma on ta and then waw. So it will be Al-Khartoum. Lebanon, it is Libnan. So we stop a bit on ba as we are seeing sukun above ba. So we will stop a bit and then carry on. Libnan. Sudan, السودان. السودان. Egypt, مصر. مصر. We have two things to notice here, that meme is having kasra. So there is kasra appearing below meme, and sad is a hard letter, because there is a common mistake among people that they usually pronounce the word Egypt with fatha above meme, and that's not correct. Most of the people are using this as conversational word. However, the very correct way of pronouncing Egypt is with kasra below meme. مصر. Italy, إيطاليا. إيطاليا. And remember to make ta as a hard sound and apply the long vowel. So pronounce all the long vowels with lengthening them. إيطاليا. Spain, إسبانيا. France, فرنسا. فرنسا. Germany, ألمانيا. ألمانيا. Russia, روسيا. روسيا. London, London. in Arabic also. South Africa, جنوب, جنوب. So don't forget the hidden D before J, جنوب. Then أفريقيا. It's a long word, so I split it into small syllables. أفريقيا. And don't forget to make qaf as a hard sound. Look at qaf in the middle of the qaf in the middle of the word. It is a smooth circle. Smooth circle. And that's why it is qaf. Look to Morocco. Morocco is المغرب. المغرب. Look at the letter in the middle of the word that is coming after meme. It is an inverted tiny triangle, and this is ghain. So that is the difference between ghain and fa and qaf. You find that ayn and ghain, when they come in the middle position of the word, they will be looking like a tiny inverted triangle. However, fa and qaf, when they come in the middle position of any word, they will be looking like a smooth circle in the middle of the word. So that is the difference between both. Morocco, al-Maghrib. Tunisia, this is Tunis. Tunis. China, الصين. الصين. Sod is a hard letter and is a shadda letter at the same time. So you will not be pronouncing the sound of lam in the definite article of al. It is الصين. So you move directly from alif to the shadda letter, which is sod. India, الهند. الهند. Japan, اليابان. اليابان. Mexico, المكسيك. المكسيك. برازيل، البرازيل. البرازيل. أستراليا، أستراليا. أستراليا. نيوزيلاند، نيوزيلندا. نيوزيلندا. Pakistan. It is in Arabic Pakistan. Pakistan. Thailand. It is in Arabic also Thailand. Thailand. For Canada, it is again Canada. So these are very simple and easy. As for United States of America, we have الولايات. This is states. That is the word states. So United States, the states in Arabic is الولايات. Because this shape, it is lam and alif. So this shape is lam and alif. So you have to make it lam. It is coming with the combination. It is carrying fatha and then followed by alif. This is giving you a hint that you need to lengthen the sound of alif. So it is al-wila. Then again with ya and alif. Al-wilayat. These are the states. Al-muttahidah. Al-muttahidah. Al-muttahidah is united. So United States means الولايات المتحدة. Of America is الأمريكية. They are all long words, so you need to split them into small syllables to be able to pronounce them correctly. So here of America will be الأمريكية. الأمريكية. So that's how you split it to bring it out correctly. Simply, we can say America. That's America. So either to say these long three words, الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية, or simply say أمريكا. It's time for reading, and our book is about the zoo. In Arabic is حديقة الحيوان. حديقة الحيوان. حديقة الحيوان. حديقة الحيوان. Reminding you that L is preceded by a short vowel dhamma, and that's why we drop in pronunciation the sound of alif, and we move directly from the short vowel dhamma to lam. حديقة الحيوان. زار. زار. أحمد. زار أحمد حديقة الحيوان. حديقة الحيوان واسعة. حديقة الحيوان واسعة. واسعة. Here you will find the transliteration of the previous page. As we agreed before, please read the Arabic on your own first and then come here on this page too, double check your reading and make sure that you have read all the words correctly. Now you know that the zoo is حديقة الحيوان. Okay, in English it is one word, zoo. However, in Arabic there are two words and it's an ownership style, حديقة الحيوان. So they are two words, individual words. However, when you pronounce them, make them as one whole. So حديقة alone means garden. الحيوان is animal. So you cannot say it individually. I have to hear it as a listener as one whole. حديقة الحيوان. So I can feel the ownership. Ahmed visited the zoo. Ahmed is the name of a boy. Visited is the verb زار. زار. In English, the order of the sentence usually goes like that. The subject or the doer of the action, and then it is followed by the verb, whether this verb is in the present or in the past. However, that is the structure of the sentence in English. Subject comes first, and then the verb. In Arabic, we have two structures of the sentence. Sometimes the sentence can start with the subject, the doer of the action, or the sentence can start with the verb. So this one or that one are used in Arabic. You can find them in Arabic text. Sometimes the sentence starts with the verb, and some other times it starts with the subject. Of course, we will explain that more in detail in a more advanced level in the coming course. So, Ahmed visited, it is in Arabic, the writer chose to start the sentence with the verb. زار أحمد. However, if you even in Arabic start with the subject, the sentence will be correct. Ahmed زار. It's okay. Both structures are acceptable and both structures are used by people. So Ahmed visited زار أحمد the zoo حديقة الحيوان. The zoo is spacious. The zoo is spacious. حديقة الحيوان واسعة. واسعة is here a verb to be, and it is not a primary verb. There is no action in this verb, and that's why we drop it in Arabic. So it is only حديقة الحيوان واسعة. هناك حيوانات. Again, if you still find the word difficult and long, again, split it into small syllables until you perfect the word, and then you can say it without splitting the word into small ones. So, هناك حيوانات كثيرة. هناك حيوانات كثيرة. Then the column, we are going to start listing the animals that are found in the zoo. We have the first ones, numur. So noon is with dhamma. So this is a short vowel. But meme is carrying the combination. There is dhamma above meme, and then it is followed by waw. So you need to lengthen the sound of oo, numur. و أسود. أسود. وزرافات. So this is again a long word. You need to split it into small syllables. So make it as I'm saying now. زرافات. زرافات. This is the transliteration of the previous page. Please don't refer to this page unless you are already done with reading the Arabic. So come here only to double check your reading and make sure that you have read all the words in the correct form. There are, it is the meaning of هناك. هناك. Many animals. Many animals. Here, many is an adjective to animals. And I told you before that adjectives in English comes first before the noun. However, in Arabic, it is the other way around. You mention the noun and then you give the description. That's why it is written in Arabic as هناك حيوانات. So we start with animals. كثيرة, then the adjective. So many is كثيرة, animals حيوانات. Then the colon in English is starting to list some items or the names of animals here. In English, you can separate the items or the names of the animals with comma. However, in Arabic, it's usually preferable to put and, which is wa with fatha. So tigers, that is numur, numur. Then this comma will be given in Arabic as wa. Lions, usud, and wa. زرافات, زرافات, that is giraffes. شاهد, شاهد. Here I lengthen the sound of alif because sheen is carrying the combination. It is carrying fatha and then followed by the long vowel alif. That's why you need to lengthen the sound of شاهد. But on he, it is only short vowel fatha, so you don't lengthen. It is just short. شاهد. أحمد, شاهد أحمد. قردا, قردا. So qaf is a hard sound and it is followed by ra, where I have to stop a bit because it is carrying that tiny sukoon. So it is qirdan. And dal here is carrying the sound of an, the sound of tanween with fatha. And remember that tanween with fatha is very special than tanween with kasra and tanween with dhamma in its two steps that happen in the word. Step one is to add double fatha on the last letter of the word and then follow that by alif. So it will be qirdan. The following word, صغيرا. Sa again is a hard sound. And then we have ghain. This is tiny inverted triangle. And it is also having the combination, but this time it is E. So I need to lengthen the sound of E. صغي. Then Ra again is having the sound of N, the sound of tanween with fatha. It looks here that this is an adjective and a noun. قردا صغيرا, it means in English a little monkey. So again, it is an adjective and a noun in English, and in Arabic it will be a noun and then an adjective. Remember that adjective is usually a mirror to the noun it is describing in three things: gender, number, and the mark that appears on the last letter of the word. And here all of them are appearing. قردا, it's a singular noun, one, and صغيرا, again, it is an adjective for one. It is masculine, قرد. It is not ending in تاء مربوطة, so I know that this is a masculine noun. قردا, masculine. Again, the adjective that will be describing the noun will be also masculine. The mark appearing on the last letter of the word, which is tanween with fatha and alif, again, that will happen also to the verb. Tanween with fatha on ra, the last letter of the word, and then alif. So it is شاهد أحمد قردا صغيرا. يلعب, يلعب. So عين, this is also a tiny inverted triangle. The difference between عين and غين is what? Exactly, the dot that is appearing above غين. It is not here on عين. عين is also only a tiny inverted triangle without any dots. عند, عند. البركة. So if you want to follow this عند with the following word, in that time you are going to drop the pronunciation of alif. It will be like that. عند البركة. So I move from the sound of fatha on dal directly to lam in البركة, because fatha is a short vowel, and when short vowel are preceding l, then the sound of alif is disappearing. It doesn't appear in pronunciation. عند البركة. And here, because I stopped and the sentence is over here on ta marbuta, then I will drop the sound of ta. Ta marbutas has two sounds, t and h. I pronounce t if I'm going to follow this word that is ending in ta marbuta with another word. However, if you are stopping here, you will choose the other pronunciation of ta marbuta, which is ha. عند البركة. Here you will find the transliteration of the previous page. As we agreed before, please read the Arabic on your own first and then come here on this page too, double check your reading and make sure that you have read all the words correctly. Ahmed watched. So again, that is the structure of the English sentence. Starts with the subject and then follow that with the verb. In this book, the writer chose to write the verb first. So he said, شاهد, which is watched. It is a verb in the past. شاهد أحمد. A little monkey. That's the one we have been describing. And let me remind you that a here, it is the tanween with fatha that appeared on the Arabic words قردا صغيرا. So that tanween with fatha is an equivalent to the indefinite article a. Playing يلعب. يلعب, that is playing. By عند. عند, the pond. البركة. البركة, that is the pond. أعطاه. أعطاه. This hair with Dhamma, is it reminding you of something that we have been discussing at the beginning of this lesson? Huh? Do you remember? Wonderful. This is the object pronoun for masculine. The object pronoun which appears at the end, not at the beginning of the sentence. So here it means Ahmed gave him, and him here refers to the monkey. So أعطاه. So this here with Dhamma is referring to the monkey, him, the object pronoun. أعطاه أحمد. Now we are talking about the monkey. So Ahmed gave the monkey what? موزة. موزة. لذيذة. موزة. This is a banana. موزة. But my question for you here, we are having a tanween with fatha. Where is step number 2? Didn't I tell you in the previous page that tanween with fatha comes on the Arabic words in 2 steps? Double fatha on the last letter of the word and then follow that with alif? Exactly. Where is this here? This is an exception. Do you remember that we have 3 exceptions for these 2 steps? One of them was that the word ending in ta marbuta. If a word is ending in ta marbuta, in that case, you just make one step, which is double fatha on the last letter of the word. It looks like that the following word is an adjective to mauza, because if you have a very sharp eye, you can find that mauza is ending in ta marbuta, and the following word is ending in ta marbuta as well. So both words are feminine. Both words are feminine, and both words are singular, and both words are ending in tanween with fatha on the last letter of the word. So لذيذة, which means delicious, is an adjective to موزة. And again, adjectives comes after the noun it is describing, not before as in English. موزة لذيذة. فرح القرد. فرح القرد. فرح القرد. فرح is a verb and it comes here again before the noun. فرح القرد. القرد is the monkey, of course you know now. و, which is and. أكل. أكلها. أكلها. Is that ha and alif reminding you of something? It is again the object pronoun, but here for the feminine, because we are referring to موزة. And I've just told you that موزة is ending in ta marbuta, and that's why it is a feminine noun. So if you are referring to the banana, now you are using the object pronoun. The monkey ate it. Ate the banana. So here I need to use the object pronoun feminine referring to موزة. So ها with fatha is the object pronoun for feminine. However, ها only with dhamma is the object pronoun for masculine. This is the transliteration of the previous page. Please don't refer to this page unless you are already done with reading the Arabic. So come here only to double check your reading and make sure that you have read all the words in the correct form. Ahmed gave him a delicious banana. أعطاه أحمد موزة لذيذة. So here, the indefinite article is appearing in Arabic as double fatha, tanween with fatha. أعطاه أحمد موزة لذيذة. It can be, by the way, tanween with fatha, tanween with dhamma, or tanween with kasra. So this indefinite article appears in the Arabic words as tanween, any of them. Tanween with fatha, dhamma, or kasra, any of them can appear. How can I decide? This will be discussed in a more advanced level. We cannot say it now. It will be very difficult for you. So just for you to know, that indefinite article a or an appears on the Arabic words as tanween. Any of the tanween types, either tanween with fatha or tanween with dhamma or tanween with kasra. This is it. The monkey was happy. The monkey was happy. So was here is again a verb to be, but it is in the past. And since it is not a primary verb, there's no action in it, then it will not be translated in Arabic. Happy فرح. فرح. It is used as a helping verb. Was happy, was here, the verb to be is used as a helping verb, not a primary verb. So we just translate happy as فرح القرد. فرح القرد. And where with fatha, eat it وأكلها. أكلها. That is the banana, using the ha and alif to refer for موزة, a feminine noun. In this slide and the following one, you will find the vocabulary, all the new words that came up in our reading. I'm stressing on the importance of learning the vocabulary. Study them well. Try to practice them as much as you can. Remember, vocabulary is your fuel to understanding and speaking Arabic well. Lesson 3, Daily Routine. Let's start with some basic words and phrases related to the topic of our lesson. I wake up. أستيقظ. أستيقظ. Notice that I'm splitting the word into syllables to make it easy for myself to read. And then I can make it as one word. أستيقظ. Another thing that you have to be careful of is that qaf and dhad are hard letters, hard sounds. You have to make it as hard ones. And you will notice in the transliteration part, they are written in capital letters. Another thing I need to draw your attention for is in English, you have I wake up. However, I is not found in Arabic. That is because it is referred to in the verb. I in Arabic means أنا. And when the verb is referring to the subject أنا in the present tense, usually it starts with alif, same like أنا. Both of them will be starting with alif. So since it is referred to in the verb, there is no need for repetition and put I. However, if you want to put it and add it, you can add it. It's correct. You can find it in some Arabic texts. Sometimes the writer starts by saying, for example, أنا أستيقظ. That's the beginning of the sentence. And then he carries on. If he's still speaking about أنا, then he will be referring to أنا by using only the verb without repeating أنا. So both are correct. You can mention أنا and you cannot. Both are accepted. So here there is no ana, only ana is referred to by the beginning of the verb by starting it with alif. So the word is أستيقظ, early, مبكرا, مبكرا. And notice here that the sound of n, it will be appearing in this word whether you stop on it or not, because it is a part of the pronunciation of the word. I stop. أوقف. أوقف. Again, the same concept of I. So no need for repetition here. So he just started the verb with alif. The alarm. The alarm in Arabic means المنبه. المنبه. Take a shower. يستحم. يستحم or يغتسل. Brush the teeth. يفرش. يفرش الأسنان. يفرش الأسنان. My teeth. أسناني. أسناني. What is this here? It is the possessive pronoun my. Excellent. Comb. يمشط. 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 Yeah. My hair. شعري. شعري. Again here, yeah in شعري is referring to the possessive pronoun my. However, the word the hair will be الشعر. الشعر. Breakfast. الفطور. الفطور. Lunch in Arabic can be referred to using two words. They are exactly the same. The difference is in del and ذيل. So some people refer to it by saying الغداء. Don't forget this glottal stop of Hamza. Or الغذاء. الغذاء. Dinner. العشاء. العشاء. To pack. يجهز. يجهز. My bag. حقيبتي. حقيبتي. And of course, you know now, my is this year appearing at the end of حقيبتي. What about a bag? It will be حقيبة. حقيبة. So notice what is happening here, why the word changes, why the end of حقيبة changes when I put my bag. You cannot attach yeah. You cannot attach yeah for my to a ta' marbuta word. If a word is ending in ta' marbuta, you cannot attach anything to it. Step number 1, you need to change this ta' marbuta into a normal open ta'. And then you can attach that yeah of the possessive pronoun my. So it will be حقيبتي with ta' opened, though it is originally حقيبة ending in ta' marbuta. So if you need to attach anything, possessive pronoun, object pronoun, whatever you want to attach to any word ending in ta' marbuta, this ta' marbuta should be replaced with an open ta'. Then you can normally attach it to whatever pronoun you want. Number 2, why do I pronounce حقيبة with he at the end, though it is ending in ta' marbuta? Because I'm stopping on it. And we said that ta' marbuta has two ways of pronunciation, either to say it with ta or to say t, or to say it as h. I say it with t if it is appearing with a mark on it and I'm connecting this ta with the following word. In that case, you can say it with the sound t. However, if you are stopping on it, you will drop the sound of t and replace that with the other sound, which is h. And that's why I say حقيبة. To go. يذهب. يذهب. We take this word before in one of the books that we have read together, but it was in the past tense. It was ذهب. ذهب, went. So if you notice some difference between the verb that you know now or you can see now and any verbs that we have taken before, it will be the difference between present and past. And of course, that we will cover in detail when we reach the verbs part in the coming course. To go, يذهب. So يذهب is the verb in the past. Work as a noun. Work, for example, to go to work. So here it is a noun. It means العمل. العمل. To work, now the verb. I work as a teacher. I work as an instructor. So here it is used as a verb. And when that happens, it will be in Arabic as يعمل. يعمل. To finish, ينتهي من. ينتهي من. This one of the phrasal verbs in Arabic, not in English. In English, it is just finish, or it can be used as end up. So end has a meaning and up has a meaning, but together they can give you the meaning of finish. Exactly the same in Arabic here. We have ينتهي من. That is a phrasal verb, where this verb has to be used with this preposition. Each of them maybe has a different meaning, but together they give you the meaning of finish. So to finish means ينتهي. ينتهي من. Why do I pronounce this ya by the end of ينتهي as ya? Because the preceding letter is carrying kasra. Remember this? If it was fatha, I will be pronouncing ya as alif. However, here, the ya is preceded by a letter carrying kasra. So it will be pronounced as long e. ينتهي من. To take, يأخذ. يأخذ. Tea, الشاي. الشاي. coffee, القهوة. القهوة. fresh juice, عصير. عصير. That is not a new word. We have taken before orange juice, you remember? عصير. fresh means طازج. طازج. To prepare, يحضر. يحضر. Make sure that you are pronouncing ضاد as a hard letter and stress on it as it is carrying a shadda. So it is يحضر. يحضر. That's prepare. To eat, يأكل. يأكل. So I moved up with ya. So because it is having that combination, it's having fatha and then alif. So you will go up lengthening and then don't forget to make the glottal stop of hamza. يأكل. يأكل. To drink, يشرب. يشرب. To sleep, ينام. ينام. To take a walk, يتمشى. يتمشى. And notice that the last ya, the ending ya of this word is pronounced as alif, and that's because of the fatha appearing on the previous letter sheen. So it is يتمشى. That is the meaning of to take a walk. To exercise, يمارس الرياضة. يمارس الرياضة. That's two words. In Arabic, in English, it is one word, but in Arabic, it's two words. يمارس الرياضة. To meet, يقابل. يقابل. To watch, يشاهد. That one we have taken before in the previous book, in the previous lesson. شاهد. Remember this? To watch is in here, it is in the present tense, and that's why you find it a little bit different from the one that we have read last time. Here it is يشاهد. يشاهد, that is to watch. To read, يقرأ, يقرأ. A friend, صديق, صديق. Friends, أصدقاء, أصدقاء. Notice that صاد is a hard letter, دال is a soft letter, and then قاف is a hard letter again. So you need to be more accurate, very accurate about this. So start with hard صاد, move to the soft دال, and then go up again with the hard قاف. So it is أصدقاء. I'm usually here putting for you the singular and the plural. You will notice this in the vocabulary of the books and in our basic words and phrases. I'm usually putting both the singular and the plural of each word. And remember that we mean by plural more than two. And that's because plural in Arabic has, of course, a regular plural stuff. Yeah, I mean, words that have a regular rule that you follow to make the plural words. However, the majority of the Arabic words are irregular. So it is very much recommended to study the words as you come across them. That will be very helpful and will be very easy when we come to the singular and the plural part in our next course. So every time you will find me giving nouns, you will find the singular and the plural. For television, it is التلفاز. Remember, don't pronounce the first lam in the definite article L because the following letter is a shadda letter. It is carrying shadda. It is التلفاز. A movie is film, as in English. Movies, أفلام, أفلام. A book, كتاب, books, كتب. I get dressed, ألبس, ألبس. How to say I wake up early in the morning. أستيقظ, أستيقظ. مبكرا, مبكرا. في الصباح. أستيقظ مبكرا في الصباح. How to say I turn off the alarm. أوقف, أوقف. المنبه. أوقف المنبه. How to say I take a shower and get dressed. أغتسل, أغتسل وألبس. أغتسل وألبس. And you have another option. آخذ, which is take. I take. آخذ. Do you remember the sign which appears above alif? Exactly. That was the long vowel a. So it was originally alif with normal hamza and then followed by alif. It has the combination. Alif with hamza was originally carrying fatha and then followed by the long alif. This shape is not accepted in Arabic, and that's why we cancel alif, the second alif, and we cancel the hamza, and we keep only the stick of alif, and then we put this lengthening sign, which appears here above alif. So when you pronounce these words, you need to lengthen the sounds of a. آخذ, آخذ. حماما, حماما. So, آخذ حماما. So, حماما here it is a shower. And it is also the word used for toilet. But here when you say آخذ حماما with this combination between آخذ and حماما, it means take a shower. So it is آخذ حماما وألبس. If you can notice that there is another word between two brackets, and if you read this word, you will find it the English word shower. So it is in Arabic shower, shower. Because nowadays, some of the English words are getting into the Arabic words and people dealing with them as if they are originally Arabic. So it can be used in this sentence آخذ shower وألبس. آخذ shower وألبس. All of these options are acceptable and they can be used. So pick whatever is easy for you and start using it. How to say I brush my teeth. أنظف أنظف أسناني أسناني أنظف أسناني. I comb my hair. أمشط 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 شعري أمشط شعري. I make my breakfast. أجهز أجهز فطوري أجهز فطوري. How to say I take my breakfast. أتنا أتناول أتناول فطوري فطوري. Or simply you can say أفطر أفطر. I drink orange juice. أشرب عصير أشرب عصير برتقال أشرب عصير برتقال. How to say I pack my bag and go to work. أجهز حقيبتي وأذهب إلى العمل. أجهز حقيبتي وأذهب إلى العمل. I eat lunch at 12 p.m. أتناول الغداء أتناول الغداء في الساعة الثانية عشرة ظهرا. What's happening here? Too much for 12 p.m. That's right. When telling the time and telling the hours in Arabic, it is a big lesson and will be discussed and explained in detail and in a very simple way in our coming course. But for now, let me tell you some simple things about this sentence. At 12 p.m. Before mentioning the time or before mentioning the hour, we usually say in English at. The equivalent of at in Arabic when saying the hour or saying the time will be في. Then you need to mention the word hour. So you say في, that is the equivalent of at, and before mentioning the number of the hour of the or of the time, you need to give us the word of hour, which is in Arabic الساعة. Then let's come to 12 p.m. It's 12 in English, one number. However, in Arabic, we split this 12 into 2 and 10. They make 12. So you will find that 2 is الثانية. So 12 in Arabic is split into two words, which are 2 and 10, the numbers which make the number 12. So it is 2, and 2 in Arabic is الثانية. 10 عشرة. PM and AM, we don't have equivalent for them in Arabic. It's better to say, and we usually say ظهرا when it is in midday, ظهرا. In the morning, it will be, AM, it will be صباحا, صباحا, and we take this word before, in the morning, صباحا. And when it comes to PM, we have two words. When it is in the afternoon, midday, it will be ظهرا, the one we are having now. If it is in the evening or more afternoon, it will be مساء. And again, you know this word. So the new word here is ظهرا, and that happens between 12 and 1. So for PM, we have two words. When it is in the midday between 12 and 1 or 2, then you say ظهرا. More than that, you say مساء. That's for PM. When it is AM, we say صباحا. I give you a quick explanation for this, but again, I repeat that this will be explained more in detail and more in simple way in telling the time lesson in the coming course. So let's say this again. أتناول الغداء في الساعة 12 ظهرا. For I eat, the word I eat, if you want to say I just eat without mentioning if it is breakfast, lunch, or dinner, you can use the word آكل. آكل. So if you just want to say I eat at 12 p.m. without mentioning what type of food you are taking, you just say آكل في الساعة 12 ظهرا. How to say I finish work at 5 p.m. أنتهي أنتهي من العمل. أنتهي من, that is finish. أنتهي من, it's a phrasal verb again, you remember they have to come together. أنتهي من, that's I finish. Work as a noun means العمل. أنتهي من العمل في, that is the equivalent of at when it is preceding hour or time. في الساعة, that we have to mention hour before giving the number. So it is في الساعة. Of course, this when you are talking about the hour or the time. في الساعة الخامسة, that's 5. الخامسة مساء. Here we mention for PM مساء because it exceeds 2. It is more than 2. So it is مساء. We go to the evening time. However, in the previous sentence, it was 12 p.m. So here is the midday. Here we mention ظهرا. But when it is closely to the evening time, you mention the word مساء for PM. But for AM, it is usually fixed and usually صباحا. And by the way, for مساء, ظهرا, and صباحا, you need to mention the sound of N of tanween usually. In all cases, whether you stop or you didn't stop, it's part of the word. For مساء here, I have a question for you. Where is step number 2 of tanween with fatha? I can see that there is double fatha above hamza, but where is alif that usually comes after? Huh, exactly. Well done. It is because Alif and Hamza is one of the exceptions. If a word is ending in Alif and Hamza, in that case, we only keep one step from the tanween of Fatha. So we just add double Fatha above the last letter of the word and no need for adding more Alif. So the whole sentence will be أنتهي من العمل في الساعة 5 مساء. I drink tea at home. أشرب أشرب شاي في البيت. في البيت. أشرب شاي في البيت. How to say I go out to take a walk or I go out for a walk. أخرج, that's to go out. I go out. أخرج. To is lam with kasra. Usually, if it is followed directly by a verb and you are giving a reason why are you going out, so it will be lam with kasra. So whatever comes after to and it starts with a verb and this phrase will be the reason for the previous verb. So I go out. Why do you go out? To take a walk or for a walk. In that case, this to or for, it will be lam with kasra. You are giving a reason, but it is not a full sentence. It is just a verb and then indefinite article and then a noun. So it is not subject, verb, and object. So to make it short for you, if that to or for a walk or to take a walk, it is followed by one or two words, and these are a reason for the previous phrase, then you will be using lam with kasra attached to the following word. And here it is take a walk, لأتمشى, or for a walk, لأتمشى. And here we are pronouncing the last ya as alif because the preceding letter sheen is carrying fatha. So the whole word, the whole sentence will be أخرج لأتمشى. I meet my friends and have dinner together. I meet أقابل. أقابل. That's I meet. My friends will be أصدقائي. Remember that we have أصدقاء. It was ending only with this hamza on the line. That was the last letter of the word friends. أصدقاء. It was ending in alif and then hamza on the line. Now we need to attach my, which is the possessive pronoun, my friends. So we need to attach ya to this hamza. I can never attach any word, any letter to hamza when it is just standing separately on the line. I need first to put this hamza on a dish, then I connect the dish to yeah. This dish will be looking like be, te, and the, but without any dots. It will just a carrier. It will just be a carrier to hamza. That carrier looks like a dish with one edge because the other edge will be cancelled to connect the carrier to yeah. So again, you cannot connect Hamza to Ya. You cannot connect Hamza when it is standing separately on the line to any pronoun. First of all, you need to put this Hamza on a carrier, and that carrier will be looking like a dish, exactly the same like Ba, Te, and The, and Noon. But this dish will be having only one edge because the other edge will be removed to connect the carrier or the dish with the possessive pronoun ye. So my friends will be أصدقائي and with fatha و. Have dinner. So have dinner here, it is originally we have dinner. So we need to mention this we in the Arabic verb. We in Arabic means نحن. نحن. And the verb we have here is in the present tense. So we will take the letter, the first letter of نحن, and use it with the verb to be referring for نحن. So the verb also in the present will be starting with noon. نتناول. When I previously said I eat my lunch, it was أتناول because I'm referring to أنا. So the verb starts with ألف. However, here I am referring to we have dinner together. We have. So it is in Arabic نحن. We don't want to mention this pronoun نحن. So we take only the first letter and make it the first letter of the verb. So it will be نتناول. Now, when I read, I understand that you are speaking about نحن, we. نتناول. Dinner is العشاء. نتناول العشاء. Together means معا. معا. And again, this word has to be pronounced with the sound of n, that of tanween in all cases, whether you stop on it or not, because it's a part of the word. So together means معا. I meet my friends and have dinner together. It will be أقابل أصدقائي ونتناول العشاء معا. I watch a movie on TV. أشاهد أشاهد فيلما على التلفاز. أشاهد فيلما على التلفاز. How to say I read a book. أقرأ كتابا. أقرأ كتابا. And here تنوين with فتحة in كتابا, it is coming with the normal two steps. Double فتحة on the letter, on the last letter of the word, and then followed by step number 2, which is ألف. So it will be read like أقرأ كتابا or أقرأ كتابا. Here, if you stop on it, you can drop the pronunciation of N, that of تنوين with فتحة. How to say I sleep early to wake up active. Here again, notice that we have two, and it is followed by the reason for sleeping early. And it is followed by two or three words. Then this is lam with kasra that we have learned in a previous sentence. So in Arabic, you will find it like أنام, that's I sleep. Early, مبكرا. أنام مبكرا. And مبكرا should be always pronounced with the sound of N, that of tanween. To wake up. So here that is the reason. So that phrase, which is wake up active, is the reason for sleeping early. Then it will be لام with كسرة and then أستيقظ, wake up. لأستيقظ, and remember to make قاف and ضاد as hard sound. لأستيقظ نشيطا. نشيطا. أنام مبكرا لأستيقظ نشيطا. Lesson 4 will be about sports. As we are used to, let's start with some basic words and phrases related to the topic of our lesson. The first word we have here is sport. And sport in Arabic means رياضة. رياضة. Here I do two things. ض, I pronounce it with the hard sound. It is a hard sound, so I pronounce it hardly. I exaggerate in the pronunciation of this letter. And ت مربوطة, though it is ending in ت, I pronounce as h because I'm stopping on the word, and in that case I will replace the sound of t with the sound h. So it will be رياضة. رياضة. I mentioned to you earlier that the majority of the Arabic words, when it comes to the plural, they are irregular. They are not following a specific rule. And that's why it is very recommended to learn them as we go. So sport, this is singular and means رياضة. If it is in the plural, it will be sports, and in Arabic, رياضات. رياضات. Hobby, هواية. هواية. Hobbies, هوايات. هوايات. So again, if you have a long word, try to split it into small syllables. After you perfect the syllables, then you can say it as one whole. So at the beginning, I make it like هوايات. Then I make it as one whole. هوايات. هوايات. A game will be لعبة. لعبة. Notice that عين is carrying سكون. So I need to stop here for less than a second. It will be like لعبة. لعبة. The plural of it is ألعاب. ألعاب. ball. كرة. كرة. team. فريق. فريق. teams. فرق فرق. National team المنتخب المنتخب. Match مباراة مباراة. Matches مباريات مباريات. Stadium استاد استاد استاد. Field ملعب ملعب. Fields ملاعب ملاعب. Player, that will be لاعب لاعب. Do you remember this shape which appears at the beginning of this word? That is lam and alif. That's how they look like when they are coming after each other. Team captain, that is قائد الفريق قائد الفريق. So when you have this hamza that comes in the middle of the word, you pronounce the glottal stop, the sound of the glottal stop first, and then you make the mark. So it is قائد قائد الفريق. And why hamza is coming on this carrier? It's because it needs to be connected to a following letter. And we cannot connect hamza to a following letter if it is not on a carrier. And notice that dal is carrying a short vowel, so alif in al will not be pronounced the following word. قائد الفريق. You move directly from dal to lam. So it is قائد الفريق. Trainer or coach will be مدرب مدرب. To run يجري يجري. Of course, now you know that the last ya will be pronounced as ya because it is preceded by a letter carrying كسرة. To swim يسبح يسبح. To dive يغطس يغطس. Notice the غين, it is a tiny inverted triangle with two clear edges and a dot appearing above the shape. This is غين. And then ta is a hard letter, then sin is a soft letter. You pronounce as يغطس يغطس. To win يفوز. Notice the fa in the middle of the word. Fa, it is looking like a smooth tiny circle. It's quite different from غين in the above word, which is inverted triangle with two clear edges. So because they look like each other, people sometimes are confused. However, you know exactly now how to differentiate between both. غين is an inverted triangle with two clear edges. However, fa, no, it is a smooth tiny circle. And then it is followed by wow, so it is carrying the combination, it is carrying dhamma and then followed by wow, so you pronounce as يفوز. To lose يخسر يخسر. To take a walk يتمشى يتمشى. And the last letter of this word is ya, but it is pronounced as alif because it is preceded by fatha. Basketball كرة السلة كرة السلة. Notice the ta مربوطة in كرة, it is carrying dhamma. And because I'm going to connect it with the following word, I pronounce the ta مربوطة as in the sound of t, and I pronounce as well the short vowel dhamma. And it will be like كرة السلة. Notice here that alif and lam in السلة will not be pronounced. Because alif, it is preceded by a short vowel, which is dhamma, and then lam is followed by a shadda letter, and that's why both of them will be dropped in pronunciation. So basketball will be كرة السلة. So baseball here means, again in Arabic, baseball, but we don't make it as in English, baseball. No, it is baseball. Volleyball volleyball. In English it is one word, but in Arabic it is two words, and here we call it the ownership. If you remember this concept, that in Arabic we have it as two words, but we pronounce them as one whole. So I cannot say kura alun and at-ta'ira alun. That will not make any sense. However, you have to say them as one whole. Kura tut-ta'ira. And because I'm connecting kura to ta'ira, so the ta in kura is connected to the following word, that's why you are going to pronounce ta marbuta with the sound of t, and at the same time you need to vocalize the short vowel dhamma. So it is كرة الطائرة. And notice that here alif and lam in الطائرة will not be pronounced because alif is preceded by a short vowel dhamma and lam is followed by a shadda letter. A very important thing to be careful about is when you pronounce kuratu, ta in kura, and ta in الطائرة. Because you're going to connect them both, you need to be very careful about moving from the soft sound into to the hard sound in ta. So it is kuratu الطائرة, kuratu الطائرة. And again, Hamza here in الطائرة is appearing on a carrier to connect it with the following letter, which is ra. Football, كرة القدم, the same concept here. Tennis in Arabic is the same, tennis. Skiing, تزلج, تزلج. Ice skating, تزحلق, تزحلق على الجليد, تزحلق على الجليد. Boxing, ملاكمة, ملاكمة. Weightlifting, it is in Arabic رفع الأثقال, and it is two words in Arabic, but you need to pronounce them as one whole. You cannot separate them in pronunciation. You cannot say رفع and stop, then you pronounce الأثقال. That will make no sense. You have to say them as one whole. And notice that alif will be dropped in pronunciation because it is preceded by a vowel letter, which is dhamma. So you move from the sound of dhamma directly to the lam. It is رفع الأثقال. And don't forget to bring out the tip of the tongue when you are pronouncing th. رفع الأثقال. Very good. Cycling, that is ركوب الدراجة. ركوب الدراجة. So here in ركوب, it is ending in short vowel dhamma. So you will move from the sound of dhamma directly to the shadda letter. And here you know, of course you know now, why we are dropping the pronunciation of alif and lam in ad-darraja. I'm pretty sure that you are perfect in this now. And ad-darraja, it is ending in ta marbuta, but I substitute the sound of t with h because I'm stopping here. So you pronounced as ركوب الدراجة, ركوب الدراجة. Swimming, سباحة, سباحة. Diving, غطس, غطس. Horse riding, ركوب الخيل, ركوب الخيل. It is somehow similar to cycling. It is ركوب. Both of them you are ride the cycle, the bicycle in ركوب الدراجة. And in horse riding, you are riding the horse. So here we say ركوب الخيل. الخيل, this is horse. ركوب الخيل. And we have taken the word horse before in an earlier lesson, and it has another meaning, which was حصان. حصان. Yes, it has two synonyms, الخيل or حصان. Hiking, تسلق الجبال, تسلق الجبال, تسلق الجبال. To exercise, we have two synonyms here. You can say it as يمارس الرياضة, يمارس الرياضة, or يتمرن. So we have two words or one word. You can pick whatever is easy for you. Warm up means تسخين, تسخين. Race, سباق, سباق. Competition, مسابقة, مسابقة. Championship, بطولة, بطولة. How to say I love running? I love running. It is أحب الجري, أحب الجري. Or you can say it as I love the sports of running. So it is in Arabic will be أحب رياضة الجري, أحب رياضة الجري. So both options are okay and both options are correct. You can say any of them, you will give the same meaning. How to say I usually go out to walk in the evening? I here means أنا, of course you know this one. Usually is دائما. Go out means أخرج أخرج. Then to walk in the evening. Then this to is followed by a verb, 2 or 3 words. Walk in the evening. So, and this phrase is the reason for the first verb, which is why you are going out in the evening. I go out to walk in the evening. So the second phrase of the sentence is a reason for the first verb or the first phrase. In that case, if you remember, we use lam with kasra and then we connect it to the following verb. So you will find this sentence in Arabic as أنا دائما, and the iman here, which is the meaning of usually, has to be pronounced with the sound of tanween n in all cases because it's a part of the word. You cannot drop it even if you stop on it. So it is أنا دائما أخرج. So this is the first verb. To walk, لام with كسرة, and then أتمشى. And أتمشى also is starting with ألف like أخرج because both of them are referring to the subject أنا. أنا. So all of them, all the verbs here are in the present tense and they are referring to أنا, and that's why they are both starting with ألف. So it is أنا دائما أخرج لأتمشى. And أتمشى here, remember again, it is pronounced, the last ya in this word is pronounced as ألف because it is preceded by a letter carrying فتحة. The last word in this sentence is in the evening. So in the evening we have 2 words, في المساء and مساء. And if you remember, we take this before. In the evening has 2 words. You can say مساء or في المساء. Like in the morning, you can say صباحا or في الصباح. Here the word we have for in the evening is مساء. And we have 2 things to say here. مساء has to be pronounced, and صباحا as well, by the way. Both of them has to be pronounced with the tanween n. It is part of the word. You cannot drop the pronunciation of n. The sound of n is always pronounced because it is a part of the word. This is note number 1. Another note here is that why tanween with fatha here is coming on this word without the 2 steps. So we are applying tanween with fatha, and usually tanween with fatha, when it falls on the word, it comes in 2 steps. Double fatha on the last letter of the word, and then I have to follow that with alif. What's happening here? This is one of the exception words. A word ending in alif and hamza we will apply tanween with fatha with only 1 step, which is tanween with fatha, double fathas on the last letter, and this is it. So I usually go out to walk in the evening will be أنا دائما أخرج لأتمشى مساء. So tanween with fatha in this sentence in دائما and مساء will be usually and always pronounced because it is part of these words. I go for horse riding every week. أذهب. So أذهب here it is starting with ألف and there is no أنا because we are referring to أنا here by the usage of ألف at the beginning of this verb because it is in the present tense. So أذهب alone without أنا is referring to أنا. أذهب for horse riding لركوب الخيل. لركوب الخيل every كل week. أسبوع. So every here means كل. So if you want to say every day, it will be كل يوم. Every week, كل أسبوع. Every month, كل شهر. So every means كل. I go for horse riding every week will be أذهب لركوب الخيل كل أسبوع. I learned diving last month. تعلمت. Here, I know that there is a question will come up in your mind. Why here the verb is not starting with alif since we are referring to Anna? So Anna is speaking. Where is alif that starts the verb? Notice that every time I tell you that the verb here is referring to Anna by the usage of alif, only if the verb is in the present tense. I usually say this because so the verb is referring to Anna when it starts with alif if it is in the present tense. However, if the verb, as in our sentence here, is in the past tense, so this is another case. So here it is تعلمت. Notice that you have to make meme with sukun. تعلمت. Diving الغوص. تعلمت الغوص. Last month الشهر الماضي. Last month, if you can notice that last is an adjective describing month that it was the past one. So in English, usually we bring adjectives first and then they are followed by the noun they are describing. This is not the case in Arabic. Usually we mention the noun and then we mention the adjective, as the case here. الشهر الماضي. And since we before said that the adjectives have to be mirrors to the noun they are describing in definiteness, in gender, and in number, you will find here that both words, the noun and the adjective, are carrying L, which is a definite noun. تعلمت الغوص الشهر الماضي. How to say weightlifting is a good sport? So it is رفع الأثقال. رفع الأثقال, we have to say it as one whole. رياضة جيدة. So here is a helping verb. So we will not see an equivalent in the Arabic sentence. However, we have a. A here is an indefinite article, which also doesn't have an equivalent in Arabic, but it has as a word, but it has a shape, which is tanween. So usually the indefinite article or an appears in the Arabic sentence as tanween, whatever the kind of tanween is. It can be tanween with dhamma, tanween with fatha, or tanween with kasra, and that depends on the place of the word in the sentence. And that's a thing that we will discuss later in a more advanced level. So it is رفع الأثقال رياضة. So this tanween which is appearing on رياضة is the equivalent of a, which is an indefinite article in English. So a good sport. So sport means رياضة. Good means جيدة. So again here this is an adjective and a noun. That is in English. In Arabic it will be a noun and adjective. And again they should be mirrors to each other. And if you can notice they are equal in everything. In gender, both of them are ending in ta marbuta. In marks appearing on the last letter of them, both of them are carrying tanween with dhamma. And both of them are indefinite. They are not carrying L. Only they are carrying tanween. So the sentence will be رفع الأثقال رياضة جيدة. I pronounce the first tanween and t in رياضة, رياضة جيدة, because I connected رياضة to جيدة. However, جيدة is also ending in tanween and also ending in t مربوطة, but I will drop the pronunciation of both because I'm stopping here. So it will be رفع الأثقال رياضة جيدة. I go for swimming on Friday. Go for, if you want to say that you are doing something um, when you go out, so you say it like that, I go for. So this is a phrasal verb to give you the meaning that you want to say, go for. In Arabic, it is the same, أذهب إلى, so you can say it أذهب إلى or أذهب لي. Okay, أذهب إلى or أذهب لي. Here we have it أذهب للسباحة. أذهب للسباحة. This means I go for swimming. On Friday, we said that in saying the days of the week in Arabic, we have to mention يوم before the day itself. So we say يوم الجمعة. That's Friday. أذهب للسباحة يوم الجمعة. How to say I love football? أنا أحب كرة القدم. Or you can say it like أحب كرة القدم. So you have the option either to mention أنا or to drop it and refer to it in the verb since the verb is in the present tense. أنا أحب كرة القدم. This is one option. Or you can say or you can say أحب كرة القدم directly and drop the أنا in I love football. The national team won in the match. فاز فاز المنتخب فاز المنتخب في المباراة. So it is فاز المنتخب في المباراة. So I can tell you that here won is in the past tense. The one that you have taken in the basic words and phrases in the vocabulary at the beginning of this lesson, it was in the present tense. It was يفوز. So the verb, usually the shape of the verb and how you write it, it differs when it is in the present tense and in the past tense. And we will learn that, of course, in detail later on. So the verb that you have taken in the vocabulary or in the tables of the vocabulary, it was in the present tense, يفوز. But here won is in the past tense and it is in Arabic فاز. فاز, and the national team means المنتخب. فاز المنتخب in the match. So here it is في المباراة, but في is ending in a long vowel ياء, and it is followed by ألف in the definite article المباراة. So here you're going to drop, of course, the pronunciation and the sound of ألف and move directly from the long vowel ياء to the لام in المباراة. So it will be في المباراة. فاز المنتخب في المباراة. How to say the competition was hard? Here the sentence is having was, verb to be, but it is in the past. When verb to be is in the past or in the future, both of them will be appearing in the Arabic sentence. In the present tense, you need to think, is it a primary verb? Then you have to put it in Arabic. Is it a helping verb? Then it will disappear in the Arabic sentence. So here the verb to be is in the past. And when it is in the past, like was and were, you have it in English in two forms. Sorry, in Arabic in two forms. Either it is kana or kanat. When to choose which? If you are referring to something masculine, then you choose kana. If you are referring to something feminine, then you choose kanat. Our word here, the noun that we are talking about, is a feminine word. المنافسة. It is ending in تاء مربوطة, so definitely you know that this is a feminine word. So I will pick كانت. If I'm talking about something masculine, I will pick كان. Okay? So the competition was hard. كانت المنافسة صعبة. كانت المنافسة صعبة. Here, I pronounce the sound of t مربوطة as t with the short vowel ضمة, and I dropped t, the sound of t in t مربوطة in the following word, which is صعبة, and I also dropped the sound of تنوين with ضمة un because I'm ending the sentence here. So كانت المنافسة صعبة. Dropping the تنوين, the sound of تنوين un, and the sound of t مربوطة as t, and I replace this with ه. كانت المنافسة صعبة. The game is easy. Here, the sentence also is having a verb to be. Then I need to ask myself one question. Is this verb to be is a primary verb or a helping verb? There is no action in it, in the verb to be. No action. So this is a helping verb. It is not a primary verb. We say that it is a primary verb if there is an action, play, eat, drink, walk. But here the game is easy. اللعبة سهلة. اللعبة سهلة. So it is not found in the Arabic sentence. I just keep the game and easy. So the game, it is a definite noun. So I add L and then I drop the pronunciation of لام because it will be followed by a شدة letter, لام with ضمة. اللعبة. So the لام that you are hearing here is the لام that is coming below شدة, not the لام in the definite article L. اللعبة سهلة. Okay, I pronounce the dhamma and ta in اللعبة, and I drop the tanween and ta in سهلة because I'm stopping on it. اللعبة سهلة. How to say I watched the match in the stadium? I watched. So notice here that I have I and I have watched. So in the Arabic sentence, I'm expecting that the verb will be referring to the subject or the doer of the action, which is I, أنا. But notice that here the verb is in the past tense, so you will not find alif at the beginning of the verb. You'll find something else, and that will be explained later. Cannot say it now, will be very difficult for you. I don't want to make for you any confusion. So just know that the verb, when it is in the past tense, it will be referring to ana in a different way that we will learn in the tenses and the verbs section. So I watched the match in the stadium. It will be شاهدت. شاهدت the match. المباراة. شاهدت المباراة. In the stadium, it will be في الاستاد. Then if you want to connect here, you will be في الاستاد. في الاستاد, you will be dropping the sound of ألف in L because Fi is carrying or is ending in a long vowel E, so alif cannot be pronounced in al instead. So how to say I watched the match in the stadium in Arabic? شاهدت المباراة في الاستاد. في الاستاد. And when you have hamza below alif, here you have to make the sound of kasra first. Sorry, the sound of and then make it down as if there is kasra. So it is istad, and then make it with kasra. Istad. Clear enough? The race will start early. Here, the sentence is in the future tense, and I don't know if you remember how do we refer to the future in Arabic. Do you remember? Yeah, we have two structures, either to add a separate word to refer for the future or to add only one letter attached to the verb that you have in the sentence to indicate the future. And this individual word for the future will be سوف, the letter will be seen. So we have here the sentence is written using the future word سوف. So the race will start early. It will be سوف يبدأ. That will start. Start يبدأ. سوف يبدأ the race السباق early مبكرا. And here notice that مبكرا is one of the words where you have to pronounce تنوين even if you are stopping on the word. It is part of the word. You cannot drop it even if you stop on it. So the race will start early will be سوف يبدأ السباق مبكرا. I want you now to think about the second structure of the sentence where you have to attach seen, only seen to the verb which is start. Yeah. Can you make it in your mind? Very good. It is سيبدأ. That is the only change which will happen. Instead of adding سوف, which is an individual word, we add only one letter attached to the word or the verb itself. It will be سيبدأ السباق مبكرا. And you remember, مبكرا has to be pronounced with the tanween. Never drop it. It will be giving no meaning. So to pronounce that correctly, it will be the race will start early. سوف يبدأ السباق مبكرا or سيبدأ السباق مبكرا. I will start diving lessons next month. I will start. So here the sentence also in the future. I told you before that we can drop ana if the verb is in the present tense and also if it is in the future tense. You can drop ana and refer to ana or the doer of the action, the doer of the verb by starting the verb with alif as well if the verb is in the future tense and if the verb is in the present tense, but this is not the case in the past tense. The verb will take another shape. So I will start diving lessons next month will be سوف أبدأ دروس الغطس. دروس الغطس. Diving lessons. دروس الغطس. Again, here you have to make it as one whole because this is ownership. You cannot say diving alone and say lesson alone no, or lessons alone. You have to make them as one whole because this is ownership. It reminds you of the car of Joan or Joan's car or Maria's house. It is diving lessons. So دروس الغطس. سوف أبدأ دروس الغطس الشهر القادم. الشهر القادم, this is next month. سوف أبدأ دروس الغطس الشهر القادم. And here, please make the other structure by yourself. It's a very good training for the future tense because when we reach the verb section and speak about the future tense, you now already know it. So you know how exactly to form the sentence in the future using either the individual word, which is individual separate word, which is سوف, or attach the verb that you have with only the letter C. The coach of the team is new. So here we have again verb to be is. So I'm not expecting to see this in Arabic because this is not a primary verb. It's a helping verb. There's no action here. I'm just saying that we are having a new coach in the team. So we will keep the coach of the team and new. So the coach of the team, this is ownership again or possession. So you need to put it in Arabic as two words, individually written, but as one whole pronounced. So مدرب الفريق, مدرب الفريق, new will be جديد. مدرب الفريق جديد. How to say I like cycling? Do you remember when we say I love football? So I like and I love both in Arabic are given as أحب. أحب. And here the verb we have is in the present tense, so we can refer to أنا by using ألف at the beginning of this verb, and that's what we have here. أحب. Cycling is ركوب الدراجة. It has to be said as one whole. It is one word in English and two words in Arabic written as two words, but they have to be pronounced as one word. أحب ركوب الدراجة. And the daraja, by the way, is bicycle. So, but cycling together, it has to be two words. ركوب الدراجة. ركوب الدراجة. So, I like cycling will be أحب ركوب الدراجة. Our team won the championship in swimming. So, our team. So, this is object pronoun. You can see it is our team, like my team. But here it is in the plural form, our team. It is referring to نحن, which is we, right? So, we is a subject pronoun. It stands alone, like I, أنا, we, نحن. They are separate words standing at the beginning of the sentence, and those we call when it is he, she, it, I, am, I, we, all they, all of these are subject pronouns. They come at the beginning of the sentence, and they are given in Arabic also as individual words coming at the beginning of the sentence. They are the same as in English, so they are separate words coming at the beginning of a sentence. As for object pronouns, like the one that we have here, our team, my book, our book. So, as for my book and my team, you know that you are going to add ye at the end of the word, like كتابي, فريقي. فريق is team. And if I want to say my team, it will be فريقي. But here it is not my team, it is our team, which will be also a letter like yeah in my team. It is a letter attached to the noun. So the object pronoun usually comes in Arabic not as a separate word like here, like our team, his team, my team, their team. It is also a separate word like in the subject pronoun. So the object pronoun and subject pronoun in English, they come as separate words. We like football, our team like football. So here, our is an object pronoun. Object pronoun appears in Arabic as a letter or suffix, some letters, one or two letters appearing at the end, attached at the end of the noun itself. If I want to say my team, it will be فريقي. I attached yeah to the word فريق. If I want to say our team, I attached noon and alif to فريق. So noon and alif here is the object pronoun our team. In our team. So our team won, and we agreed that won is in the past tense and it will be in Arabic as فاز. فاز فريقنا. فاز فريقنا. Sorry. فاز فريقنا the championship بالبطولة. When I want to say I won the medal, I won the certificate, it will be فاز ب. So it's a phrasal verb. It has to be فاز ب. So won the championship will be فاز فريقنا, or sorry, فاز فريقنا بالبطولة, the championship. In swimming, في السباحة. So the whole sentence will be فاز فريقنا بالبطولة في السباحة. فاز فريقنا بالبطولة في السباحة. So what did the team won? The championship. So we say فاز ب. What did you won? So if you want to attach after one, you want to mention what the team or what you won, you need to give this ب with كسرة. فاز ب. I won the certificate. فاز ب. I won the medal. فاز بالميدالية. And medalliya means the medal. Our sentence. Our team won the championship in swimming. So فاز فريقنا بالبطولة في السباحة. Hope that is clear enough. I watched the pre-match warm-up in the field. شاهدت تسخين ما قبل that is pre-match ما قبل المباراة. Pre, ما قبل. Match, you know that this is المباراة. So شاهدت تسخين ما قبل المباراة في الملعب. في الملعب. شاهدت تسخين ما قبل المباراة في الملعب. As we come to the end of our Arabic course level 1, I wanted to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to you. It was a great pleasure, my dear Arabic learner, introducing you to the wonderful Arabic language. I'm incredibly proud of the progress you have made so far. But remember, learning a language is a lifelong journey, and I have no doubt that you will continue to thrive. May you excel in your language learning journey and find great success in using Arabic in your personal and professional life. I would also like to express my excitement for the opportunity to teach you again in future courses. I eagerly look forward to embarking on more language learning adventures with you. Thank you once again for choosing to be part of this Arabic online course. It has been a truly rewarding experience for me as an instructor. Dear learner, stay motivated, keep practicing, and never hesitate to reach out if you need any further guidance or support. Wishing you all the very best in your Arabic learning journey and beyond. Until we meet again in our next course, take care and stay inspired. Riham Huidi.